What's up, people? It's time for Elements of Justice Turnabout Theater. This has been requested for probably a year or two now, ever since I finished the first Turnabout Storm one. And so on my Patreon, you can fucking vote for the Sunday video, and Moana and Elements of Justice tied. Well, as of right now, they're tied. And I don't know which one's going to win before the weekend, so if you're seeing this, that means Moana is next Sunday. Or I uploaded Moana last Sunday, and now you're seeing this. I don't know at the time of recording, so that's how it's going to go. But yeah, it's been a while since I've reacted to some true G4 content. And I'm still open to reacting to it, for sure. I'm thinking about maybe doing more Bronies react and stuff like that. I saw what you guys recommended in that update video I made. But yeah, I'm ready to get into Elements of Justice. Now, this series is even longer than Turnabout Storm, I think. Each video is 2 hours or so, except for this one. The intro. Oh god. See if my MacBook can handle it. My phone could handle the other Turnabout, so should be able to get it done. Is this going to be the longest? Nah, Turnabout Storm, wasn't one of them 4 hours or something? Jesus Christ. Let's see, my Full Metal Alchemist series finale reaction was 2.5 hours or something like that. That's not uploaded yet, though. I don't know. But I'm ready to just go right in. So, yeah. 3, 2, 1, play. I hope I'm as sharp with this one as the last one, because I was doing pretty good calling the little twists the last turnabout. Oh yeah, it's a little scene at the start. Snuck up the stairs. We're in a barn. Someone got yeeted. You heard the sound. The lights went out. And then back on. Oh god. It's nice seeing this again. Oh my god, that ringtone.
Right Anything Agency, Phoenix speaking. No, I'm a lawyer. No, we don't publish anything. It's alright. Sorry for the misunderstanding.
You gotta go to the Pony world, my guy.
There goes another one.
So, boss,
Oh my
did
god,
we get any
you
clients?
scared me.
Unfortunately, no. The person calling thought this was a book publishing company.
That's the second time this week. Where are people getting the idea that we publish books?
Maybe
You
it's
tell
the
me.
right part. They probably have mistaken right with right.
Oh, I don't know these characters. I haven't played those games.
Reconsider publishing their books if they keep mistaking words that sound the same.
So, Daddy, did any new clients call you guys up?
Sorry, Trucy.
Daddy?
Not yet.
Phoenix Wright has a daughter?
Come on. You guys haven't gotten a case in over a month.
Yeah, ever since that last big case, business just went as slow as snails.
I wonder why
Snails.
that is.
If only I knew. We need to get some clients soon. We still gotta pay the bills by the end of the month.
Speaking of paying, can we get some food? I'm getting pretty hungry.
Oh, you fat ass.
All
Just
this
kidding.
waiting for a client is making my stomach growl.
Hey, I got Chick-fil-A for this long ass video,
I guess I
okay?
can go for a few bites.
Get some Chick-fil-A.
Clients right now anyway. It's settled then. Let's go get some Eldunes real quick and then come right back here.
Eldunes.
Let's go. I love Eldune's noodles.
Okay,
Just
noodles.
make sure you don't eat so much that you get a heart attack.
Eat that spaghetti.
What in the?
Oh
What's
god,
wrong?
here we go.
I can't move my body.
Daddy, are you okay?
I don't know.
Mr. Wright, your hand!
Huh?
What?
My hand's fading away.
It's turning into a hoof.
Mr. Right!
Wait a minute. This feeling.
Daddy!
Have I experienced this before?
Hold on, Mr. Wright. We've got you.
What are you doing?
I can't move!
I
Oh,
can't
all
move
of you are
either.
going?
And I'm fading away too.
No, I don't want to fade into oblivion!
Too
What the
bad.
hell is going on here?
I'm too young to die.
Oh yeah, the first turnabout came when the show was much older, so we get to see some new ponies, I assume.
Are we dead?
I sure hope not.
Is this hell?
I think we can move again, and I don't think we're dead.
What?
Oh, you're in the castle.
I don't know.
Twilight's gonna freak the fuck out.
Huge.
I'll second that. I bet you this place is super expensive.
What's with these thrones? Is this supposed to be a king's
princess?
castle?
Why would there be 6 thrones, though? Shouldn't there be at least a king and queen?
Maybe the other 4 are their friends or something.
Everyone would get a throne if that's the case.
Enough about the thrones. We still need to figure out where we are and how we got here.
Phoenix!
Twilight. Oh, so you remember?
Oh, Phoenix, it's so good to see you again.
Okay.
Did that purple horse say something?
I thought I heard it talk too.
It's not a horse.
Excuse me, but I happen to be a pony. Oh, it's totally talking. Phoenix, don't you remember me?
So
Daddy,
his memories faded
How
away?
does this pony know you?
I don't know.
Phoenix, you don't remember me at all?
Damn.
I'm sorry, but I don't think I know.
Oh. There we go. Getting your memories back. How we kicked some ass last trial.
This pony. Can it really be?
Phoenix?
I remember you.
Yes?
Yes?
Your
Yes?
Twilight Sparkle?
Yeah.
Phoenix, you do remember me!
I have wings now,
Yes,
bitch.
I do remember.
It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you too.
Is Mr. Right seriously hugging a talking
Don't
pony
hate.
right now?
I don't know, but I don't care. I'm sensing so much joy from the both of them. I'm gonna go join in on their
Yeah.
hug too.
Let's get in. All of us.
I want to hug the cute purple pony.
Let me
too.
in.
Come on, Polly, you hug the pony too.
I'll lose my masculinity if I do.
Okay.
It's been a while since I've talked to a human.
Well, it's been a while since I've talked to a
Didn't
pony.
you have an EQG? Oh, wait,
And
they're
it's
not the
been
same
a while
Twilight.
since I've lost my mind.
Oh, God.
So, you tried to summon the greatest defense attorney in Equestria again, huh?
No, I just simply summoned Phoenix
Oh.
Wright.
Oh, okay. At least I didn't get summoned by accident this time. Hey, wait. Twilight? Do you have wings?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you noticed. Yes, I
A
do.
lot's
But
happened.
the last time I saw you, you were just a unicorn.
Well, I received the title of princess a few months ago, and Princess
okay.
Celestia gave me wings to go along
Months
with that
ago.
title. So, I'm now an alicorn.
So this is like season
Wow.
4.
Congratulations, Twilight. It's like she went from a mere mortal to a goddess.
Oh, it's nothing big. After all, a title is nothing more than a title.
Easy for you to say.
so.
So, boss, think you can fill us in on what's going on?
Boss?
Ah, sorry. Guys, this is Twilight Sparkle.
Hello, Twilight Sparkle! By the way, what's that tattoo on your butt there for? My what? Yeah, It's a cutie mark.
Cutie mark?
It's a mark that shows what your special talent is.
We gotta get all
Mine
this
represents
lore
my
out.
expertise in magic.
Magic? I'm an expertise in magic too.
Really? I thought you said magic doesn't exist in your world.
I guess Trucy is an exception.
Sleight of hand.
That's right.
Or is it actual
My
magic?
name's Trucy Wright. I'm his daughter.
You have a daughter?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sure do.
Who'd you
Having
fuck?
a daughter's such a shocker to everyone.
So, who are these other two?
My name is Athena Sykes. I'm a defense attorney.
Athena's a good name.
You're
I
a
like
defense
that.
attorney too?
That's right. I also specialize in analytical psychology.
You are? That's amazing!
My
I've
brain
also
stopped.
been studying analytical psychology, and it's such an exquisite subject.
I know, right?
Okay,
I've been also
just let
using
these two
analytical
just
psychology in court too.
go at it.
You can do that?
She sure can. It helped us out of some tight spots during some of our cases. Well, Apollo?
Oh, sorry. I'm Apollo Justice. I'm also a defense attorney.
Okay.
I have an entire team of
Yeah,
defense
for real.
attorneys.
Sure do. Apollo has a power he uses in court, like Athena.
What's that?
Well, I have a strong sense of sight, so I'm able to perceive even the smallest nervous habit of someone
Well,
who's
that's
lying.
scary.
You can? You must have really special eyes.
I guess I do.
Well, it's very nice to meet you all. Wait a minute. How are they all here? I only wanted to summon you.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure. Well, they did try grabbing onto me when I was going to be teleported. And then they just ended up going with me.
That explains it. You see, when something gives physical contact to the subject that's being teleported, then that something gets teleported with the subject.
I remember something about that, but I forget where I heard it from.
Wow, interesting. You think you could teach me how to teleport?
Why do I feel like that's a
don't
bad
know.
idea?
I've never taught a human magic before, but I guess I'll teach you a thing or two.
Oh, I can't wait!
Hold on a sec, Trucy. So, Mr. Wright, how do you know her?
Huh?
How do you know this talking purple pony?
Oh, that's right. I didn't explain it
Yeah,
yet.
I guess he forgot in
You see,
the
a little
human
over
world.
8 years ago, I was summoned
8
by
years?
Twilight accidentally when she was trying to summon the greatest defense attorney in Equestria.
What's
She needed help
Equestria?
trying to defend one of her friends when she was accused of murder.
Wait, did you say 8 years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah? Why?
It's only been a year and a half since I summoned you.
What's the math on that?
Oh!
Oh,
It was
God.
definitely 8 years for me.
I guess because we're from different worlds, time works differently.
Interstellar?
Guess that explains it. It's still a little weird, though. Anyway, I agreed to help her friend, and ended up winning the case. I also proved that there was no murder in the first place.
So no one was sent to jail or anything?
Yeah, we kicked some ass.
Well, there were these two.
Yeah, the memories are coming back to me too.
By the way, Twilight, whatever happened to those two that were sent to prison?
You mean Gilda and Sonata?
Yeah.
When Gilda was released, she met up with Rainbow Dash and the two made up. However, I haven't seen her since that time.
Sonata's
As for
just
Sonata? I have no idea. I asked the police about it. They told me when it was time for her to be released, the police asked her what she was going to do now that she is out. But she just looked back and told them, I'm going to help out all those who need it. I always wondered what happened to her.
I wonder too.
huh.
Now that we got that out of the way, I'd like to ask you something since we got here.
What's that?
Why did you summon me?
We got another
That's
case.
right. You see, I need your help.
With what?
What do you
So,
think?
Phoenix, do you remember some pony named Rarity?
Rarity?
Yeah,
She
she's
thought your hair. She hated your hair,
Oh, that's her right now.
or did she like it?
Oh, why, Phoenix, it's been so long.
I can't remember.
Wow, a marshmallow pony.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
hey. You're Rarity,
Remember they
right?
thought it was a hedgehog or
Why,
something.
Phoenix, you do remember me.
I sure do. I remember you fixing up my suit when it got ripped up that one time.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I do remember that.
There's another talking pony?
There's a lot of them,
Well,
bro.
yes.
Get used to
We are in a world filled with ponies after all.
So there's a lot more of them? Yay! I can't wait to talk to each and every one of them.
it. That's me.
Oh, why hello there. Who are you exactly?
They're friends of mine. This is Apollo, Athena, and Trucy, my daughter.
My, you have quite the team.
Oh, you have no idea.
Rarity, you think you should tell him why you need him? That's right. Phoenix?
Yes?
Phoenix!
Oh my,
I need
here we
your
go.
help, please! It's the worst possible thing!
Oh, it has been so long since I've heard her say that.
Okay, what is it? Jeez, you almost ruptured my eardrums.
It's my friend,
Who?
What about your friend?
Coco?
accused of murder!
Murder in this world again, huh?
Yeah, for real. What the fuck?
Peaceful. Okay, so I'm guessing you want me to defend your friend then.
Yes, please help her. She didn't do it. She wouldn't hurt a fly.
If they're
I did
accusing
anything I
Coco
could to
Palmel
upset
of
him.
murder, God, I saw her in the
I need to go
thumbnail.
talk to her first. I'd like to know how she's involved in this murder.
I don't think she could
So,
murder
where's your
someone.
friend now?
She's in the Manhattan Detention Center.
Manhattan? Where's that?
It's up northwest from here. It's the biggest city in Equestria. You'll need to go there using the train.
Oh, we're going to the big city.
I don't have any money for the train.
No need to worry. I shall take you there and help you pay for the tickets.
Hell yeah.
Okay, but might I ask, how are you so sure she's innocent?
Well, she just simply doesn't have the heart to do so.
If this is Coco,
She has
then
a
yeah.
very promising career, might I add. It'd be foolish for her to simply throw that away. Please, Phoenix, you must help her.
Should I really take this case? It still feels weird that I'm defending a pony from another world. Still, Rarity looks desperate. I guess I'll go see what's going on.
Yeah, just
Okay.
hear her out.
Let's go meet her then.
Mr. Wright, what about
You're
us?
coming with me.
Well, I guess you're gonna have to stay in the castle and wait for us.
Oh, come on, really? What are we supposed to do while we wait? It's not like we have TV to pass the time, you know.
I'm actually
Talk
interested
to the
in seeing the
ponies.
city. It could be fun.
Yeah, Daddy, don't leave us here all bored.
Okay, you guys can come too. Rarity, do you think you can pay for their tickets as well?
Not a problem.
Oh,
Okay.
boy! I get to see more cute ponies.
Yeah, nothing but a bunch of neon-colored equines
Bro.
everywhere we go.
Quit hating.
Oh, Phoenix, I almost forgot. You're
Where's
going
my
to
girl
need this.
Fluttershy at? Huh?
What?
Your attorney's badge for Equestria.
Oh, great. Not this ridiculous
Oh,
badge
God.
again. Well, I'm gonna need it while I'm here in this world anyway.
Oh my gosh, that badge is so cute. Can I have one of those too?
Sorry, Athena. I only have one with me.
Damn.
Aw, why does Mr. Wright get all the cool stuff?
Because
Never
he's
mind that.
Phoenix Wright.
Let's go to the detention center.
Oh, we gotta deal with city ponies. Ugh.
Wow, this place is huge.
It truly is a wonderful place.
Don't
isn't
sing.
it? The tall buildings, the stores, the entertainment, and just the atmosphere of this place is absolutely exhilarating. All that at a taxi.
What are you talking about? There's taxis everywhere.
It's best not to talk about it.
I wonder if I should start my own show here. I think I'd make
Bro,
big
we
money
just
over
got to
here.
this world.
Trust me, Trucy, the money over here isn't worth anything in our world. I've never been so close to a sports car in my life.
Everywhere we go, all of these ponies are always staring at
Well,
us.
yeah.
Oh, don't worry. You'll get used to it. It was awkward for me when I was the only human here last time. So, Rarity, where's the detention center?
It's right down the street.
Okay, let's go.
Jesus.
Whoa, these ponies look super tough.
State your business.
Well, I'm a defense attorney. I'm here to meet someone.
Then show us your badge, sir.
Oh,
Right here.
Here you go.
Permission granted. Go right ahead.
Hey, what about us?
Sorry, but attorneys with official equestrian badges can only enter.
What?
If you're a royal guard,
Does
you gotta
my
have a
badge
voice
not
like
count
that.
for anything?
I'm afraid that badge isn't legible for this town.
But look at it! It's shiny and official! I am not going through this again!
Just wait.
Sorry about her. She gets upset when she doesn't get what she wants.
What? Hey, I'm not some spoiled brat, you know.
It's alright, guys. I'll be right out as soon as I'm done in there.
I'll
All
make
right.
sure she doesn't flip any of these guards while you're gone.
Hey! I'll flip you if that's what you want.
Back in the detention center. First it was Rainbow, now it's, I assume, Coco.
No matter how many times I come in here, it always gives me the creeps. Even if it is in another world. I wonder where...
Oh, are you the ones who came to see me?
Yeah.
Oh,
How the fuck
are
would
you
this bitch
supposed to be
murder
Rarity's
someone?
friend?
Yes,
Are you okay?
I'm fine. It's just that I have a headache for some reason.
So, what's your name?
Coco Pomo, who are you?
How'd you get that
I think
headache?
That's right. Rarity told me you'd be here. She wants me to defend you.
Oh, so are you going to defend me? I didn't expect a human to defend me.
I haven't decided that yet. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions first.
Okay, mister.
So, you think you can tell me a little about yourself, Miss Pommel?
Of course. I'm a costume designer here in Manhattan. I design costumes for plays over in the theater, though once in a while, I get asked to make designs for anything fashion-related.
Making costumes and designs, huh? You resemble Rarity quite a bit.
Oh, Rarity is a huge inspiration for me. Before I met her, I was the assistant of some pony who would always tell me that it's every pony for themselves in the big city. But when
Suri.
Rarity showed up, she showed generosity to others, even though it started to hurt her. When I realized this, I quit being an assistant, and Rarity gave me the job of being the costume designer of some big place in Manhattan.
Wow. Rarity's made quite a change in your life.
My life has become so much better because of her. I owe it to her so much.
Nice to hear that. It may be hard to find, but there will always be people who will turn your life around for the better. It's nice to know what happens in this world, too.
Yeah.
So, Miss Pommel, do you think you could tell me what happened on the night of the murder?
Oh, it's just awful. There was a play going on and every pony I was watching was in sheer awe from the spectacular performers. But when the play was about to reach its conclusion, my friend, Overall Concept, fell from
Overall
the catwalk
Concept?
with a rope tied around his neck, and he ended up being hung to death with every pony watching.
Jesus Christ!
Wow. It must have been traumatizing to
They
see.
must have thought it was part of the play.
About a real-life death scene in person.
Yeah.
The director and the police saw me on the catwalk after what had befallen, and they thought I pushed him from there with a rope tied around his neck. I got arrested on the spot.
Well, you were in the area where he fell. Still, just because you were at the scene of the crime,
Yeah, I mean,
it
you could
doesn't
just
mean you
trip.
did it.
I know, but every pony who saw me thought I did it.
Rarity doesn't think you did it. She certainly believes you wouldn't have the heart to kill.
Although I appreciate her believing I didn't do it, it's not enough to convince every pony
Just get a
else.
pardon from Twilight.
I see. So, what can you tell me about Overall Concept, the victim?
He's the head costume designer for the theater. I work alongside him helping him make his costumes. He's really good at making designs for the costumes. He even custom made a fabric to help captivate the way the costumes looked.
So, what was your relationship with the victim?
Oh god, don't tell me there's a motive.
It's nothing too serious if that's what you're thinking. We're just good friends who like working together. He's even teaching me how to design better so I could one day make a design of my own for another play.
So, let me ask you. What were you doing at the scene of the crime?
I actually don't remember much about that. All I do remember is that I was hearing something that was happening from the catwalk, and I went there as quickly as I could. But after that, I don't remember a thing. The next thing I knew, I saw my friend being hung from the top of the stage, and the police showed up behind me and arrested me.
Huh? Why can't you remember what
Yeah,
happened?
and why do you have a
between those
headache?
times?
I'm not sure.
So she doesn't remember what happened. This is gonna be a problem.
Anything else you want to ask me?
Well,
She seems to be telling the truth. She doesn't look like she would have any bad intentions. However, I still need to make sure.
We gotta talk to more people. Oh, this.
so, Miss Pommel, at this point, I don't think you did it. But right now, I need you to tell me the most honest truth. Did you kill the victim? Overall concept.
What? No! Of course not! I would never do such a thing! What is it?
Nothing happened. This means she didn't do
That
it.
really is hella
Okay, Miss
convenient.
Pommel. I trust you. I'll take your case.
You will? Oh, thank you, Mr. Wright. I feel so relieved right now.
Okay, I think that's all the information I need.
So is this
Thank you
just
for your time,
an
Miss Pommel.
unfortunate accident, or did
Welcome,
someone
Mr. Wright.
else
Oh,
frame
before
her?
you leave, do you think you could tell Rarity I'm alright? I don't want her to worry about me.
Of course. I'll make sure to tell her that.
Thank you.
I'll prove that you didn't kill anyone.
Any
I
pony.
promise you that.
Thanks for your help, Mr. Wright. I guess I'll see you later then.
See ya.
Okay. We took the case, guys. We gotta get on the move.
So let me see if I've got this. Earth ponies are in charge of the
Oh my
agricultural
God.
affairs. Unicorns
Just
can perform
watch episode
magic-related
1
things,
or
and
something.
Pegasi can control the weather.
That's right.
Wow, this world is so different from ours. Weather goes on its own in our world.
Yeah, if I was a Pegasus, I would make it so it wouldn't get so cold in the winter.
It needs to be
Oh,
cold.
darling, if it's as cold as you say it is, then how about I make a thick and fabulous coat for you? I'm sure it will help you out on your cold days.
I think I'll pass on that.
What the hell?
So, I guess because I'm not a unicorn, I can't learn to teleport, can I?
Damn.
Oh, I'm sure you'll find a way. Humans work very differently from us ponies.
Hey guys.
Phoenix! So, how is she?
She's doing fine. She explained everything.
So, what happened on the night of the murder?
The victim had his neck tied up by a rope and was dropped from a high elevated spot. He was hung to death pretty much instantly.
That's pretty horrifying.
That actually sounds very gruesome.
Oh, what a horrible thing to witness!
Witness? Wait, you were there where the murder happened?
Well, yes. I was watching the play when it happened. Coco gave me a ticket to see the show. I thought the show was sold out, but she gave the last ticket to me.
Okay.
Oh, it was horrible! I couldn't bear to think about that dreadful image! Not only that, I saw her being taken away by the police. The moment I saw that, I had to ask Twilight to find a good lawyer. And who better than you to help us with this case?
I guess I have lots of experience with murder cases. I'm always there to help out someone who's been accused of a crime they didn't commit.
And that's Mr. Right for you. Always there to help when someone's in need.
Yeah.
He even helped me when I was accused of murder.
Oh, really?
You were accused for murder?
Yes.
Everyone gets accused for murder.
I was accused of killing my own mother.
Mother? Why, that's horrible!
I know, it was. I felt so alone that everyone started to go against me. It's like all the stars of the night disappeared from the night sky. And the next thing I knew, all I could see ahead of me was darkness.
Objection!
But Mr. Wright, he believed in me. He stuck to his true beliefs.
Man, I'm
and
waiting
not
for
only
a
was I
super
not
hype
guilty,
objection.
He found the real killer, and I was able to save a dear friend of mine when he was going to be given the death sentence for the same crime.
That's right. In fact, I even lost my best friend because of that same killer. I was
Jesus.
so heartbroken when I found out he had been killed. I've taken a leave of absence and I left my friends behind. I went to find the truth on my own, and I ended up starting to doubt Athena. I even went against her in court. I still wanted to believe in her, but it was really hard to do so with all this doubt inside me. But Mr. Wright made sure I was able to believe in her again. At that point, I did believe, not only in Athena, but in Mr. Right to finally bring the truth to light. Because of Mr. Right, the dark age of the law has come to an end.
I was even taken hostage during that trial. But Daddy ended up saving
So
me after
happy.
he won. Isn't he the best?
Wow, Mr. Right. I had no idea you were such a saint to so many people in your world. Always trying your best to find the truth and
Yeah,
saving
I'm
so
pretty
many
cool.
innocent lives. I'm beginning to think you really are the greatest defense attorney.
He
What
is.
can I say? I was just doing my job.
A job that makes you a hero.
Alright, enough sucking his
A
dick.
knight
We got a
in
case to
shining
work
armor
on.
that has come to save the day when things are grim.
Well, I guess I can say I am pretty good. Now that we got the feels out of the way,
Yeah.
I think it's time we went to investigate. So, Rarity, where's the theater?
It's just right over there.
Well, what do you know? It is just right there. Oh, that's very convenient. Come on, let's go inside.
Yes, let's get to the bottom of this. What?
Rarity, you okay?
Yes.
What happened?
Hey, how about you watch where you're going?
I'm terribly
Who is
sorry.
this?
I didn't see you. Here, let me help you with all the... You!
Huh?
Oh my god.
What are you doing back here in the city?
Bitch!
Nothing that concerns you.
So, you guys know each other?
We did.
I've no time to waste on you, Rarity. I'm on a tight schedule, so you better stay out of my way. I don't want another victory taken away by your hooves, okay?
Oh god, the MK. I forgot.
The nerve of her.
So, who was that, Rarity?
Nothing but a ruffian.
Ruffian.
Next, should we get to the investigation now?
Yeah, let's get inside the
Is she gonna be the prosecutor?
Let's.
Oh god, she is, isn't she?
So, this is the theater, huh?
This place looks pretty empty.
Well, someone just died.
Sorry, but the theater is closed. I must ask you to leave.
Huh? Who said that?
Ugh, I know that voice.
Hello?
Who are you?
You guys deaf? You guys have to leave.
Look at my badge.
Oh, sorry, but we're here to investigate the crime scene.
Are ya now? You don't look like a police pony to me. Plus, the police are already done with their investigation here.
I'm a lawyer.
Well, I'm Phoenix Wright. I'm a defense attorney.
Defense? Defend who, might I ask?
Oh god.
Coco Palmel.
The costume designer? So, I guess you know what happened here?
Yes. Overall concepts murdered.
What a name.
Yes, Miss Pommel was accused of murdering him. It's very hard to believe if you ask me.
So, do you work here?
I do. My name is Playwright.
Oh, you gonna be a
I'm
good
the
guy?
theater director. I am the one who makes sure that the plays in this theater are done right. I make sure everything I work on is perfect.
Okay.
I see. So, may I ask you how things work in the theater?
To put things briefly, we go through the writing process, rehearse, and then perform. I'm the one who does all the writing, because no pony else knows how to make things perfect like I do.
Wow.
Aren't you supposed to have a team of writers when you're in the writing process?
I would, but I feel that it's just going to slow me down. Pure genius moves
Just throwing
lightning
shots
fast.
at someone who worked on
That's
elements of
how
justice
things
writing.
get done so quickly here.
I wonder if anyone else who's working here can keep up with his genius. So, what's your relationship with the defendant?
Oh, she is fantastic! Coco and Overall Concepts make a great team.
Made.
Whenever I'm in need of costumes for any plays I'm writing, those two get the job done fast. Whenever I see them together, they're always so happy, as if they're best friends. I still can't believe she would kill him, especially in the middle of my play!
But if they were such good friends, why are you so sure Coco Palmel killed Overall Concept?
As much as I don't believe it, I saw something before the murder.
Oh?
Huh? What did you see?
I saw Miss Pommel chasing Overall up the catwalk, where the murder occurred.
Chasing?
What?
Yeah, I saw her chasing him up the left side of the catwalk. Quite frantically, I might add. I didn't think too much about that, but after I saw the stallion's body hung in the air, I ran up the catwalk, and I saw Miss Pommel with lots of guilt on her eyes.
Guilt?
Isn't her name supposed to be pronounced Pommel?
Then, the police showed up behind me, then arrested Miss Pommel on the spot, then brought her back down.
I could have sworn that her name is pronounced Pommel. And he says he knows how to make things perfect.
Tell you what, I'll let you have this layout of this theater so you guys won't get lost in here while you guys are investigating.
Thanks.
I'll hold up the map.
Well, this guy's a character.
This is bad. Why was Coco chasing Overall? There has to be an explanation for this.
Anyways, I saw what I saw. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta go get me some lunch. Go ahead and do your investigation and whatnot. A stallion with the mind of a genius
Oh
must
my
keep his
God.
brain energized with a good lunch.
You go do that.
Well, that's it for that guy.
He keeps talking about how much of a visual genius he is. I know he's a director and all, but it doesn't really give you bragging rights.
Still, I want to know what plays he's written. If they're as good as he says, then I want to see them. I'm a big fan of plays after all.
Oh, really?
Let's get some tickets for the next showing.
Guys, shouldn't we be starting our investigation already?
Yeah, let's get to
Who's
it.
chasing Overall? Is that really true?
Was he chasing Overall or running to something else?
Maybe somebody else was chasing him.
Well, we have to investigate the crime scene to see if we can find any leads.
The rope is still up there.
Wow, I'd never been on a stage this big before. Oh, how I wish I could do my magic show here.
You're a magician?
That's right.
Tricks.
But you're a human. How's it possible for a human to perform magic?
Oh, I'll show you.
Oh God.
These are my magic panties.
Trucy, as your father, please be careful when you start
Yeah.
talking about your panties.
See here? There's nothing inside them.
I see.
And now I say the magic words. Alakazam! And now let's see what's inside. Oh, let's see what I got.
What the? I was holding that. How in the world did you do that?
You have magic panties?
Sorry, but a magician never reveals her secrets.
There has to be an explanation for this. I must study those panties of yours.
Stop.
No, you won't. Even if you examine these, you're not going to find out anything. I remember back then some college student was so obsessed with my magic panties that he stole them from me to study them.
Ugh, don't remind me.
Study
I've
them?
never seen someone so obsessed with someone else's undies in my life.
Alright, let's get started. See if you can find anything.
I'd get rid of that if I were
Start
you.
with this rope still hanging from last night.
So this is the murder weapon. It's tied up like a noose.
It was a horrible thing to see. I could almost see Overall Concept still hanging on that.
Considering the height from here to the catwalk, the death is very likely to be instantaneous. At least he didn't suffer.
So why was the noose there in the first
I wonder
place?
how he got his neck tied
Was it
up
part
anyway.
of the play?
Mr. Wright, I think I found something.
Damn, already?
What is it?
It's some sort of sparkly cloth.
It looks fabulous! That must be the special fabric he was working on.
Special fabric?
Overall Concept told me in his letters that he was working on a special fabric for his costumes. He put some sparkles on them. He also said the fabric could glow in the dark.
Glow-in-the-dark fabric?
So someone
Hey!
would have seen him in the
I
dark.
think I know how he was able to do that.
Oh, do you now?
Yes, I do. I have a friend who used a costume like that. She used fluorescent paint to make the costume glow in the dark.
Okay.
Fluorescent paint? Such a thing exists? Where can I get this paint? It might help me
Calm
in my
down.
business.
I should get some too. I'm going to need some costumes that can glow for my shows.
How about I'll design some costumes for you? I have a few ideas that will
We have
give
an
you that
investigation to do.
pizzazz you're looking for.
Yes, I'll be happy to take you up on your offer.
So, now that we're done talking about that, let's go look around some more.
That catwalk is way up there. As far as I know, catwalks are very rickety. I wonder why anyone would do a chase up there.
There must be some reason. Maybe there was something that was up there.
What could be so important that Overall would run up there?
Another question is, why would Coco go up there too?
Maybe
As far as I
she
know,
saw
she's
something
never set foot on the catwalk since
that was
working
going to
here.
push him off
Maybe something important to her is also up that catwalk for some
and
reason.
tried to save him, and
It's
then she lost
possible.
memory.
Let's go up to the catwalk and see if we can find anything.
Cakewalk.
So, the supposed chase stopped here.
My word, this is quite the height.
I'd be surprised if anyone could survive a fall from this height. So, you guys see anything around here?
Nothing so far.
Hey, I think I see something.
Where?
There, those sparkles.
Sparkles?
It must be from Overall's fabric.
This could mean that the fabric has been brought up here for some reason.
You think Overall and Coco could have brought it up here?
Maybe. Do you think there's a reason why any of them would do so?
The only thing I can think of is they subconsciously brought it up with them without knowing. Or maybe the fabric was already up here?
It's possible. It could be the reason why Overall Concept was going to the catwalk in the first place.
But it doesn't explain why Coco Palmel was chasing him.
Let's keep looking around then. I'm sure we'll find something.
This whole losing memory thing is like a big gap. Oh.
Whoa! What just happened?
I don't know. I guess the lights are loose.
You better have seen that. Yeah. What's that powder?
Did you see that?
See what?
There's something glowing on the floor. Twilight, could you turn off the lights for a second?
Yeah, okay.
There!
Huh? There are hoof prints, and they're glowing! It must be the fluorescent paint!
Yeah.
So they've probably been left behind since the incident.
You think it could be Overalls or Coco's?
I'm not sure. Wait a minute!
What is it?
Do you remember what Playwright said? Coco Palmel ran up the left side of the catwalk, following Overall Concept, and then the police escorted her back down.
Wait, but those hoof prints, they lead to the right side!
Athena, how long does it take for fluorescent paint to dry?
According to Junie, it takes about an hour.
Does the paint contaminate your hands if it's still wet?
It does, but the only way to tell is if you look at your hands in the dark.
Go.
So, whoever's hoof prints
Let me
these
see your
belong
hooves.
to went down the right side of the catwalk, but no one said that anyone went down the right side.
Yeah.
What? Then that means some pony else could have killed him. Coco didn't do it.
Hey, let's not like.
Alright, we've got a huge lead on this
Yeah.
now. Still, now that we know these hoof prints belong to someone else, we need to find out who they belong to.
Mr. Wright, I have a suggestion.
What is it?
If these prints belong to someone else, we should try and figure out where they lead to.
Yeah, how
Good
far do
idea.
they go?
One problem. You can only see these prints when it's dark. I'll
Turn
have
off
to turn on
every
the
single
lights
light.
and follow them.
No need for that, boss. I have the thing that's going to make your hoofprint finding much easier. Here.
A forensic flashlight.
Oh.
Thanks, Athena. I'll definitely need this. Okay, let's see where it ends first. It ends here.
The back door?
It looks like whoever was here
Left out
escaped
the
through
back.
Ruffian! The coward must have escaped after killing Concept!
it. Very likely he or she did. Now, let's go backwards and find out where these hoof prints begin.
Alright, well, do they go outside too?
The prints lead here. I'm guessing this is the dressing room.
Okay.
Look at all those costumes. I kind of want to try some of them out.
Now's not the time, and they're
I
pony
tell you this,
costumes.
Athena, but it looks like you'll
Yeah.
be too big to get in any of those costumes.
What? Are you
Oh my-
suggesting I'm fat?
No!
No. I'm saying that because these costumes are small, since they're worn by little ponies.
Oh, I wanted to try some of them out.
This is where overall concept usually works on his costumes. I can tell. There's a bunch of materials scattered around this table.
Whose seat does
You know,
the
those sketches.
prince
He
lead
must have had
to?
a lot of ideas for making costumes.
Oh, he was simply genius! He played a big role in the theater industry. The only thing he lacked was time. That is, until Coco Palmel became his partner. She wrote on her letters that when she began to work as a costume designer, the productivities of the costumes doubled.
Those two must have been quite a team.
Mr. Wright, on the table, there are cases of fluorescent paint and some glitter next to it.
So this is the paint used to make the fabric glow.
I saw that glitter at the
Give it
spot
here.
too.
Let me put some of my cape in
No,
mine.
Trucy.
I want to see if they glow in the dark.
No, Trucy, this is evidence. It's best to leave it untouched.
But I want to sparkle and glow.
Judging by its looks, this must be what the fabric used to look like before he added the glitter and paint.
I still wonder where he got this paint. It must have been awfully expensive, especially since he used so much of it.
Well, I guess we're done over here.
You think we've gathered enough evidence to prove Coco Palmel's innocence?
No.
I'm certain we do.
Oh,
Plus, we also have some proof that there was a third party when this crime was taking place.
we have.
Oh, I knew Coco would have the heart to
What's
murder.
the prosecution
Won't she be
doing, though?
surprised?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves now. We still have a trial
Yeah.
to take care of first.
Plus, it's
I'm
not
sure you'll
like
do a fabulous
solid
job defending
concrete
Coco Palmel.
proof.
I guess we can all head back to my castle now. Let's head to the train station. I'll pay for the tickets again.
Okay, guys.
Maybe he just
let's
went
go.
there earlier to set up the noose, like before the play even started, and then it happened. Because there's no time frame on when those prints got there. Could have been literally any time.
It's such a long trip from Manhattan to Ponyville. I need to take a rest for a little bit.
I still had a fun time, though. I'd like to go back to the city someday. Maybe even go shopping.
I'm sorry, but fuck the
How about
city.
I take you somewhere next time? I know some great stores that'll probably suit you.
Oh, I'd love to come with you.
So, Twilight,
Yeah?
didn't you have other friends? I remember that there were a few more of you.
Yeah,
Well, we do.
Fluttershy.
I wonder where they are.
Phoenix!
Ah!
Hey there, Nix!
Oh,
Hey,
Nyx.
let me go!
Here are the others, Phoenix.
Didn't think I'd see you around here again.
Still Applejack.
Mr. Phoenix,
Yo!
It's so good to see you after so long.
I had a feeling Twilight would
Oh,
try to summon
God.
you.
Oh, Daddy! I had no idea you were friends with so many ponies.
Oh, great.
Where's Pinky?
Even more of them.
There.
Do you guys know Phoenix?
Feeny!
Him.
God, these are all coming back.
Ponies like bouncing on me so much. Well, yeah. These two are defense attorneys, Apollo and Athena. And this one is Trucy, my daughter.
Nice to meet you all. So, Daddy, are you gonna tell us who they are?
Yeah. Let me see if I can remember your names. Pinkie Pie, Rainbow Dash, Applejack, Fluttershy, and, Spike.
Yeah.
Hey, Phoenix, we should tell you a welcome back party. You know, because you're back to Ponyville. And he also brought guests. They love it when guests bring guests to parties. And those guests bring guests. And those guests bring guests of those guests. And it's just amazing. And I
Mr. Wright, for the love of God, get her to shut up, please.
brought guests.
Pinky.
When guests bring guests to parties.
Pinky.
Stop!
And those guests bring guests.
Pinky!
Yes, Phoenix?
Don't you think it's a bit too early to party right now?
Yeah, Coco's about to fucking go to jail.
Never too early for a party.
But I have a trial tomorrow. I'll be too tired to defend if I party now.
I know how we can fix that. So, your name is Pinkie Pie, right?
Yes?
After Daddy wins the trial tomorrow, instead of throwing him a welcome back party, let's throw him a congratulations on winning the trial party.
That works.
Ooh, that's perfect. Congratulations on winning the trial party. I like the way your little girl thinks, Phoenix.
How'd you know that was his?
I try.
Oh my
Thanks,
god.
Lucy. Have the most hyperactive pony known to man throw a party.
Those two are going to be a
So
problem
we
together.
get to come to this party too, right?
Yep. You get to come too. What are your names again?
Athena. And this is Apollo.
You have nice names, but it could sound more fun. I think I'll call you...
Oh no.
Thina and Polly.
Polly.
Sure, you can call me
He is
Tina.
not gonna like
I have a
Polly.
friend who calls me that.
I think I'll stick to Apollo. I already have one little girl calling me after a parrot who wants crackers.
Hey, Nix!
Yeah?
I just want to thank you again for saving me back then.
No problem.
So you're the pony that Mr. Wright had to defend?
That's right! If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to attend the Wonderbolt Academy.
Wonderbolt Academy?
It's a flying academy. It's where Pegasi attend to become future Wonderbolts, the fastest flyers in all of Equestria. I've dreamt of being a Wonderbolt ever since I was just a filly.
Yeah, you're quite the dreamer.
Yeah.
So, Daddy, is there anything to eat
Stop
here?
worrying about food!
I still didn't eat since we got here.
That's right. We were going to eat, but we got sent here.
Sugar cube
I got
corner
you
time.
covered for
Oh,
that.
or that.
Twilight told me that there's a special guest coming here, so I made some apple pies and apple cider.
Oh,
for
hell
everyone.
yeah. Apple
Plus, I
cider.
also made some salad.
Salad!
Yeah, I made you some salad. If you don't mind.
I do mind.
Pies? I love pies. Don't mind if I do.
I'll take some pies too. And some salad as well.
I'll take everything.
I'll take a couple of bites as well. I am kind of hungry.
Cider's non-alcoholic, right?
Oh yeah,
Why
Trucy.
would I need alcohol? It does nothing but make you tipsy.
Hard
Thanks
cider's
for the
good.
food. I really appreciate
I
it.
thought you would appreciate that,
Don't
Applejack.
mention it.
Got any gems for me? I really like a side of rubies in my salad.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry, Spy.
Aw.
Eat the
Okay,
castle.
Let's eat up. We're going to need to get some energy for the trial tomorrow. Trucy, what's wrong?
I just remembered something. Oh, these ponies and that little dragon. I think I've seen them before when I was little.
What? How is that possible? Up until now, I've never seen you in my life before that.
I didn't exactly see you in person. It's like I've seen a picture of you before.
What?
A picture? Wait a minute. So, Trucy, don't you think that hat of yours is getting a little too small for you?
Well, it is a bit tight on me now for some reason. I guess my head got a little bigger.
Isn't it time to get a new hat?
Yes, it is. Let's get me a new hat, Daddy.
I don't know. These hats are kind of expensive.
Aww. Why do magicians' hats have
Just
to be
get the
so
like
expensive?
$5 Walmart ones.
Well, I'll just get a hat another time. Oh, wait. I think I already have a hat for you.
You do? Let me see. Let me see.
Okay, I'll be right back. Here, I found one.
Wow, a blue hat. You must really like the color blue, Daddy.
What can I say? It's my favorite color.
I
Same.
want to try it on. Huh? Something fell out from the hat. What's this? Hey, Daddy, it's a picture of you. And it's with some
So a picture got into this world?
horses.
Huh? This picture. I got this from Equestria. I remember these guys. These ponies.
So, Daddy, who are these horses? Are they magical like me?
Should I tell her about this? I doubt she'll believe that I went to another world to defend another pony.
Well,
Well, how old is she? Because, like,
It's a long story, Trucy. I feel a little too weird to talk about it. How about I tell you later?
oh, fine. I'll pin this in my new hat so I won't forget to ask.
I doubt she'll remember our conversation, though.
well, she remembered the picture.
Trucy, that picture. It wouldn't happen to be still in your hat, would it?
Let me check.
No way.
Oh,
Here it is!
What?
Hey, I remember this picture. This was after Rainbow Dash's trial.
Hey, yeah! I remember we all yelled objection!
Oh,
in
yeah.
This picture.
Hey, how come I never saw this picture before?
Well, it wasn't Trucy's hat,
How the
so
fuck was it
we
in there
wouldn't
for
know.
years?
It's just as I
Of
thought.
her wearing it.
Everyone is here. Twilight Sparkle, Rainbow Dash, Fluttershy, Applejack, Rarity, Pinkie Pie, Spike,
Trixie. Wait,
Trixie.
she's not the
Trixie?
prosecutor again,
The
right?
great and powerful Trixie. She was the prosecutor in Rainbow Dash's trial.
She tried to get the guilty verdict on me as revenge on Twilight.
Revenge? For what?
Let's not talk
Yeah.
about that.
So, speaking of Trixie, how is she doing now? Did something happen between you guys?
About half a year after the trial, she came back to Ponyville to seek revenge.
But I thought she got over it.
I guess something overcame her. She used this alicorn
Oh, tying
amulet
it
to
into
become a
the
better
show.
magician than me. I had to take it off of her because it was corrupting her mind.
What did she do?
She kicked Twilight out of Ponyville and took over the town. We had to trick her into taking off the amulet.
After realizing what she's done, she just apologized to me.
Apologized? I never expected her to do that.
Me neither. After that, she left Ponyville and I haven't seen her since. So, Phoenix?
Yeah?
Enough about us. Let's talk about you. How have you been for the last 8
Yeah,
years
well,
since
you had a
left
daughter.
Equestria? You know, just wondering.
Ooh, a story! I want to listen. I love stories.
Come on, Daddy. Tell them all about the exciting adventures you had as a defense attorney.
Well, let's start off with this.
Oh, okay. Prince Blue Blood? Well. Alrighty. That was day one. Oh. Day two is where these videos get long. I might record that one and like after a little break. Okay, so yeah, interesting start. I'm gonna put like day two right after this, but it's gonna be like a little break before I actually watch it. So there's gonna be a little cut between when I get to the next one. So, yeah, see you then. And I'm back. As you can tell, some time passed. Maybe about like 5 hours, something like that. I don't know for sure, but it's time for day two. Case one. So let's hunker down and get into this. 3, 2, 1, play. Same photo of Luna still up.
I never thought I'd come back to this world, let alone take on another trial. Come to think of it, I haven't set foot in a courtroom in general for a good while.
Oh? Why's that?
Remember what Athena was talking about yesterday? That was our last case, and that was well over a month ago.
Is that a new voice actor or am I
I'm
stupid?
sure there's no need to worry. You were disbarred for 7 years like you said yesterday, but you've still taken on plenty of murder cases before and since, right? You have a lot of experience under your belt. Just because there's been a little bit of a hiatus doesn't mean you'll revert back to being a rookie.
She's probably right. But I'm pretty sure I felt like one several times throughout my career.
There's nothing wrong with a little refresher, though. Right, Apollo?
Sure, I'm pretty confident Mr. Wright's got this, though. Besides, I'd rather focus on making sure you're up to speed on things.
Wow.
Hey, come on. I'm not a newbie anymore. I can keep up with everyone else, no sweat.
Okay.
Athena, there's no shame in being inexperienced. We've all got to start somewhere.
This is so cool!
Oh my god, who let you
We're
in here?
about to watch Daddy defend in court in a whole nother world! With cute, magical ponies!
You can say that again. I can't contain my excitement.
Well, I'm happy to see that you're all enjoying yourselves. And thanks again, everyone. I really appreciate you being here today.
Of course!
It certainly is going to be the experience of a lifetime.
Damn, so we're just going
despite
right in.
the circumstances. By the way, Twilight, there's something I've been meaning to ask you.
Want to go out?
What is it, Apollo?
You mentioned that murder is nearly unheard of in Equestria. The first one to supposedly happen was for the case where Mr. Wright defended Rainbow Dash. How advanced can your criminal laws be if such serious crimes rarely, if ever, occur?
Apparently, they're nearly identical to ours. I remember Twilight saying something like Equestria's judicial system was inspired by humans.
That's right. I've read many books on both humans and human law. The human legal system has been refined through countless years of study and practice, and yet it is still evolving.
And it's
That's
still
why
fucked
equestrian
in
law
some
is
ways.
practiced very similarly, and what influenced the designs of nearly all of Equestria's courthouses.
Well, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, as they say.
Hey, boss?
What's up, Athena?
I was just wondering, who's gonna be your co-counselor for the trial? I don't see anyone else who would be up for the task, and we don't have the right badges.
Do you want in?
I figured it'd be best to go with Twilight. She was my co-counsel during Rainbow Dash's trial.
Yeah, you gotta have
after
her
all.
over your shoulder.
But doesn't she need an equestrian attorney's badge to be allowed to stand in court?
Nope. Since I'm a princess,
Oh yeah.
I can stand in
Imagine
court without the need of a
having the
badge.
president just
But
sitting in a
weren't
random
you
courthouse.
just a unicorn during Rainbow Dash's case? How could you be Mr. Wright's co-counsel if you weren't a princess?
Well, since I was Princess Celestia's student at the time, she gave me special permission. Phoenix had no experience in how Equestria worked, so we made an appeal to the Equestria High Council to allow me to be there to assist him.
I know you'd love to help out, Athena, but playing it safe for Miss Pomel's sake is our best option. With Twilight by my side, we've got someone who knows the rules of this world like the back of their hand. Hoof.
I gotcha, boss. Oh, speaking of Miss Pomel, she's here.
Sup?
Huh? What's up with Coco all of a sudden? She seemed fine yesterday.
Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Morning, Rarity. What's wrong with Coco?
I'm not sure myself. I saw her being escorted here by the guards with this rather, despondent
Being
look upon her
nervous?
face.
Being blackmailed?
It pains me to see her looking like that just before her trial, so I thought I'd steal her away from the guards with a little pony charm.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping I could figure out what's been plaguing her mind, but I'm afraid I haven't been able to get a single word out of her.
Don't even speak?
This place is in some serious trouble if someone genuinely dangerous is ever trusted to guards like those. Hey, Coco. How are you holding up? Wow, she's really out of it today.
Did someone do
the
something to her?
poor thing. The trial has her worried sick.
I guess that's understandable. It can't just be that, though, can it?
All right, Miss Pomel, you've got nothing to fear. You're innocent, and Daddy here will prove it. He'll show everyone that you had nothing to do with Overall Concept's murder.
I hope so.
Oh, darling, it's okay. It's okay. I know how much you cared about him.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
Oh, you're saying something.
Darling, there's something stuck in your mane.
Glitter?
What is that? It looks like... glitter?
Oh, sorry. I haven't had a chance to clean myself since I got arrested. Oh, Coco! How dare they allow you to stay dirty in detention? Especially in your state? Why, that's horrible!
Cruel, unusual punishment, mistrial.
Really? Can you give me a second? I need to calm myself down for the
Yeah,
trial
are you good? What is going on with you?
begins.
Of course, darling. Go lay on that couch over there and mellow out. It'll help, I promise.
Well, you would know. Okay, Rarity. If you'll excuse me. Overall concept must have been very special to her.
He was. The two always seemed so happy together. If both of their letters to me were any indication, every pony who worked with them thought so too.
It must be hard to lose such a good friend like that. I can't even imagine how she feels.
Yeah, it's rough.
It's something I wouldn't wish on anyone, and it only makes it worse that she's accused of murdering him. But that's exactly why we need to fight for her.
Yeah.
It's the only way to get her out of this and bring her some peace of mind.
You're right, Phoenix.
So, Twilight, do you have any information on who we're up against?
It's gonna be Suri, isn't it?
Yeah. Any idea who it's gonna be?
Or that,
I believe it's going to be Princess Celestia's nephew.
stuck-up guy.
She has a nephew?
Oh, or Prince Blueblood from the last.
Prince? Yes. And yes. In fact, his name is Prince Blueblood.
What? That's pompous excuse for a stallion!
Oh, God.
Rarity, please, inside voice. This is a courthouse.
Oh, right. I'm guessing you're still on bad terms with him then.
Bad terms? Oh, I've never met a stallion whom I've had such high hopes for, only to have them come crashing down. Of course I'm still on bad terms with him. And you're saying that he's the prosecutor?
Rarity,
His voice is
I'm
gonna get
sure
so
he's just doing
annoying.
it for the experience.
But out of all the ponies it could have been, why him? I swear
Let's
to
kill
Celestia,
him.
he better keep that horse's mouth shut about my little Coco. Or I will show him what it truly means to be a royal pain.
Okay, getting hostile. How about you go join Coco on the couch and calm yourself down?
Everybody just lay on the
Could use
couch.
your company.
Yes, you're right. Goodness, I cannot believe how mad that stallion makes me.
Just as dramatic as ever, isn't she?
You don't know the half of it.
That screaming almost rivals your cords of steel, Apollo.
For real. She's about as soft as a marshmallow at first glance, until you anger her and she comes at you with the fire and intensity of 1,000 suns.
So, you're saying that she turned into a roasted marshmallow?
Oh my God. Stop with the marshmallow.
Now thinking about it, it makes me hungry. I wish I had some words with me.
Can we get in the
What did you
courtroom?
mean just now when you said this Prince Blueblood is doing this for experience? What could warrant someone like him prosecuting a case?
Yeah, a newbie on
Yes,
a
royalty.
murder case?
Like I said, he's probably using this murder trial as an opportunity to gain some trial experience. After all, if you're ever going to rule a kingdom in Equestria, you're going to need extensive knowledge on the law and how to uphold it.
Yeah, whatever
As a
happened to
matter
him in
of
the show?
fact, I've been studying a lot of law since I became a princess myself.
No kidding. How are you finding it?
Oh, it's been so enjoyable. I can't tell you how
Of course
amazing
it
it
is
has
for
been.
you.
Learning about all the laws that are in place.
So, it's like an exam then. You study, then the trials you take part in test how
What's
much
that
you've learned and
law
what sort of knowledge they're after.
Test?
Like the one this
Boards?
blue blood guy
I
is
don't know.
taking part in today.
Is it embarrassing if that comparison makes me even more pleased that I'm doing it?
I certainly don't remember my law school experience being so fun. I'm envious.
So, based on the location of your castle, does that mean Ponyville is technically your kingdom?
I wouldn't exactly say that. It's just a place where all my friends live, so I figured
Just throw
why
a
not have
fucking
the castle
castle.
there too. Then again, the castle sort of grew. I mean, built itself there. I had no say in it.
Your castle built itself? Do I even
Dude,
want to know how that's
Just
possible?
don't question.
A lot has happened in the year and a half since you were here last.
You transformed into an alicorn, became a princess, and now you have your own castle that apparently built itself? I thought my life was crazy, but your life really got turned upside down.
They're
The
probably
trial
in
is about to
season
begin.
4.
Will the defendant and their attorney please enter the courtroom?
As much as I'd love to talk about what's been happening in Equestria, we have a trial to take
Yeah,
on.
let's get it.
I hope you're ready, Phoenix.
I gotta get in my
Ready as
cross-examination mode.
Good luck, Mr. Wright.
Spot some
We'll
details.
be cheering you on from the gallery.
Break a leg, Daddy.
Thanks, everyone. All right. Twilight, let's head inside.
Right behind you, Phoenix.
Let's get it. Get my brain working. I would rise, but I'm in my underwear.
Court is now in session for the trial of Coco Pamel. Are the prosecution and defense ready?
The prosecution has naturally been
God.
ready and waiting.
That
The
voice.
defense is ready. Your Honor!
Oh yeah, he's back again.
I knew you'd be surprised to see me, Mr. Wright.
New? But... What?
Wait, why is the judge here?
Oh, wow. Hiya, Judge.
Mr. Justice and Miss Sykes? Is that you over
Oh my
there?
God.
Don't forget me, Your Honor.
Oh, Miss Wright. It seems as though Mr. Wright's brought the whole gang along.
Twilight, what exactly is going on here?
Oh, did I forget to mention that I summoned the judge here again?
Wow.
Yes, you did.
Sorry. There's just been so much going on. I guess it just slipped my mind. But hey, it is a nice surprise seeing him again, right?
Even the judge is more aware of what's going on here than I am. That's a new low. So, why did you summon him again? I thought you said Princess Celestia is the one who usually presides as the judge. Was this another decision
Hey,
made
we
by
gotta
the
get the
High
judge
Council?
back in here. He's
no,
cool.
I just thought you'd be more comfortable having a familiar figure presiding, much like before. So, I put in a request to summon him again, and the court agreed. Besides, your judge loves being in Equestria. He stayed a while after you left last time, you know? Apparently, he really wanted to see the Summer Sun celebration. I knew he'd jump at the chance to come back.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, Twilight. I certainly do feel at home with him sitting
So
up
the
there.
defense attorney
And I can't think
counsel
of a judge more fair than him.
gets to
if
choose
I'm
the
being honest.
judge. It's a little biased,
Being
I
here
guess.
again brings back memories. I hope you all have as wonderful a time here as I did, Mr. Wright.
Well, they were kind of dragged along, so they had no choice.
If I may interject, may we cease this chit-chat and get on with the trial already?
Oh, of course. My apologies, Mr. Prince Blueblood, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You?
I am like no other prince in Equestria.
Oh, great. Another prosecutor who looks like they're going to ensure an unpleasant experience.
That being said, what are you supposed to be?
Don't hate the hair.
Me? What am I supposed to be? My name's Phoenix Wright. I'm Miss Pomel's defense attorney.
Ah, so it is you then. The famous Phoenix Wright, the human lawyer who served as the defense in the TS5 incident?
TS5?
TS5 incident? Sounds like our legal system isn't the only human thing ponies imitated.
The trial that took place a year and a half ago, following that unfortunate incident near Ponyville.
Yeah.
He must be talking about Rainbow Dash's trial. I suppose it must have been big news, considering the circumstances.
I must say, it was an impressive victory, especially since you proved that there wasn't even a murder to begin with. Unfortunately for you, your defeat here is guaranteed, as this case could not be more open and shut.
Said that last
I
time.
recommend giving up before I bring the same shame and humiliation upon you that I brought upon the rest of the attorneys I have
Come on,
encountered.
give me your unseen evidence.
A stallion of royal blood, losing to a commoner such as yourself, is something I am simply incapable of doing.
Just ticking every box on how not to make a good first impression, aren't you, buddy?
Now, I think it's about time we got on with the trial. Will the prosecution please begin their opening statement?
Of course, Your Honor.
Here we go, Phoenix.
The crime took place in the Bridal Way Theater, located in the heart of Manhattan, where the play Henny of the Hills was being performed. I have a promotional poster for the play here.
Okay.
Oh, this looks interesting. I'll have to get a ticket to the next show as soon as the trial is over.
Unfortunately, Your Honor, that will be impossible. Due to the obviously unforeseen circumstances, all future showings at Bridalway Theater are on hold.
Damn.
And besides, the show in question was completely sold out 7 hours before the play even started. The last ticket was bought by the defendant around noon of that day. You'll be hard-pressed to find an opportunity to buy a ticket, let alone actually manage to see the play.
Well, that's a shame. I don't suppose there are any other sites in the city I could catch on here?
We're in a trial!
I've heard that there'll be some sort of race here soon. I suppose if you're still here, you could watch that.
I'm not really into watching races like all of the young people are these days. My brother is, though.
Dude.
He's been...
If you don't mind, Your Honor, I'd like us to get back to the case at Hoof.
Oh, yes, of course. My apologies. Please continue, Prince Blueblood.
Thank you, Your Honor. The victim in this case is Overall Concept, who worked as the head costume designer for the theater. Allow me to present his autopsy report for your perusal.
Severed spinal cord. Large bruise.
It seems as though the victim was unconscious at the time of his death. It's at least comforting to know that he didn't suffer.
Indeed, Your Honor.
The victim was unconscious when he died. I'd better remember that detail.
As for the defendant in this case, that would be the victim's assistant, Miss Coco Pamel, who joined the theater several months ago. On that fateful night, Miss Pamel and Mr. Concept were in the dressing room working on various costumes as the play was being performed. This is likely how glitter found its way to the victim's forehooves, as stated in the autopsy report. Around 8:50 p.m., Miss Pamel attacked Mr. Concept in the dressing room. Attempting to save himself, Mr. Concept fled, but Miss Pamel gave chase. The victim ran up to the catwalk that runs above the stage, with the unsuspecting actor still performing below. It was on this catwalk where the defendant caught up to the victim and mercilessly attacked him once more, knocking him unconscious with a blow to the back of the head. Wasting no time, she wrapped a noose around the unconscious victim's neck.
It's a weird way
With
to...
the other end of the rope tied to the catwalk's railing, she pushed his body off the edge and hanged him in front of a full house.
Why would she choose to do that
5,000 ponies.
in front of everyone? And why would she attack him in the first place? What's the motive?
My word! What a cruel and horrible way to die!
I wholeheartedly agree, Your Honor.
Hold on a second. This is just pure speculation. What makes you think my client is the killer? She and the victim were good friends.
Let's hear the motive.
And you
what
think
happened?
the fact that they were friends is enough to let her off the hook? Nonsense.
I just
expected better from you,
Dude,
human.
I want more
If your
details.
case has as much evidence as your opening statement, it might as well be enough. I expected more than just pure speculation from you, Mr. Blueblood.
Prince Blueblood.
Oh my god.
And for your information, none of this is, as you say, pure speculation.
Show me
Not
the
only
evidence.
do I have physical evidence to back up my claims,
Okay.
but there is a decisive witness who saw the whole thing
God,
take
who
place.
is this witness?
That witness he's talking about must be Playwright.
Right. And allegedly he saw Coco chasing Overall up to the catwalk.
Let's hope he doesn't say anything too conclusive before you even get a chance to fight back.
Please call this witness to the stand, Prince Blueblood.
Of course, Your Honor. Witness, state your name and occupation for the record.
The name's Playwright.
So
I'm the
many
director of Broadway
stuck-up
Theatre.
people.
My job is to make sure that all
I
of
hate
my
the
plays
city.
are nothing short of masterpieces.
Your passion for the craft is duly noted, witness. Now, is it true that you saw the defendant chasing the victim 2 nights ago?
Yes, it is. I couldn't stand their loud hoof steps. I was worried that they were going to
Wow.
interrupt my play, you see. This performance was the best one yet.
You heard it?
Truly is a shame
Not
that
see
your
it?
play was interrupted by such a horrific tragedy. Mr. Playwright, I would like for you to please testify as to what you saw.
Are we already cross-examining?
It would be my pleasure.
This is it, Phoenix.
Let's hear what he has
Okay.
to say.
Testimony.
I was in the left wing of the stage, watching my play being performed. Suddenly, I saw Mr. Concept being chased by Miss Pommel up the catwalk. I tried to ignore the disturbance they were causing, but then I saw Mr. Concept hanging right above center stage. I ran up to the catwalk immediately and saw Miss Pommel looking down from where Mr. Concept fell. As much as I hate to believe it, Miss Pommel must have been the one who killed him. I can't see anything else that would suggest otherwise.
So the
He could
defendant
see in
really
the dark?
was chasing the victim.
Yes, I have no doubt in my mind.
You might not, but I do. Besides, you can't pronounce Coco Pommel's name properly.
He seems pretty confident.
Don't they all? Anyway, all we need to get the ball rolling is a contradiction in
Let's
his
get it.
testimony.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
I was in the left wing of the stage, watching my play being performed.
Hold it!
Already the whole
What was this play about?
It's about a mare named Hinny. She's an orphan who's determined to find her parents, who she was separated from at birth.
Oh? How'd they get separated?
Well, it's an incredible tale.
Objection!
Oh my god.
Do you mind? Some of us are still planning to see
Spoilers.
this play when the showings resume. How dare you try to spoil it for me? Not to mention, the plot is absolutely irrelevant to this case.
Well, I mean...
Oh, of course. My apologies. I just love talking about this story.
Aw, but I wanted to know how it all ends.
Of course you did, Judge.
So, you said you were watching from the left side of the stage. Didn't the chase happen on the right side, though?
Yeah, that's what I was...
Oh, are you referring to it as the house left wing? In that case, no, I was on the other side.
But you just said you were on the left side.
Do you know anything about the performing arts?
Kinda? I mean, I was in the art department in college. I, actually wanted to be a stage actor myself.
You? Trust me,
Dude.
you wouldn't last a day in the business. I can tell.
Just tell me what you mean by
Yeah,
left.
Thanks for the advice on a career choice I gave up on nearly 15 years ago.
Anyway, since you're obviously on the ignorant side when it comes to stage terminology, let me give you a little lesson. They were running through the stage left wing, but it's also called the house right wing. You call it stage left if you're looking at the audience from the stage, and you call it house right if you're looking at the stage from the audience. I just tend to go with the stage terms because I'm usually behind the curtains.
Okay.
So, is it left or right?
If it makes it easier for you, I'll go with your version and call it the right side. Does that make you feel better?
Yes, actually.
Jesus.
Anyway, why watch from the side? Wouldn't directors normally watch from the audience?
You're right. Many directors do tend to watch from the audience, but I like to be up close and personal during a performance. I want to make sure that my performers are at the top of their game.
Are
Okay.
you saying that you aren't confident in your actors to give it their all?
Oh, of course not! My performers are among the best in the business! Or they are now, at least. I just take a few extra precautions to make sure that my plays are absolute perfection.
I see. So, no mistakes at all then?
Not one. Everything went flawlessly up to the second act. We were on track for a perfect performance if it wasn't for what was happening backstage.
What was happening backstage?
Suddenly, I saw Mr. Concept being chased by Miss Pommel up the catwalk.
How'd you know it was in the dark?
You saw Miss Pommel chasing the victim? Weren't you watching the stage for any potential screw-ups from your actors?
Well, I had no choice but to look. Their obnoxiously loud hoof steps were distracting me from watching my play. It made me want to find whoever it was and scream at them, but it was during the show, so I had to keep quiet. I did complain to my stage manager, though. He was standing right next to me during both acts of the play.
His stage manager was with him. I suppose that gives him a solid alibi then. Were there any breaks during the play?
Yes, one. A 15-minute intermission between acts 1 and 2.
Okay.
And what were you doing during that time?
Overseeing the stage hooves work. They had a lot to do to get ready for the second act, you see.
What did this work entail?
Well, they had to completely clear the stage of all the props, as well as any debris that would cause problems for the actors on stage, mainly tripping hazards.
What time was all of this happening?
The intermission started at around 8 o'clock and it ended at 8:15. The second act would have run from then until 9 o'clock if Overall hadn't been murdered.
Did you see Overall at all during the intermission?
Actually, I did. He came on stage briefly to discuss something with me, and then he left right before the intermission ended. He said he and his assistant had to start working on coating a new sheet of fabric and paint.
What did you two talk about?
That's a private matter. It has nothing to do with this case, I assure you.
You're not the one who gets to make that judgment, Mr. Playwright. Tell us what he wanted to talk to you about. Remember, you're under oath.
Witness, please tell us what you discussed with the victim.
It was just something related to the fabric. That's all.
Why did you want to keep that private?
Yes, I asked him to make a special fabric for the next show we were planning. He wanted to confirm the details with me.
That must be the special fabric he told Rarity about in his letters to her. Did you see him again after that?
Not until the chase, no.
Even though the two of them met, it would have been before the time of death. I seriously doubt anything could have been done to throw that off, given the state of the crime scene. I guess this means Playwright can't be the killer. And when did the chase occur again?
It was near the conclusion of the play. I'd say it was probably around 8:50 p.m.
The time of death is estimated to be between 8:30 p.m. and 9 p.m. This all lines up perfectly with the prosecution's case.
Okay.
Which way did you look when you noticed the victim and my client?
To the right, of course.
So is the stagehouse direction
this
thing
is
still
gonna
applied here?
happen the entire series.
Forget it. I'll just show you on the diagram.
Okay.
I was watching the stage from this side, and I looked in this direction to see what was causing all the ruckus.
So, you were facing the dressing room then?
Yes.
How exactly did you know it was them? Isn't the backstage dark during the play?
Yes, but not pitch black. I was able to make out their silhouettes. Not to mention, they were the only two ponies who were on that side of the stage.
On that side? Does that mean there was someone else on the other side of the stage?
Yes, the stage hooves I mentioned before. They were all positioned at the right, or rather left if we're going by house terms, wing of the stage.
How long have they been there?
They were there throughout the entire first act. During the intermission, they came on stage to clean and prepare for Act 2. Then, they returned to the left wing for the second act.
In that case, what brought you to the conclusion that Coco was chasing Overall? Couldn't it have been one of the stage hooves that left their post?
Objection! Sorry, human, but that's impossible. The stage hooves were all interrogated after the incident. They claimed that not a single one of them left the right wing during the second act. I assume your next proposal is going to be that all of the stage hooves were in league with one another and plotted to murder Overall Concept together?
That seems unlikely. We better look for other possibilities. No, it isn't.
Pity. I was looking forward to putting you down even more.
Shut up!
But I would like Mr. Playwright to clarify exactly how he knew the figures he saw were Coco and Overall.
It was pretty dark, but I could make out a little of their faces. Miss Pommel looked a little scared yet determined. She was chasing a stallion who was running for help after all. As for Mr. Concept, he looked very angry.
Angry?
Hey, I don't blame him. He'd just been attacked by his partner, no less.
How do you know he'd
I'd
be
be
attacked?
more scared than angry if some pony was
Yeah,
attacking
why would
him.
Coco look like
Good point.
scared?
Let's see what other little tidbits we can get out of Playwright. Maybe he'll let something slip that we can use later on.
There's definitely something more going on with
I
Coco.
tried to ignore the disturbance they were causing, but then I saw Mr. Concept hanging right above center stage.
Hold it! There was a disturbance?
The hard hoof steps from them on the wooden floor were already bad enough. Mix that with a rattling catwalk and that loud clang. That's enough to ruin a play as it is.
Loud clang.
Not to mention that horrific hanging that happened not even a minute after they ran by.
How did you react to his death?
How do you think?
Dude, I was trying to get details.
Just like every pony else who saw it. Scared, horrified, distraught. My play was ruined, and one of my employees was killed. I wanted to find the ruffian who would dare commit such a heinous act. So I went up to that catwalk, and I was shocked at what I found. I ran up to the catwalk immediately and saw Miss Pommel looking down from where Mr. Concept fell.
Hold it! And how did Miss Pommel appear when you saw her there?
She looked unfocused, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. As soon as I saw her, I could tell. Miss Pommel pushed Mr. Concept.
There's like a
off the
third
catwalk
party
with
in
the
here.
noose that had been prepared.
That's like messing around with shit.
You're claiming that the news had been prepared before the chase?
Is it part of the play?
Huh. Honestly, just look at the poster.
Dude.
You can see it right there as plain as day. I can see right through you, human. You were planning on asking, why would the defendant have prepared a noose on the catwalk if she was never planning to go up there? Heh, an argument befitting a monkey such as yourself.
Dude,
Well,
I'm
this
trying
monkey's
to
quick
get
on his feet.
details. Oh my
So,
god.
This noose was already lying on the catwalk at the time of the crime.
That's right. It was supposed to be used during the climax of the play. But I certainly didn't plan for that kind of climax.
If it makes you feel better, it's a twist ending no one will ever.
Someone died, Phoenix.
When exactly was this noose prepared?
It was during the intermission. That was another task the stage hooves had to complete before the second act, on top of clearing the catwalk of any debris. I can assure you it was done flawlessly. I went up there just as they were finishing to check it myself. The noose was ready, and the catwalk was spotless. From that point on, the stage hooves were positioned on the left side of the stage, and I was on the right side with my stage manager.
Can we get the stage manager
Did
in
the
here?
stage hooves report anyone going up to the catwalk during the second act?
They did not. Along with none of them leaving their positions, not a single one has made mention of seeing any pony go up or down the stairs, leading to the catwalk after the second act had begun, even
Well, those
after the murder
footprints
had
say
occurred.
otherwise.
So, it's a classic locker room murder then. Are you sure that you saw no one else while you were up there?
I'm certain. No one else was on that catwalk besides Miss Pommel and myself. She was standing right above where Mr. Concept was, you know, pushed down from.
Did you see anything else on the catwalk at all?
Well, there was a small pile of glitter and a glitter-stained fabric roll next to Miss Pommel, but I didn't pay them much attention, really.
Glitter-stained fabric roll. Huh. When we went to investigate the theater yesterday, we only saw the pile of glitter.
Someone
That would
tamper
be
with
because
it?
the police already
Or that.
removed it for examination. I have it right here. It was found exactly where the witness said it was in his testimony.
I say, Prince. Do my eyes deceive me? Or does that fabric roll have several splinters sticking from it?
It does indeed, Your Honor. It would appear as though this roll has seen its fair share of use over the years.
Okay.
Something about that fabric roll doesn't sit right with me. And what did you do after you found Miss Pommel?
Well, I had to make sure she didn't try to get away, so I stayed on the catwalk and called out to my stage manager standing below to cancel the play and call for the police. They arrived relatively quickly, and arrested Miss Pommel right where I found her.
So she stayed there the whole time?
But how did she respond to you? You must have said something to her when you walked up there, right?
We didn't actually say a word to each other.
Huh?
It's weird.
Miss Pommel just started crying. A lot. I felt bad for her, but I was certain she was the one who murdered Overall Concept. So instead of asking her anything, I just kept watch and let her be until the police arrived.
Huh. A classic case of crocodile tears to garner
Dude.
sympathy. It's what any criminal would do to make themselves appear innocent. Your directing skills must have helped you make that flawless judgment. Good on you, witness.
Thanks. Although I have to give her credit, she sure made them look real.
That's because they were real.
Yeah.
She had just lost a friend, and the first thing you assume is that she's the one who murdered him? I'd be upset too, if I were in her horseshoes.
As you can see, this witness has given a remarkably solid testimony. I do hope you'll spare us all any further embarrassment, human.
What do you mean embarrassment?
A solid testimony? Well, wait until you see the crack in it,
what's with the
because I'm about to split it
footprints?
wide open.
Any closing remarks, witness?
As much as I hate to believe it, Miss Pommel must have been the one who killed him. I can't see anything else that would suggest otherwise.
Objection!
Oh shit.
Are you absolutely sure about that last part, witness?
Yes, nothing else was out of place.
Well, if you ask me, that's far from true.
What? Are you calling me a liar?
Not necessarily. It could be that you simply failed to take something into account.
I'm sorry?
What's out of
He
place?
failed to take something into account, you say? Humor me then. What is it you claim the witness did not give proper consideration?
That would, of course, be this fabric roll.
The fabric roll?
Mr. Playwright, when you saw Coco and Overall run by, were either of them holding anything?
If they had been, I would have mentioned that in my testimony. I'm not in the habit of making such a simple mistake as that.
In that case, how does the prosecution intend to account for this?
Stop talking in riddles, defense. What is
How
it
did
that
the
you're
roll
trying to
get there?
say?
Playwright has stated that he did not see Miss Pommel or the victim holding the fabric roll during the chase. We've also established that no one else went up or down the catwalk from the time the second act started to when Playwright ascended to the catwalk after the murder. The testimonies of both Playwright and the stage hooves confirm this. If this is true, then where in the world did the fabric roll come from?
Oh, that's right!
What?
And why is it splintered?
Nice one, Phoenix.
Our first contradiction of the day. Now, let's start turning this case.
Objection! Huh. Is that all you've got, feeble lawyer?
What do you mean? This is a serious contradiction.
He still has physical
I have
evidence,
to
he
agree
said.
with the defense here. How could the fabric roll end up on top of the catwalk if neither of the parties that went up there were carrying anything?
I believe I have an explanation, Your Honor.
Then please go right ahead, Prince Blueblood.
Witness, when you saw the victim being chased by Miss Pommel, how far ahead was he?
Well, he'd already started climbing up the catwalk, so pretty far. If I had looked a second later, I probably would have missed him entirely.
And there you have it.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Then allow me to explain in a manner that even a commoner such as yourself can follow. The fabric roll was brought up to the catwalk by Overall Concept. Since he was ahead of Miss Pommel, and was already partly up the stairs to the catwalk by the time the witness took a glance at them, it would make perfect sense as to why he would miss this detail.
I don't know about that.
That does seem to explain
Does it?
I imagine it would be rather difficult to see something like that given what was going on, especially in the dark.
I mean, the witness is pretty confident.
Your Honor.
He said himself he would have spotted it if either of them
There
were
goes
holding
that
something.
contradiction. Now what?
Don't give up yet, Phoenix.
I'm not giving up, bitch.
I think we still have some room to maneuver. There's something that Blueblood hasn't established yet that demands an explanation.
You're right. Good thinking,
Yeah,
Twilight.
why would she attack him?
Prosecutor Blueblood.
Prince Prince, please.
Prince Blue Blood. There's still something vital to this case
What's
that
the
you've
motive?
yet to establish.
And that would be...
A clear motive. It's been mentioned before that the victim and the defendant were very close friends. What makes you think that my client, of all ponies, would want to kill him?
Oh, you really want to know? I'm afraid you'll regret asking that
No, I
question,
won't,
human
because I
lawyer.
want all the details.
Your Honor,
Yes, Prince Blueblood?
the prosecution would like to call the defendant herself to the stand.
Objection! What are you planning to have her testify about?
Don't worry, it's nothing she'll need to plead the fifth for. All she needs to do is tell us about her living situation.
What? How is that relevant to this case?
Prince Blueblood, I too fail to see how the defendant's living situation could possibly be of any use to us.
What are
If
they,
you'll allow me
roommates?
to present this testimony, Your Honor, I guarantee I will be able to establish its relevance to the case at hand. Unless, of course, the defense has so little faith in his own client that he's frightened he'll lose if
Why
she
does
testifies.
every prosecutor have to be
What?
like this?
How dare...
If that's the case, I can request that this trial be brought to a swift resolution if you'd like. The prosecution has already made it abundantly clear that the defendant is the only one who had the opportunity to murder the victim. These extra bits of testimony and evidence will only serve to chip away at your fragile ego.
He has even more evidence. If we could see that, then perhaps we could use it to turn this trial around. But first, we're gonna have to get through
Yeah,
this
can we just get
testimony.
everything out?
Well, Mr. Wright, do you wish to have your client testify? It could be very harmful to your case if Prince Blueblood can establish the relevance he is claiming.
Do
Does
note
she need
that
to
should you
testify
choose
herself?
not to have her testify, I will call for a ruling. This trial will end here and now.
The fuck?
Phoenix, what do we do? If we don't let Coco testify, we're going to lose this trial.
Well then, we'll just have to allow it. It's not like we have much choice.
But what if she says something that makes things even worse for us? We can't afford to take
Well,
any more
we
damage
know
to
she's
our
innocent,
case.
so he's got to roll with it.
I know it's risky, but Blue Blood said he still had some more evidence against Coco. If we can force it out of him, we should still be able to save her. The defense agrees to the prosecution's request, Your Honor. Let's hear the defendant's testimony.
You've dug your own grave, human attorney.
Shut up.
Very well. Let the defendant take the stand.
Please state your name and occupation for the record. Defendant!
Coco, come
Quit your
on.
useless pouting and state your name and occupation.
Don't you dare yell at my friend, you pompous
Whoa.
jerk!
Order! Order in the court! Will the pony in the audience please refrain from screaming at the prosecution?
Rarity, now's not the
Yeah,
time.
for real.
My name is Coco Pomel, and I'm, or I guess, was the assistant costume designer at Bridalway Theater.
Now then, please testify about your current living arrangements in as much detail as you can manage.
Okay.
Poor Coco. I hope this isn't going to be too much for her.
Ever since I started living on my own, I've been staying at various hotels across Manhattan. I've never been that wealthy, so that was all I could manage until I met Overall. He took me under his wing as an apprentice, and even offered to let me live with him in his apartment.
I see where this is
As
going.
much joy to him as he did to me, it seems. I don't know what I'm going to do now that he's gone.
Oh, what a tragic story. I think I might be tearing up.
Keep it together, Judge.
Don't be fooled, Your Honor. This is merely her psychological manipulation at work. She may appear to be grieving on the outside, but on the inside, she's deviously dancing in delight.
Objection! Your Honor, this is slander!
Objection sustained.
Ooh.
Prince Blueblood, I will not
Yeah,
allow
thank
comments
you.
like that in my court.
Finally.
You commoners and your bleeding hearts.
Now, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Coco didn't mention any of this to me yesterday. I wonder why not. No use thinking about it now.
There
We
is
just have
some
to focus on how to get Coco out of
third
this.
party involved in this situation.
Ever since I started living on my own, I've been staying at various hotels across Manhattan.
Hold it! You've never had a place to call your own.
No, everything I've ever had I owed to those who were there to support me. Rarity, Overall, my parents, and even my old mentor.
Your old mentor. Is this the pony we're talking about yesterday? The one who always said it's every pony for themselves in the big city.
Yes.
Oh,
her.
Suri, okay.
I quit being her assistant several months ago and took up a job at the
She has a
theater.
role in this, doesn't she?
To Rarity.
You don't sound too happy about that.
Oh no! Of course I'm grateful to Rarity for giving me such a huge opportunity!
But what?
It doesn't change the fact that I needed her to do it for me. Just once in my life, I'd like to achieve something that had been delivered to me on a silver platter. Something that I at least played some sort of major role in.
I see. Then perhaps you...
Objection! I grow weary of your stalling tactics, human. You are her attorney, not her therapist. You're here to cross-examine the defendant, so I suggest you get on with it.
I wonder how much effort it takes him to be that unpleasant.
Objection sustained. Please continue with the cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
I've never been that wealthy, so that was all I could manage until I met Overall.
So you owed him money?
Do you really have so little money that you could barely afford a place to live?
The city's expensive,
Yes,
dude.
especially after I quit being an assistant to my mentor. She always made enough for both of us with the designs she sold.
What was that she was about to say? And what about when you became an assistant costume
You
designer at
gotta
Bridal Way?
tell us the full
Did
truth,
you make more
Coco.
money then?
No, I was only an assistant, and an apprentice at that. The director, playwright, didn't trust my skills enough to give me any work worth paying much for. If it wasn't for Overall, I'm sure I would have had to quit that job for a better paying one elsewhere.
So, Overall was able to support you and himself?
Yes, he was paid handsomely as the head costume designer of the biggest theater in Equestria. Not only that, but his designs fetched pretty high prices outside the theater as well.
Was he really that well known?
Of course he was.
How did he get to be that famous?
Well, I can only tell you what I heard from him, but apparently, after his parents passed away a couple of years ago, he fell into a rather deep depression. They were his only family, and his only source of encouragement, you see. He thought about giving up on his dream to become a designer. However, he soon realized he'd be betraying his parents' hopes for him if he did, and so he poured himself into his work. He slaved day and night to create design after design, and finally, he decided to enter a contest, one that would essentially guarantee a successful career in design, should he win. And he did. Afterwards, his designs became well known all across Equestria, and he has since worked at Bridal Way Theater as his head costume
Damn, we're
designer.
getting his whole history.
What a touching story.
Wow. Overall must have been one strong stallion to not only overcome his parents' deaths, but also achieve his lifelong dream.
He was. If only he hadn't passed away himself, then maybe he could have helped me.
Well, maybe if you didn't kill him, you could have done so. You've no one to blame but yourself.
So how does this make a motive, though? What?
I didn't!
Let's continue with the testimony, shall we?
Don't worry, Coco. I'm gonna get you out of this.
He
took me under his wing as an apprentice, and even offered to let me live with him in his apartment.
Hold it! Coco, how come you didn't tell me about any of this yesterday?
What do you mean?
Yesterday in the detention center, when I asked you about your relationship with Overall Concept, this is what you said to me.
Oh, it's nothing too serious, if that's what you're thinking. We were just good friends who liked working together. He's even teaching me how to design better so I can one day make a design of my own for another play.
You guys friends or
At
friends
the
with
time,
benefits?
I took that to mean you were nothing more than coworkers. Was I wrong when I made that assumption? Coco?
You've got to speak. I'm sorry, but you
Coco!
have to.
Did you purposely mislead me into believing you two were connected by nothing more than your work?
Maybe.
Why?
Because I was afraid that you wouldn't take my case otherwise.
What? Well, why would you think that?
You've got to let everything out. You got to be truthful.
I don't like the sound of that. What in the world is Coco hiding from me?
Yeah. There's still no motive, by the way. All they know is that they're living
I brought
together.
as much joy to him as he did to me, it seems. I don't know what I'm going to do now that he's gone.
If anything, this is better for Coco.
That's
'cause
what every pony keeps saying.
she's reliant on his
You
income.
two seem to get along so well. First Playwright, and then even Rarity said that you told her how happy Overall made you feel in your letters to her.
Yeah, we were really great friends.
So why does everyone think you killed him?
That.
And that's exactly why I'm so puzzled.
What do you mean?
You just said that you were afraid I wouldn't take your case if I knew the truth about your living arrangements prior to today. Coco, you must have known that I have heard nothing but positive comments about your relationship with the victim from those who
What is
knew
going
you
on
both.
with your relationship?
So why would you think I would hesitate if I knew you two were living together?
Coco!
Oh, come now, attorney. The answer is so obvious, I'm surprised
What,
it's
did she owe him
taken you
money?
this long to realize it.
If you know the reason, why not just say so already?
Yeah,
Were
for
you trying
real.
to
Oh my
establish some
God.
sort of motive with this testimony? Let's hear it then.
Very well. I would like the court to take a look at this.
What is this, Prince Blueblood?
It's a document that recognizes both Coco Pamel and Overall Concept as domestic partners. The two entered into this partnership not long after they began living together.
And how is that relevant?
My attorney. Are you not aware of one of the primary
Life
aspects
insurance?
of a domestic partnership?
Sorry. It's, not
Is
my
there
area
life
of
insurance
expertise,
in Equestria?
sadly.
And you call yourself a lawyer? What a joke. Very well, I shall explain. If a partner passes away intestate, that's without leaving behind a will for you uninformed commoners, when they are in a domestic partnership, as Mr. Concept did, their partner will receive all of their assets.
So basically, killing him to get the life insurance.
Oh, no!
Yes! Now you finally get it! That is why this poor, underpaid assistant costume designer murdered
I mean,
one of the
I
most
guess
wealthy and
that's a
well-known
motive, but
designers in Equestria.
That would mean every single
And
partnership
his
ever
assets for herself.
in this universe has a motive.
Order! Order in the court! I must admit, that certainly sounds
I mean,
like an
I
incredibly
guess.
plausible motive for murder.
Of course it is, Your Honor, because it's
Well, if
the
if she was
truth.
trying to do that, why would she do it in public, in front of
You
everyone?
hide this from me. This... How am I supposed to recover
And
from
why would they
this?
get into a fight? Wouldn't it be premeditated
What are we
murder?
supposed to do now? This motive, it's almost too perfect.
No, it's not.
I don't know. And it definitely didn't help that Coco kept this hidden from us all this time. I had no way to prepare for this.
That's also true.
Well, you have to say something. Fight back. Otherwise, Coco will be found guilty.
Objection! The defendant was being supported very well by the victim. She didn't need to steal his money.
Objection! Did I ever say she was after his money specifically?
What do you mean?
Recall what I said, attorney. she would inherit all of Overall Concept's assets. Assets, attorney! Like, for example, all of his fabrics and designs.
But why would she choose to murder him in the middle of a play?
The money she would inherit would be a nice bonus, and no doubt added fuel to the fire, but what Coco Pamel was really after were the victim's designs.
I want to kill my husband for his money.
Why?
Let's hang him from a noose in public.
During our investigation, we discovered that Miss Pamel had entered a fashion competition. The very same competition the victim himself entered a couple years ago.
No.
Just to clarify exactly what this contest is, it's a fashion competition where the winner receives the honor of being recognized by the most well-known designers in the industry. While not particularly large, it is very prestigious, needing several background checks to even enter. Winning this contest is a big boost to one's career, as you can imagine.
What is it, Twilight?
I don't know. Something about that strikes me as important. I just can't put my hoof on it.
It goes
we
without
gotta put a
saying
lot of
that
hoofs on it
contest
fast.
Such as this would draw in several other keen fashion designers looking to rise to the top. With this much competition stacked against her, Miss Pamel was not confident enough in her abilities to win the contest.
And what brought you to that conclusion?
The defendant herself admitted as much. When we interrogated her about the contest, she told us that she did not feel confident about her chances of winning.
Then surely Overall would have helped Miss Pommel in making designs, or at least guided her.
Possibly. However, it's against the rules to seek direct help from some pony who has already won the contest. It's a preventative measure against copying previous victors' work with minor alterations.
But she was learning from him. I'm sure Miss Pommel had the ability to do just fine in the contest.
Her actual level of competence is irrelevant. What matters is how she felt about her prospects of winning. Besides, I'm not finished, attorney.
What do you mean?
There's a special fabric the victim was making, as mentioned earlier by the previous witness. He was creating this fabric in secrecy for an upcoming play.
So why is this special fabric important in this case?
You should have connected the dots by now, considering that Miss Pamel and Mr. Concept lived together for a number of months. She naturally would know about this special fabric. And just like you said, Miss Pamel was learning from him, so this was to her advantage.
You're really accusing Miss Pommel of cheating in this contest?
Cheating in the contest and betraying Overall Concept's trust.
And that's why...
Looks like you finally realized it. That is exactly why the defendant murdered Overall Concept. It was her chance
Why
of
do it by
stealing his design
getting in a fight in the dressing room
as her own.
when they're the only ones there?
Twilight, if you have something to say, then by all means, say it.
On
All we
night of
have is the
murder,
footprints.
The victim
That's
was
it.
working on that very fabric. This, too, we heard from Mr. Playwright. That was probably what set the defendant off. Upon seeing the fabric, she made up her mind, once and for all,
Come
to murder
on.
the victim. She attacked him in the dressing room, but failed to land a strike. The victim fled out of the room with a fabric roll in his mouth, likely taken for the purposes of self-defense, with Miss Pamel hot on his trail. The two were spotted by Mr. Playwright as they made their way up the stairs to the catwalk. Finally, as Overall Concept reached the top, he tripped, dropping the fabric roll. The defendant caught up to him,
What was the loud
grabbed
bang?
the roll, and proceeded to knock him unconscious.
With the roll?
Afterwards, she wrapped the rope that was laying on the catwalk around the victim's neck and threw him over the edge of the rail, finally killing him.
Still
If it weren't for Mr. Playwright immediately coming up the catwalk after the murder, she may have gotten away with it. But she can't hide from her crime now, can she, Mr. Wright?
Twilight? Say something.
And to think, this incredibly selfless stallion was planning on proposing to Coco, and she stole his life away.
She would have got his
because
assets
of
if they
her own
married.
selfish desires.
What?
Hang on.
Propose?
Prince Blueblood? What do you mean?
During our inquiries regarding overall concept and Miss Pamel's relationship, many ponies employed at Bridalway Theater commented on how much he cared about her. Apparently, he often said that being together with her made him
she's
even
gonna break
happier
down.
than when his parents were still
She
alive.
is gonna break down.
They mentioned that he was going to propose next week.
Oh my god, that
after
sucks.
another play. He even ordered this custom ring to give to her. I have it right here, Your Honor. The police found it while they were investigating his apartment.
Well, damn.
He was
Yeah.
going to propose to me.
This shows just how cruel you really are. You took advantage of an innocent stallion's kindness for your own selfish gains and killed him in the process.
But why couldn't she
Mayors like
remember
you
anything?
are corrupting our good-natured society of
Oh my
Equestria.
god.
It's despicable. Don't you agree, ponies of the gallery?
How could she do something like that?
After everything that kind
Oh
stallion
my
did
god.
for her.
I never thought ponies could be so evil.
Order! Order in the court! My word. Could someone who looks so adorable
Yeah.
really be so cruel?
Looks are very deceiving.
What did Twilight
And
notice?
what better example of that than this heartless, soulless excuse of a man?
Dude!
How dare you spew such
Okay.
poisonous lies? Coco would never do that to a stallion who cared about her. Why, I ought to come over there and tear your cold little heart out for that.
Whoever that is out there, please refrain from shouting, or else you will be removed from the court.
Rarity, I get that you don't like this guy, but I need you to keep quiet if I'm going to properly help Coco.
Well, defense, anything you want to say to counter my claims?
All we have is
Or you
footprints
decided that you suffered
and
enough
Twilight.
humiliation?
Come on. There's gotta be something I can say to this. But he's absolutely tarnished Coco's image to the rest of the court. Where am I even supposed to begin this uphill battle?
It seems as if the defense has no further objections. In
No.
that case, I think it's
No.
about time for me to pass my verdict. Any closing remarks, Prince Blueblood?
I warned you, human attorney. You should have saved yourself from putting on this pathetic display when you had the chance. Your Honor, please proceed.
We have footprints.
No!
Footprints.
I can't let it end like
Footprints.
this!
Very well.
Twilight.
This court finds the defendant, Coco Pamel.
Objection!
I don't think you're allowed to
Who
do
was
that from
that?
the audience. Never mind, it was
It was
Twilight.
me, Your Honor.
What?
Twilight?
Are you?
Prosecutor Blueblood, I want you to clarify something for me.
Prince,
Blueblood, you said Coco saw the special fabric on the night of the murder, and that's what prompted her to go through with her plan to kill Overall.
Excuse me? You are to
Shut
address
up.
me as...
Is that what you're claiming or not?
Yes, that is what I am claiming. What of it?
Can you please show us the fabric you're talking about?
Surely you must have seen it for yourselves. It was left sitting in the dressing room. But if you insist on seeing it again, I had it brought into court today. Here it is. Are you happy?
Huh! Just as I had thought.
What is that supposed to mean?
I believe Mr. Wright can answer that for me.
I can't.
Of course. Thanks, Twilight. What she means, Prince Blueblood, is that the fabric you presented to the court is not the special fabric that Overall made.
What? No, it has to be. Playwright confirmed it when we asked him. This fabric is what Overall was commissioned to make for the theater.
Then let me rephrase my response. True, that is indeed the special fabric Overall was working on for the theater that night. However, the fabric that you presented is currently incomplete!
What?
Huh?
Order! Order! Prince Blueblood, what is the meaning of this?
So it was. Incomplete
I
in
find
the
it
dressing
hard to
room?
believe that the defendant would have murdered the victim for a roll of incomplete fabric.
Yeah.
Then
Okay.
that's it. She must not have known it was incomplete.
Objection! How is that possible? She and the victim not
Yeah,
only
they
worked
knew the
together,
designs.
but they lived together. There's no way she wouldn't have known what the fabric was supposed to look like.
Well, maybe she thought she could finish the fabric on her own.
Okay, let's test that theory then, shall we? Mr. Playwright.
Yes?
I recall you said something in your testimony earlier regarding the fabric Overall was working on that night.
He came on stage briefly to discuss something with me, and then he left right before the intermission ended. He said he and his assistant had to start working on coating a new sheet of fabric and paint.
If you don't mind me asking, what exactly was this paint?
Fluorescent paint. The fabric was supposed to be covered in both that paint and a touch of glitter.
And what does that prove? Miss Pamel would have known that. You said so yourself.
It's not about whether or not she would have known about it, but whether or not she could gain access to it.
What do you mean? She was going to inherit all of Overall's assets. The fluorescent paint and glitter would have been
Not if it
included
was
in that as well.
incomplete, right?
True. She would have inherited whatever Overall had left. What about after she ran out?
What?
This fabric was meant to be used in the next play at Bridalway Theater. Naturally, that means Coco would have had to make more if she intended on using it in the contest.
So she would have needed
And
to
making
know
more
how to make
fabric
it.
means buying more paint.
And how is that an issue? She would have inherited all of Overall's money. Buying a few cans of paint would have been nothing.
Not this paint, I'm afraid.
Explain yourself.
Yesterday, when we were investigating the theater, Rarity, one of the most fashion-forward ponies in Equestria, had a few things to say about this fluorescent paint.
Fluorescent paint? Such a thing exists? Where can I get this paint?
Yeah, no one knows
Might
about
help with
this.
My business.
It's special.
I still wonder where he got this paint. It must have been awfully expensive, especially since he used so much of it.
If Rarity hadn't even heard of the paint, let alone considered it to be cheap, then I doubt this paint is anywhere near as accessible or affordable as regular paint. Even if Coco were able to find and buy some, do you really think she'd be able to do so before the contest?
Yeah, this goes back to my
deadline?
point. Why would she
Or
kill him
spend that much of her newly earned
to get
money
all of
on a chance
his
that
assets?
the fabric would be good enough to win
just
a contest?
on a whim in
If
the
she
dressing room?
lost, she'd have a very hard time making that money back.
Objection! If you look at the fabric by itself, it's already relatively nice to look at, even without all the bells and whistles the victim added to it. She could have just entered the base fabric itself into the contest.
Maybe
Murder
so.
for that?
But you can't deny that this evidence blows a hole in your theory that Coco killed Overall for this fabric.
Mr. Wright has a point, Prince Blueblood. The motive you proposed isn't very persuasive given this new information. Do you have anything else against the
I
defendant
was doubtful
that
of this
proves
motive
she committed this crime?
since the beginning.
Of course, Your Honor. I have yet to produce the most damaging piece of evidence.
Oh my
to
god.
this court.
Just give me everything in one.
So, we're finally going to see
At
what
least
he
we're
was talking about
getting it
earlier.
out now.
Indeed, Your Honor. And I'll have Playwright explain what I mean.
Huh? Me?
Witness, when you found Miss Pamel on the catwalk that night, did you notice anything odd about her?
Well, as I said earlier, she seemed rather dazed.
And what about her hooves? Did you notice anything in particular about them?
Oh, that's right!
What is it, witness?
Miss Pommel's forehooves. When I discovered her on top of the catwalk, they were covered in glitter.
What?
I mean, that just means she was working on the fabric, right?
The defendant's forehooves were covered in glitter? What does this mean?
Allow me to explain, Your Honor. Recall that Miss Pamel and Mr. Concept were working in the dressing room prior to the crime. During the course of their work, the defendant must have gotten her hooves covered in glitter.
Oh! So the glitter marks on the fabric roll?
Precisely, Your Honor. They were left behind by Miss Pamel when she used it
But
to
wouldn't
hit
he have
the
had glitter
victim.
too?
No, this can't be.
And now the prosecution would like to submit our final piece of evidence, the noose.
The noose itself?
The court is no doubt aware of the fact that this is the noose used to hang the victim to death. Though I have yet to reveal a crucial detail concerning
What, does it have glitter on it?
this, we have discovered that, just like the fabric roll, there are traces of glitter on it.
Where the fuck is all this glitter coming from?
Considering that there is only one conscious pony on the catwalk that could have committed the crime, the only logical inference is that Miss Pamel is the culprit. But knowing that she had glitter left on her hooves, and that there was glitter on both the fabric roll and the noose, it has become crystal clear that Miss Pamel was the one who knocked the victim out, wrapped the noose around his neck, and killed him.
Yeah, where did this glitter come from? I don't know.
That seems to be very decisive evidence. The one who touched the rope was Miss Pamel herself.
We still haven't talked about the footprints, though.
Of course. There's no other way it could be any pony else.
Are her hooves like glow-in-the-dark residue?
I presume a guilty verdict is in order, Your Honor?
It would seem that way.
Because it may make her look suspicious, but it would
But
prove
what
the
about the
witness is
motive?
wrong.
It's unlikely that Coco would have killed for a fabric that she had no reliable way of reproducing.
You're still obsessing over that? Perhaps she merely killed him for his other designs, or maybe just
on a whim in the dressing room?
The defendant has a laundry list of potential
Did a
motives,
noose in
attorney.
public?
That fact doesn't disappear by virtue of you pointing out that the completed version of the fabric was not at the theater that night, you know. Besides, who can say for certain what was going through that demented pony's head that night? For all
What'd
we
you
know,
notice,
the
Phoenix?
defendant may have a motive beyond our wildest imaginations. What matters, though, is that all of the evidence points to her as the one responsible for this crime. The glitter on her hooves, the fabric roll, the noose itself, and being found at the scene with no chance that any pony else had slipped away unnoticed.
We gotta bring up these footprints. So
All of it points to one simple conclusion. Coco Pamel murdered
Stop doing that.
overall concept in cold blood.
what is that witness hiding? I'm telling you, there's a third party in this. There's some other pony. I think it's Suri.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor.
Prince Blueblood has presented a very convincing case.
Is this the time to bring up the
Even if
footprints?
the motive is somewhat unclear at the moment.
Check her
I'm
hooves.
afraid if you have nothing further to add,
Check Coco's
then I
hooves.
will have no choice but to end the
Shine a
trial.
light on her hooves.
This is your last chance, Mr. Wright. Do you have anything else to present to this court to counter
All
the
I can think of is
prosecution's
shining a light on her
claims?
hooves to prove the playwright is wrong.
Of course he doesn't. If he did, he would have presented it a long time ago.
This is it. If I mess up here, the trial's over. I need to present something that casts significant doubt over Blueblood's claims. I believe he may have unintentionally given me just the hint I needed. Your Honor, I do indeed have something to present to the court at this time.
What? How could you possibly?
Now, Prince Blueblood. Save your
Yeah.
surprise for after you've seen what it is Mr.
What do you
Wright
got?
has to present. Mr. Wright, please present this piece of evidence to the court.
Yes, Your Honor. Take that!
Is that a torn piece of fabric?
Really? That's it? That's your big piece
Hey,
of
wait,
evidence?
it's completed.
Perhaps not in terms
Right?
of its physical size, but certainly in the whole it'll create in your argument.
Cease your smug little remarks and explain, human.
You're the last pony I want to hear that from, Blueblood. Very well. We found this ripped piece of fabric
Is it
during our
completed?
investigation of the stage. It was right below the center of the catwalk.
I fail to understand how this relates to anything discussed thus far.
Well,
How about we let the one who requested the fabric explain it to us then?
Huh? Me?
Playwright, you were the one who asked overall concept to make this fabric, correct?
Yes, we needed it for our next play.
For your next play? Meaning none of the costumes for the play on the night of the murder used this fabric?
That is correct.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright?
It's simple, Your Honor. If the fabric wasn't being used on the night of the crime, then why did we find a piece of it on the stage afterwards?
Yeah, what's going on with that?
Objection! That piece of fabric could have found its way there at any point.
But it's completed.
It's impossible for you to prove when exactly it wound up there.
Objection! I may not be able to prove the exact time it ended up on stage, but I can definitely prove it was after the play's intermission.
How?
Recall Playwright's testimony for a moment. He had this to say about what was happening on stage during the 15-minute intermission.
Well, they had to completely clear the stage of all the props, as well as any debris that would cause problems for the actors on stage. Mainly tripping
I thought they found the fabric on the catwalk.
The stage hoops had to clear the stage? No!
If this piece of fabric had been on stage before intermission, it would have been cleared off by the time the second act had begun. After all, there's no way Playwright would have allowed for anything less. Am I right,
Mr.
Witness?
Perfect.
Absolutely. It's out of the question that I would have let the play continue.
Get
if something
Suri
like
here.
this was still on
Stage manager. I know she has something to
it
do
could
with
have
this.
distracted the audience or ruined the concentration of one of the performers.
So you see, Prince Blue Blood, there's no way this piece of fabric was on the stage before the intermission.
Objection! The victim came on stage during the intermission to talk to Playwright about the fabric. It's possible he could have accidentally dropped that piece on the stage then, and it simply went unnoticed because the stage had already been cleaned.
Objection!
Damn,
Sorry,
so many objections.
But that's also impossible.
Why's that?
Let's go back to Playwright's testimony one more time.
He came on stage briefly to discuss something with me, and then he left right before the intermission ended. He said he and his assistant had to start working on coating a new sheet of fabric and paint.
Yeah, my paint's already on there. Completed.
If you examine this fabric closely, you'll notice that it's covered in glitter. Not only that, but if we were to turn off the lights in this courtroom, I'm sure you'll realize that it's also covered in fluorescent paint. However, according to Playwright, Overall didn't start covering his fabric in paint until after he had come on stage.
Boo, boo, boo. Take that, you bitch.
Then, what does this mean, Mr. Wright?
Inconsistency.
This piece of fabric proves two things. The first is that someone brought it up to the catwalk during the second act of the play.
The catwalk?
And what ridiculous train of logic are we meant to board to arrive at that
The stage manager.
Well, there's simply no other way for it to have landed on the stage, right? No one could have brought it to the stage directly without being seen, so the only conceivable option must be that it came from above.
Fine. And what's the second thing that piece of fabric supposedly proves?
Isn't it obvious? It proves that at the theater that night, there existed at least one sheet of overall
Yeah, that's what I
special
was saying.
fabric that had been completed.
It's fully completed.
That's absurd.
But how is that possible? I thought the police only found one sheet of the fabric, and it was the incomplete version.
Which can only mean that the other sheet was stolen from the theater that night. A third party must
That's what I've been saying, this
with it.
third party.
Objection! You are either desperate beyond belief or have gone completely insane.
What do you mean there's no
Brony?
way it could
There's
exist?
no way a third party could exist.
Well then, why don't you explain what this means then? This piece of fabric clearly proves that the completed fabric was there at the theater that night. So why didn't the police find it?
Simple. The defendant had hidden it prior to the crime. She must have been planning to steal the one sheet of fabric all along. When Overall Concept saw that it was missing, that's when Coco attacked him. I suspect she hid it in a spot where none of us could even
Still a
find
weird
it,
way to
which is
kill
why it is
someone.
still missing even now.
That's impossible. The discovery of a piece of fabric on stage proves that it was out in the open somewhere. The stage was cleared in preparation for Act 2. The fabric must have been taken either on or above the stage during the second act of the play. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this piece with us today. In fact, playwright, I need you to clarify something for me.
And what would that be?
After the crime occurred, was there someone watching the stage at all times?
Yes, there would always be some pony either on or watching the stage. The fabric would have been noticed if it was brought on stage at any given moment.
That settles it then. This indicates that the fabric had to have gone up the catwalk
So
once
someone's
the second
been
act
up
started,
there.
which means Coco couldn't have hidden the fabric beforehand. It must have gotten torn somehow, and a piece fell to the stage below.
Objection! You've forgotten that if some pony went up that catwalk with that fabric during the second act, they would have been spotted holding it by playwright or the stage hoops on the right wing of the stage.
Same that he didn't see
fabric
the
glows in the dark, then it
roll.
should have been almost impossible to miss. But none of the theater staff have said anything about seeing some pony carrying a glowing sheet of fabric up the catwalk.
He's right. Even if you take the stage hoops out of the picture, playwright definitely would have noticed if the victim had been carrying that fabric. Then I'll propose another theory.
Another theory?
Playwright said in his testimony he only got a small glimpse of Overall running up the stairs.
Correct. And what of it?
Well, what if there was some pony ahead of Overall? Then Playwright wouldn't have been able to see them, meaning a third party could have been involved from the start.
Oh shit, that's right. I didn't even think about it like that.
Oh please, like that's
Oh.
even possible.
What do you mean?
Yeah. If this third pony exists, then how did Miss Pamel not see them? If she was following Mr. Concept the entire time, there's no
She
way
was
the
dazed
defendant
for
would have
some
missed
reason.
this third pony escaping. At the very least, she should have seen them on the catwalk. Yet has she mentioned such a thing? No. So, how do you explain that, attorney?
Actually, it's quite simple.
Simple? This should be good.
When I spoke to Miss Pamel, she told me that she had been suffering
Yeah.
from memory loss and headaches.
Dazed.
I believe it's possible that during the crime, she was knocked unconscious by this third party, and the headaches and memory loss was the side effect from her being knocked unconscious.
Do you really expect me to believe the nonsense you're spouting? You do realize that you're speaking for the defendant, right? She's obviously lying.
I'm
to
literally
save her
poking
own
holes in
flank.
your theory.
Even
Phoenix
if
is.
she were hit on the head hard enough to leave a bruise, what makes you think that this incident happened that night and not the day before? And what kind of weapon would this mystery third party have used to knock her out? I demand you show evidence that she was struck on the head the night of the murder.
The glitter!
Gladly.
The glitter in her
Here it
hair.
is. Take that!
The fabric roll?
And how does this prove anything?
Before the trial started, we noticed that there was some glitter stuck in her mane. I believe this is the result of being struck by the fabric.
Hell yeah.
How in Equestria would that result in glitter getting stuck in her mane? Splinters and wood chips, maybe, but certainly not glitter.
Why not?
Well, as you pointed out, there are traces of glitter on the roll. What if some of it ended up in Coco's mane as a
Yeah.
result of getting hit with it?
Preposterous. The glitter on that roll came from when the defendant held it in her hooves to attack the victim.
Can you prove that that's the exact scenario that caused the glitter to end up on the roll?
Well, no. But how else could it have gotten there?
Let's stop and think about where this roll came from. The dressing room. I think it's very likely that the roll could have gotten covered in glitter there.
What do you mean, Mr. Wright?
Here's what I think. Coco and Overall were working in the dressing room prior to the crime. During the course of their work, they must have scattered glitter around the table, where this roll may have been sitting. In fact, yesterday while I investigated the dressing room, I found a can of glitter that clearly showed
Damn.
signs of spillage, sitting right next to the other roll of fabric. After this third party stole the sheet of fabric, they were spotted and ran off. Overall must have grabbed the nearby fabric roll as he gave chase, likely hoping to use it to stop the thief. However, once he reached the top of the catwalk, he tripped and dropped the roll. The thief took advantage of this and used the roll to knock out both Overall and Coco,
Damn.
who followed her teacher up the catwalk in pursuit of the thief.
That sounds absolutely ludicrous.
But can you deny the possibility?
I don't know about the whole
With
knocking
ease.
2 people out back to
First
back.
off, even if this third party managed to make it all the way up to the catwalk without being spotted by Playwright, how would they have managed to get down without being seen by the stage hooves in the left
The
wing?
footprints.
Not to mention, if the fabric
I keep
roll
saying
left
to
glitter
use
in
that.
Coco's mane, then why didn't it also leave glitter in Overall's mane when he was knocked unconscious?
Well, you see,
Coco
You
hadn't
see,
been given a
Mr.
chance
Wright,
to clean herself.
Your theory makes absolutely no sense. It's inconceivable that a third party could exist, because there's no way they could have escaped without being spotted by Playwright or the stage hooves.
He's right. How am I supposed to prove that the third party was able to get away when the left side of
The
stage
footprints.
was
I keep on
blocked?
saying to use the footprints,
I
but
don't even know where to begin with Overall's mane.
Excuse me, if I may.
did you
interject.
fucking forget something?
Is there something on your mind, witness?
Yes, I'd like to make a confession, Your Honor.
A confession?
I'd like to amend my statement regarding when I went up to the catwalk.
Okay, Mr.
I
Perfection.
Didn't go up immediately.
What?
Huh?
Witness, what are you doing?
Please, explain what you mean.
Come on.
It's as I say, Your Honor. I did not go up to the catwalk immediately after seeing the hanging. Before I went up to investigate, I called over my stage hooves from the right wing and my actors from the stage. I ordered them to attend to the panicking audience and try to calm them down. And I asked my stage manager to inform the police of what happened. After a good 5 minutes of giving my staff instructions, that was when I decided to go up to the catwalk.
5-minute gap.
Witness! Why didn't you share this time
I know!
earlier? This is crucial information!
It's not as if I intentionally wanted to withhold this information. Prince Blueblood told me not to share it because he said it was irrelevant.
That's vetting your
information.
witness. That's fucking.
Why, you?
Prince Blueblood! You knew about this information?
What the fuck?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
A 5-minute
But
gap
I
of
did
no
not
one looking
believe
at the
it to be
catwalk?
important enough to address.
Is it important?
Yeah, right. You withheld this information because you knew
Yeah,
it was
what the
detrimental to your
fuck?
case.
To think I actually blamed Miss Pommel for this heinous crime. But now it's possible that she's innocent, isn't it? I'll make sure to tell everything that I know from this point on.
Thank you.
I promise.
As much as I would have appreciated it if you did that from the beginning, I am glad that you are willing to tell us everything this time.
I hope.
Many thanks, Your Honor.
Witness, you ruined my perfect
Judge,
case.
can you not see this?
After hearing what could be the truth, this is nowhere near perfection. And I should know. I've been striving for it all my life, only to come up short every time. But at least I can acknowledge that I can get as close to it as possible.
This information could be just what I need to move forward. Your Honor, we now know that there was no one near the left side of the catwalk after the murder, and that there was a 5-minute gap between the hanging and Playwright going up the catwalk. The possibility of a third party being involved is undeniable.
Yes, I do believe
There we
this
go.
to be the case as well, Mr. Wright.
Objection! No, there's still a flaw in that claim.
What flaw?
I'll have you know the police interrogated every member of the theater and all 5,000 attendees in the audience. If this pony really escaped with the fabric, then why was their absence not
'Cause they're a
discovered
unicorn
during the
and they
course
can
of the investigation?
Teleport. I don't know.
Well, the thief in question must have been someone who was not a part of the audience or the theater staff.
Oh, really? And how did they get in?
Through here. Take that!
The back door?
Is it footprint time?
Precisely, Your Honor. They must have come through the back door of the theater without purchasing a ticket. I'm willing to bet that's also how they left the theater after they stole the fabric.
Stop suggesting that this third party exists.
What do you mean?
I demand proof, filthy human.
Judge!
Proof! Give me something that truly convinces me that some pony else was here that night.
Is it footprint time?
You should be careful what you wish for, Prince Blueblood.
Please, just
This is
show
why
us the
Phoenix Wright
evidence
is in charge,
already,
because
Mr.
he knows
Wright.
when to hold
My
on to
beard
it.
is quivering in anticipation.
Here's the proof, Your Honor. Take that!
A picture?
Yeah, he knew when to hold
Of
that.
what?
I would have said it like
Take a
the
closer
first
look,
fucking
and you'll find out.
objection.
What's this? Are those glowing hoof prints?
Excuse me?
Order! Order! What a turn of events! Glowing hoof prints left behind at the crime scene?
It's not just the fact they exist, it's their path that tells a bigger story.
Please explain, Mr. Wright.
The hoof prints start at the dressing room, right where we're proposing that this chase started. The hoof prints then lead up to the catwalk, just like how playwright described in his eyewitness account of the chase. And finally, they lead down from the right side of the catwalk and out the back door of the theater. This path was not taken by anyone else involved in this crime. The existence of these hoof marks without a doubt proves that a third pony was there that night.
And no one was on the left to see him.
Objection! What kind of preposterous game are you trying to play, human? The police did not find any hoof prints of the sort during
They
their
didn't turn off the
investigation.
light.
This has to be false evidence. The court cannot accept this.
This fabric, the
Order!
paint is glow in
Order
the
in the
dark,
court, I
as we
say!
established earlier.
Prince Blueblood! That is an extraordinary accusation! I've known Mr. Wright for years, and I had the misfortune of mistaking him for a crook once before. And thankfully, I was proven wrong. You're going to need some serious evidence to back up your claim if you continue with this assertion. Otherwise, I will hold you in contempt of court!
Yeah! Shut up!
Whoa, that was out of nowhere. The judge really just stood up for me against the prosecution. I'm actually quite flattered.
Biased judge. Hell
You
yeah.
see, it's just that the police didn't see these hoof prints during their investigation.
I believe the explanation for that is quite simple. Did the police ever turn off the lights during their investigation?
Of course not. Why would they?
And there you have it. The reason why the police couldn't see the hoof prints is because the only way to see them is by turning off the lights.
In that case, shouldn't the witness have been able to see them when he went up to the catwalk?
Well, why don't we ask him? Playwright, were these hoof prints on the catwalk prior to the second act?
No, there were no hoof prints to be found before the second act. The catwalk was dark during preparation, so they would have been impossible to miss.
And what about when he went up there after the murder? Did you see them then?
No, I did not.
Then the answer is obvious. The hoof prints were made after the incident, meaning that these glowing hoof prints have no relevance to this case.
Actually, I think they do.
Oh.
What?
Care to explain, witness?
Yes, it's true that I didn't see the fluorescent hoof prints after the murder, but there was a good reason why.
And what would that be?
The safety lights were on.
Safety lights?
The lights hanging above the catwalk. They seemed to be on the fritz yesterday. That's how we found those hoof prints in the first place.
Lucky us.
Wait a minute. Did you see that?
See what?
There's something glowing on the floor. Twilight, could you turn off the lights for a second?
Yeah, okay.
There!
Huh? They're hoof prints. And they're glowing.
You'd think the police would shine like a white light or something.
Impossible.
No, it ain't.
Right! Yes, we've been meaning to fix that issue, but I'm always getting so caught up in the plays we're performing that I guess I tend to forget about those sort of things. The pulley system isn't in the greatest condition either, which is why we've had to tie the rope to the catwalk instead.
Not exactly the pinnacle of safety, those lights. Especially not with a director like this around.
They're usually off during performances, as well as during the second act. But when I went up after what had befallen, they were switched on, which means the hoof prints wouldn't have shown up.
But what about the rest of the backstage area? Even if you somehow explained why you weren't able to see the glowing hoof prints on the catwalk, why weren't the rest of the hoof prints discovered? If it was dark there, they should have been seen.
That'd be because I turned the backstage lights on as well.
So you see, Prince Blueblood, these hoof prints could very well be connected to this case.
Then it is clear that these hoof prints belong to Miss Pamel.
What makes you think they belong to her?
She must have gotten her hooves wet with paint from working in the dressing room and chased the victim while her hooves were
Is
still
the residue
wet.
still there?
He likely turned on the safety lights when he fled so he could see where he was going.
But the prints go down from the right side of the catwalk, and Playwright found Coco standing right above
And
where
there,
Overall
yeah.
was hanged. Are you suggesting that she descended from the catwalk and then climbed back up?
In which case we would have seen
She
the
certainly
hoof
had
prints
time
again.
to do so. After all, Playwright didn't immediately go up to the catwalk.
Well, then we
now
would have
did he?
seen more hoof
Damn
prints.
it! Now he's using my own argument against me. Do you have proof that these prints even belong to Coco?
Process of elimination, attorney. It couldn't have been any pony else.
There's a 5-minute
It
gap.
certainly
What are you
wasn't the
fucking
victim.
talking about?
Otherwise, the trail would have stopped at the catwalk. Not to mention the fact that his hooves don't have any paint on them. And this third party you claim was there would have had no way to get their hooves dirty with the paint.
Yeah,
so
they
it
would.
can only be Miss Pamel.
No.
And what if there existed a way to prove that those prints could be hers?
I beg your pardon?
I certainly would like to see that, Mr. Wright. Tell me, how do you plan on proving that Miss
The little
Pamel
flashlight?
couldn't have made those prints?
With this, Your Honor. Take that!
Is that a flashlight?
Yes, Your Honor. But not just any flashlight. A forensic flashlight.
Give me your hooves, Coco.
This has the ability to show traces of fluorescent paint without needing to turn off the lights. If there are no traces of paint on her hooves,
Oh god.
then that means Coco couldn't have been the one to make those hoof
Please
prints.
don't be paint on them.
Very well. I permit the use of the flashlight.
Miss Pamel,
Oh,
You just been chilling?
if I may, I'd like to run this forensic flashlight on your hooves.
yes, of course.
Yeah.
Just as I thought. No traces of fluorescent paint at all.
How long does it last,
This means
though?
Coco couldn't have been the one to leave those prints behind.
Objection! You do realize she could have just washed
She
her
was
hooves
held
to
in-
remove the paint?
Detention.
Even if she wanted to, she wouldn't have been able to. The defendant had no opportunity to wash them after she was caught by Playwright and arrested.
Are you certain?
Prince Blueblood?
Your Honor, allow me to let you in on a little something about the night of the crime. It was raining.
Raining?
Think for a second. If Miss Pamel went out the back door with her hooves covered in this paint, then it could have all been easily washed off in the rain.
But there was still glitter on her mane and hooves. The rain would have washed those out as well.
It seems as if you've forgotten this little bit of testimony from Playwright.
Well, there was a small pile of glitter and a glitter-stained fabric roll next to Miss Pommel, but I didn't pay them much attention, really.
The glitter in Miss Pamel's mane and on her hooves could have been added after returning to the catwalk. She could have seen the pile of glitter left lying there, put some of it on her mane and
But
hooves,
why?
and then simply touched the fabric roll to leave
She be
glitter
thinking
marks
far
on it.
enough to do that after
Do
seeing
you even know
that
what you're
death?
saying right now? You're talking as if
Yeah.
she replanted the glitter on herself on purpose. Why would she want to frame herself for the crime?
To give the illusion that a third
Oh
party
my
exists.
god,
of course.
what?
What?
Yes, it's all coming together now. After cleaning herself in the rain, Miss Pamel realized that she would have been caught red-hoofed because of all of the remaining evidence pointing to her. So, making the best of a bad situation, she improvised, fabricating her own evidence to make it appear as if she had
No
been
way she could have
framed.
done all that in 5 minutes.
Order in the court! Prince Blueblood!
Yeah, you are
Are
accusing
you accusing
a
the
lot.
defendant of tampering with the crime scene?
Of course I am, Your Honor.
Objection! That's ridiculous! Why would my client decide to fabricate evidence? If she washed herself off in the rain, then that would already make her look innocent. What would compel her to put herself at risk and go as far to mess with the crime scene?
I've already said it multiple times.
Who
It's
thinks
to
like
create
that?
The illusion of a
Who
third
kills
party.
someone and 5 minutes
The
later
defendant
thinks
was
like
smart
that?
enough to foresee that she would be the initial suspect in this murder, so she did everything she could to fabricate evidence in order to tell a story of a third party escaping the scene after knocking her out and causing her to lose
That is
her
a
memory.
very big claim.
That's insane!
Prince Blueblood, I am honestly having some
Yeah.
difficulty believing all of this to be possible. Though, admittedly, I'm rather curious as to what led you to this conclusion.
Your Honor, I am confident another
Oh my
theory
God.
can demonstrate to the court why I am right.
Another theory? Please explain.
Very
You
well.
Matt Pat?
Allow me to run through my theory of the events after the murder had been committed. First, the defendant went down from the catwalk and outside to wash her hooves. Next, she retrieved the fabric from where she had initially hidden it. Heading back outside, she found a secure hiding spot where it wouldn't be found by the police. As she was hiding the fabric, she tore off a piece of it as part of her ploy to create misleading evidence. Lastly, she ran back up to the catwalk and covered her hooves in glitter, while also leaving some traces of it in
She
her
did all
hair.
that in 5
She
minutes.
then dropped the piece of fabric off the catwalk and left glitter marks on the fabric roll. All of this was done to fool us into thinking that a third party had stolen the fabric, ran up the catwalk, killed the victim, and hit her on the head before escaping. Don't you see, human? You've fallen right into her trap.
Shut up.
This is preposterous! You're truly saying that the defendant
Yeah, and how did
brought
she know it
evidence
would
to
go-
make herself look innocent?
How did she know it would go out of the dressing room
Indeed
onto
I
the
am, Your
catwalk?
Honor. I can see right through her little trick.
How did she know it would
And
work out
this
exactly
filthy
like
human fell for it.
No!
You can't predict something like that.
There has to be something I'm missing. Something that proves Coco didn't do anything that Blue Blood is suggesting. Do you have something, Twilight?
Huh?
You've been quiet for a while now. Have you thought of something?
Sort of.
Well, do you think it'll get us out of this situation?
Well, I think so.
Really? What is it?
Well?
Think about where the paint came from.
You mean the dressing room?
Yes. You said that a third party could have also been in the dressing room to steal the fabric.
That's what I suggested.
Let's assume what you said is true. If they were just trying to get the fabric, then how would their hooves get wet with the paint? And we can't say that it was from the paint can since there were no spills anywhere when we went in the dressing room.
So, what do you think could have happened?
Do you remember what Playwright said?
The intermission started at around 8 o'clock and it ended at 8:15. The second act would have run from then until 9 o'clock if Overall hadn't been murdered.
Did you see Overall at all during the intermission?
Actually, I did. He came on stage briefly to discuss something with me, and then he left right before the intermission ended. He said he and his assistant had to start working on coating a new sheet of fabric and paint.
If we consider that, and recall what Athena said during the investigation...
Athena, how long does it take for fluorescent paint to dry?
According to Junie, it takes about an hour.
I'm not getting it.
If Overall and Coco started coating the fabric and paint during the intermission, which lasted from 8 o'clock to 8:15, and the murder occurred at 8:50...
That means that the sheet of fabric Coco and Overall were working on was still drying when the crime occurred. That's how the third party could have left those hoof prints.
Not just the hoof prints. There's something else.
Something else?
You claim Coco was knocked out from being hit with the fabric roll, right?
Yeah, she still has glitter stuck on there from that night. That doesn't explain why there are no traces in Overall's mane, though.
Exactly! The only traces of glitter he had were on his forehooves.
So, what are you suggesting? That this third party hit Coco on the head with the fabric roll and then hit him with something else?
If some pony else was indeed present at the crime scene, I think it's safe to assume that they must have brought their own
Yeah, I
weapon
don't think it
ahead
was
of
both
time.
done with the roll.
He could have also used that to hit Overall without leaving anything behind on his head. It's the only scenario that fits.
Okay, but what about Coco? She clearly had glitter left in her mane. Did the third party take the
Everyone's
fabric
just
roll from Overall after
watching you
knocking
have a
him out?
conversation.
I don't think so. In fact, I'm not entirely convinced that Overall was the one who brought the fabric roll up to the catwalk in the first place. Playwright didn't actually see Overall carrying the fabric roll after all. We just assumed that he must have because we thought he and Coco were the only ones to go up there.
But now that it's possible that the third party was running ahead of the two, they might have been the one to bring the fabric roll up to the catwalk instead.
Right! And if they had their own weapon with them, then why would they have brought the fabric roll?
Well, the only reason I can think of is because it had the fabric they wanted on it. Aha!
So they were trying to steal the
Thanks,
fabric and
Twilight.
ended up killing someone.
Mr. Wright, do you have anything to refute Prince Blueblood's theory?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Really? I sincerely doubt
You
that.
doubted him like many
human,
times.
what will you pull out of that spiky head of yours
Everyone
this
hates
time?
his hair.
A pointy quill that will poke a hole in your theory.
Ooh.
You suggested that this whole thing was fabricated by Miss Pommel to make it look like she had been framed. Not only can I prove that to be false, but I can also demonstrate that a third party was behind the whole crime.
Damn.
Then please explain to the court, Mr. Wright.
We're under the assumption that the hoof prints were made from the paint from the dressing room. While that might be correct, the source of the paint is what I believe changes everything.
And what would this source be?
That would be the fabric roll.
Really?
Where are you going with this?
I'm getting there, Blue Blood. Just bear with me for a moment. Now, when this third party stole the special fabric from the dressing room, it still must have been wet from the paint.
And how do you know that?
Fluorescent paint takes at least 1 hour to dry completely. Overall and Coco started painting the fabric during the play's intermission. This means if we don't take into account the time taken to actually coat the fabric, the earliest that the fabric could have been completely dry is sometime between 9 o'clock and 9:15. Since the crime occurred at 8:50, and there were no other completed versions of the fabric found at the theater, the only remaining possibility is that whomever stole the fabric must have taken the one that had recently
So
been
they had
painted.
a roll
Meaning
sitting there.
It was still wet when they stole it.
So what? How does this prove anything?
You'll see in a second. No need to
Who's
rush
being
me.
smug now?
Now, the thief was likely unaware that the fabric was still wet when they stole it. Because of this, they got their hooves covered in paint, causing them to leave the trail of hoof prints.
How long do you plan on continuing with this assertion of there being a third party? I've already shown how unlikely it is that they even exist. Why do you insist on prattling on about such an insane theory?
If you let me finish,
I
Prince
know.
Blueblood, I'll show you just how sane it is. Now, when this third party stole the fabric, I initially assumed it was a sheet that they collected and placed in a bag that they had on them. However, I'd like to amend this theory.
Amend?
Yeah.
So what's your new theory then, Mr. Wright?
The fabric this third party stole wasn't a completed dry sheet laying on the table. Instead, I'm positive that the fabric was simply laying out to dry, and the third party rolled it up in a nearby fabric roll to collect the whole thing. They were stealthy for the most part, but eventually, either due to the noise they made, or just bad luck, the thief was caught right as they were about to leave. They took the rolled up fabric in their mouth and ran away up to the catwalk, with Coco and Overall in pursuit.
And I suppose you're going to say that both of them were knocked out by this third party as soon as they reached the top of the catwalk? Nice try, but if that were the case, our victim would have some glitter in his mane as well.
Just
wouldn't
wait
you
for me to
agree?
finish.
I do, actually. But that's not my main point here. The thief could have easily used a different weapon on Overall when they attacked him. It's the weapon that knocked out Coco that will destroy your theory of her fabricating evidence.
The weapon?
As has been well established and demonstrated, Miss Pommel currently has glitter in her mane. This suggests that she was struck on the head with the fabric roll. And now that I've shown the possibility that the roll actually had Overall special fabric on it at the time, we have a much more likely scenario for how it got in Coco's
So,
mane.
I mean, there'd be paint
It came
residue
from the fabric that was on the roll.
on her mane
In
too.
what way does this disprove my theory, Defense? Besides, you've not done enough to prove that the fabric roll ever had any
Shine a light on the roll?
fabric on it.
That's next on the agenda, actually. Now, if the fabric was still wet at the time, that would explain how the third party got their hooves covered in paint and left behind a trail of hoof prints. And if that is the case, something else would have also been left behind.
Oh? And what is that, Mr. Wright?
No! It can't be!
If Coco was struck on the head with the fabric roll when the fluorescent paint was still wet, then not only would glitter be left over,
Shine that
but there
light.
would also be traces of fluorescent paint on her as
Shine
well.
that light.
What? But what does that mean?
It means that not only was the special fabric really on the roll at the time of the crime, but it also means that Coco couldn't have gone outside to hide the fabric or wash her hooves. Because if she did, the glitter and the paint would have both been removed.
Objection! She could have just reapplied it like she did with the glitter.
Objection! Playwright and his employees were standing in the right wing after the murder. Coco couldn't have made it to the dressing room to get more paint to put on herself without being spotted.
Objection! That's assuming that Miss Pamel was struck in the first place. How about you show me
Light.
that she was actually struck by the roll?
Show that light.
I'll do just that. By using
Please
the
let there
forensic
be paint
flashlight
there.
again on Coco on the area where the glitter is still on her. Miss Palmel?
I've heard everything, Mr. Wright. Please go ahead and do what you need to do.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is!
Thank God.
Just like Mr. Wright said!
No! No! No, no, no! This cannot be!
Bitch, shut up.
As the court can see, this evidence proves that not only could Miss Palmel not have been the one to steal the
Hell
car
yeah,
or
Phoenix.
kill Mr. Concept, but also that without a doubt, this third party is the true culprit.
Yeah!
Ah!
Order! Order in the court! But, Mr. Wright, if this is true, then who is responsible
Guess we gotta
for this murder?
spend another day investigating.
No, no, no! This was not supposed to happen! Human!
What is it?
Even if this third party somehow exists, you have no idea who it could
Okay.
be. And where in Celestia's name would we even begin to
That doesn't
look?
matter. We prove they exist.
Any pony.
Then maybe I can make a suggestion.
Oh? What would that be, Miss Sparkle?
Prince Blueblood argued that Coco wanted the fabric to herself to get a better chance to win a fashion
Who else was in that
she's
competition?
participating in. Correct?
And what of it?
Oh my God, is it
Well, we
Suri?
just asked to narrow down our search of the mystery third party. If we're looking for some pony who'd want a fabric enough to kill
She had to
for
show
it,
up in the intro for a
why
reason.
not start with the other contestants of the fashion contest? While we're at it, we should try to find out if any of them have any connection to any pony directly involved in this case.
Your old boss, Coco.
Ordering me around like that.
The princess?
I remember you mentioning something earlier, Prince Blueblood, that the contest is not particularly large and has several background checks. Those checks would involve taking their
hoof prints.
right?
You both seem to have forgotten that Coco Pamel is the only pony who could have known that this special fabric
What about her
even
boss?
exists.
Did you?
That may be the case right now, but I would still like the records of all the hoof prints and horseshoes of every pony in that fashion contest. If they match with the fluorescent hoof prints left behind, then I say that's all the proof we need to show that there was indeed a third pony
Yeah,
at
that's
the
a simple
scene of the
request.
crime.
I agree with Miss Sparkle. I presume this can be done relatively quickly.
It shouldn't take long, Your Honor.
Very well. I shall grant a 30-minute recess
Okay.
to have the police run an analysis to determine if any of the hoofprints of the contestants match the trail left behind at the theater.
I don't believe this. How could I have let this filthy, spiky-headed human get away with this?
Court is adjourned.
Damn. Well, we got to the recess.
Whew, that was a little intense, but we pulled through.
A little intense? My heart couldn't take that entire trial.
It was pretty intense.
I'm so happy you've been able to help Coco.
You need to
Not
shut
done
your
yet.
mouth with insulting.
I may have proven that someone other than Coco could have done it, but she hasn't received the acquittal yet. we've still got a long way to go.
Like 6 more hours.
everyone.
Oh, Miss Pommel.
Coco! You don't need to worry about a thing anymore. Phoenix is on his way to kick that Princess Suri flame, and you'll be out scot-free.
Yes, I'm
What, do you feel
very
bad for
grateful,
not
Mr. Wright.
telling him everything?
So, why the long face, darling?
What the prince said about overall that
Oh,
he
and that.
proposed to me.
Yeah.
Was that true?
That is fucked up.
Oh, well, you always said in your letters that he cared a lot about you. So it wouldn't surprise me if he took it to the next level. And, well, I was supposed to keep it a secret, but it wasn't too long ago that he requested me to look for a special gem for you. He said he wanted the gem to match your eyes.
Oh my god.
So from it, he fashioned a ring.
He said that about me? He actually wanted to propose to me? It's a beautiful ring. I would have happily said yes.
Damn.
Oh, there, darling. I know this is hard for you, but you must be strong right now. Overall would not want to see you like this. Keep shining bright like that gem.
You're right, Rarity. Overall wouldn't want to see me like this. I have to be strong. For him and for me.
That's the spirit,
Yeah.
Coco.
I'm glad you're feeling better, Miss Pommel.
Thanks, Mr. Wright. I wouldn't be here without you.
Actually, while you're here,
Yeah.
I'd like to
Give
ask
me
you a
all
couple
the
questions.
details.
Oh, of course. Go ahead.
Since we started discussing the events that you were involved with on the night of the murder, have you been able to remember anything else?
Well, yes, actually. It was a bit slow, but I've been regaining my memories as the trial was going on.
Anything at all will help greatly.
I remember that Overall and I had been working on the special fabric in the dressing room during the second act of the play. We had just finished coating one of the true rolls of fabric with the fluorescent paint once the second act was nearing its conclusion.
So we were right. The fabric that was stolen was the one you two had been painting.
Yeah, we set it out on the table to dry. After that, I stepped out for a minute to wash my hooves of the glitter and paint.
You left the room?
Yes, but only for a few minutes.
If the thief was nearby, they may have seen Coco leave the room and taken advantage of that opportunity. So, what happened after that?
Well, while I was returning to the dressing room, I saw Overall sprinting out the door. I called out to him, but he didn't answer, so I followed him.
So
I
you
saw him
weren't
running
in
up
the
the
room
catwalk,
when it
and I was afraid that he would
popped
hurt
off.
himself up there because it was so dark. So I quickly turned on the safety lights and continued to follow. On the way up the stairs, I heard a loud clanging noise, and I ran as quickly as I could to see what happened. And
Is that the weapon or something?
all I remember.
Playwright mentioned a clang too, if I
Yeah,
recall.
that wasn't explained.
That must have been when Overall was struck on the head with that unidentified weapon. What could it have been? Something
The catwalk itself?
What about after you regained consciousness? Do you remember anything after that?
I do. After I woke up, I saw that there was an empty fabric roll in my hooves, which were, for some reason, completely covered in glitter once again.
The fabric roll was left in your hooves, and the glitter
Like you're
reappeared?
being framed.
Are you certain you washed all of the glitter off of yourself in the first place?
I'm sure of it, Mr. Wright. I don't know how the glitter got on my hooves again, and I'm not sure how this empty fabric roll ended up where it did, either.
I see. Better make a note of that. Is there anything else you can tell me?
Not that I know of. Everything else happened exactly as Playwright testified. He stayed with me until I was taken away by the police. As soon as I got to my cell, I shook the glitter off my hooves as best I could.
I see. Well, hopefully what you do remember will be useful in
Yeah,
some...
the fact that you left the room
hope so,
when it
Mr.
popped
Wright.
off.
Now, Twilight, I have a question for you.
What is it, Phoenix?
I'm curious as to why you're so sure that the third pony from the incident was a contestant of this fashion contest. I don't understand how anyone else in the contest would have known about the fabric. And just because they could possibly have a reason to steal the fabric for themselves,
I'm telling you, it's
still
Suri.
not exactly a concrete
Suri.
conclusion, even if it did help us out.
I understand your uncertainty, Phoenix. I'm pretty sure all the contestants would be confident in their own ability to win. However, there is one particular mare that we know that would do whatever it took to win.
Well, who would that be?
Suri Polo Mare.
Oh god.
Whoa.
Everyone hates
You
her.
turned rather quickly there. Suri Polo Mare. Huh. Who is
Another stuck up
You
bitch.
recall when Rarity bumped into that one mare during yesterday's investigation?
Oh, that pony? I remember now. So, her name is Suri Polo Mare. What does she have anything to do with the case?
Do you remember what she said back then?
I've no time to waste on you, Rarity. I'm on a tight schedule, so you better stay out of my way. I don't want another victory taken away by your hooves, okay?
How many times am I gonna hear MK?
Yeah, she even mentioned Rarity taking away another victory. What does she mean?
I believe I can explain.
Please do, Rarity.
Several months ago, I was involved in a similar fashion contest to the one Coco entered. And Suri was a contestant as well. I had my own special fabric.
I've seen the episode.
And she was enamored by it. So I let her use the fabric for small touches on her own designs. She ended up using my entire fabric and claimed it as her own. Despite that, I managed to beat her. But I didn't know that I won until Coco told me.
What do you mean?
Well, remember when I said I was an assistant of some pony?
Wait, are you saying it was Suri?
Yeah.
Yes, it was her. In fact, when Suri got a hold of Rarity's fabric, instead of making the dress herself, she made me do it. It was excruciating. And that part about Rarity not knowing that she won the contest until I told her. Suri was the one who lied to Rarity and her friends and made me keep quiet about it, too.
Oh, so earlier in the trial... Did you really have so little money that you could barely afford a place to live?
Yes, especially after I quit being an assistant to my mentor. She always made enough for both of us with the designs she sold. Suri is a great designer, but when it came to whose work she would sell, she almost always chose to sell designs I had made over her own. She didn't even have the courtesy to mention that they weren't hers.
Wow, this pony sounds so selfish.
I know, right? Not giving some pony proper credit and stealing to boot. She has absolutely no dignity.
But do you think she would actually go as far as murder?
Maybe she didn't mean to.
I don't know. I don't think she's that hurt.
I feel like things just got out of hand.
Those hoof prints actually belonged to her. Then it couldn't have been any pony else.
Hopefully the hoofprint analysis will give us the answers we need.
The trial's about to resume. Will the defendant and her attorney please return to the courtroom?
It looks like they've already finished their investigation. Let's hope we don't get any bad news from this.
Hold up, Twilight. There's still one more thing I want to talk to Coco about.
Huh? What is it?
Coco, you hid your true relationship with Overall from me on purpose, didn't you? I want to know why.
Because he wants you to take the case.
After working with Suri for so long, I began to believe in her philosophy.
The idea that it's every pony for themselves in the big city.
Uh-huh. I encountered so many ponies like that while working with Suri that eventually I just started to believe it was true. It wasn't until Rarity came along that I realized there were ponies out there who put the well-being of others before themselves.
But what does this have to do with why you hid your relationship with Overall?
Even though I now know there are selfless ponies out there, it doesn't change the fact that there are many who do think and act selfishly, and assume the same from others. That's why I thought it would be better if you didn't know the truth about us.
You can't be doing that.
I was worried that if you did, and realized what it meant, you'd have noticed how strong motive I had to kill him, and wouldn't have taken my case as a result.
I see. You said something similar yesterday, I believe.
Well, you were in the area where he fell. Still, just because you were at the scene of the crime, it doesn't mean you did it.
I know, but everybody who saw me thought I did it.
Rarity doesn't think you did it. She certainly believes you wouldn't have the heart to kill.
Although I appreciate her believing I didn't do it, it's not enough to convince every pony else.
You were frightened by the looks everyone was giving you while you were being arrested. That's why you thought you had to hide the truth from me.
Yeah.
But because of that, Coco, we were put in a very tough spot. I was completely unprepared to argue against Blue Blood's assertions. It was only because of Twilight's quick thinking that we managed to escape a guilty verdict there.
I'm sorry.
If you want me to help you the best I can, I'm going to need you to trust me.
Trust?
Yes. We defense attorneys fight for the
You can
innocence
trust
of our
Phoenix
clients
and Twilight.
through our ability to trust completely in that innocence. However, in order to fight as hard as we can, we need our clients to believe in us and tell us everything they can, so we can make the truth known.
You would have trusted Overall with the whole truth, right, Coco?
Of course.
Then you must do the same for Mr. Right. He and Twilight are both trying their hardest to help you.
Yeah.
Trust in me, Coco, and I promise I will believe in and fight for you until the bitter end.
Okay, Mr. Right. I trust you.
Yeah.
From now on, I'll tell you everything I know about the murder.
Thank you, Coco.
We've got to get going now, Phoenix. We don't want to damage our case by being late.
Right. Let's go then. Hopefully we can put an end to this, here and now.
Don't think that's gonna happen, but... it's gonna match up with hers. It's got to. Oh boy! Ooh. To be honest, I wasn't even sure if my MacBook could record for this long. But it's holding up strong. Watch it fucking say memory full or some shit in like 20 seconds and delete this entire footage. I wish I knew how to animate. That'd be fun. Okay. So yeah, that was Turnabout Theater Day 1 and 2. And yeah, I'm not sure how many episodes are left exactly. And I'm not sure, okay, this is case 1, right? So is this like a specific, like its own story, its own turnabout, and then there's a different one for case 2? I'm not totally sure about that, but no matter what, I will be finishing case 1. Like I said earlier, Moana is up next for the Sunday slot. But you may have to wait a few weeks, but I will finish this case at least. Because that's what the patrons voted on. And so, I'm going to deliver it. So yeah, thank you all for watching. If you watched this whole almost 3-hour video, kudos to you. Well, it's over 3 hours, right? Yeah. Jesus. Hope you had snacks. Yeah, that's all I got. Thank you for watching. Bye. Guys, I sort of fucked up. So, when I originally saw the Elements of Justice playlist, I thought all of it was going to be one turnabout, but upon further inspection, I noticed that it is divided into 2 cases, and there's only one 2-hour episode left. And now, instead of having like this case split up and having to take another Sunday to do it, I just decided to get it all done in one Sunday. That means this is going to be the longest video on my channel. It's going to be over 5 hours, right? Jesus Christ. I hope you brought snacks, because I have a full supply for this. I got Dove chocolate, which is the best chocolate out there. Don't at me. I have spicy nacho Doritos. I got some seltzer, lime flavored seltzer. Let me see if I can try and fucking open this with my fingernails. Oh, got it. And I have some other shit, but I'm not going to be eating on camera because Phoenix Wright's going to be like, objection! And I'm just going to be, that's a good objection, guys. But I am ready. Let's sit back for another 2 hours. If you watch this whole video in one sitting, you get brownie points from me. That's a challenge. But yeah. 3, 2, 1, play! My computer has to render this 5-hour video. It's gonna self-destruct. It can barely render 1-hour videos.
Court will now reconvene. Prince Blueblood, has the police brought the results of the hoofprint analysis?
They match, don't they? Oh yeah, it's been like a day
they
since
have, Your Honor.
the last recording.
Then please share your findings with the court.
We get so angry.
Don't just stand there looking irritated. Say something.
It's just as the defense claims. The hoofprints don't belong to either the defendant or the victim.
So, do they really belong to one of the other contestants in that fashion contest?
Yes, well, just as Princess Twilight requested, we compared the prints found backstage and on the catwalk to those of the contestants. Apparently, some observant pony down at Forensics noticed that only one contestant has any connection to any pony involved in this case. He checked their prints first and found a perfect match.
Damn right.
Wow. Can I get that guy in all of my future cases, please?
You actually found a match? Then please tell us, whose hoofprints are they?
Fluttershy.
The hoofprint analysis has concluded that the one who left those hoofprints at the time of the crime was a mare by the name of Suri Polo Mare.
Suri Polo Mare?
Time for the MKs.
So, Twilight was right after all.
We subpoenaed her during the recess. She has just arrived and is waiting in the witness lobby, Your Honor.
Then please bring her to the stand.
Let's see how pissed she is. So I was there and I was checking out the fashion guy and I didn't go.
Name and occupation, please.
This is ridiculous. I was in the middle of something very important, and then the police barged into my apartment and demanded that I accompany them to the courthouse.
That sounds like a you problem.
Witness, I would appreciate it if you would state your name and occupation for the record.
I need to finish my dresses before tomorrow. I'll be ruined if I don't finish soon. Can't you all see that I'm a very busy mare? You don't just drop in on some pony like me and take me away from my duties.
Busy selling Coco's fashion.
Witness, name, occupation.
Fine. Sorry, Polo Mare. I am a fashion designer.
Miss Polo Mare, are you aware of why you are called to the stand today?
No, I am not. The police who showed up at my apartment didn't tell me a thing.
You are called here because you are suspected of murdering a costume designer by
murder
the
or an
name
accident?
of Overall Concept.
What? Murder? I did no such thing. I'm too busy dealing with my own problems to commit something so heinous.
I see.
Really, Your Honor? That's all you have to say to that?
Well then, does the defense have any objections?
As shocking as it may sound, I do, Your Honor. Based on the analysis that the prosecution revealed, the hoof prints belong to Miss Polomare. She must have been the one who made them at the scene of the crime, which means she must also be the one who stole Overall Concept's special fabric and murdered him.
I don't know about the murder part, per
A
se.
human is here to accuse me of something I didn't do. Don't make me laugh, okay?
Then how do you explain
That's
these
one.
footprints left behind? The analysis clearly shows that they're yours.
Now you listen here. I didn't commit any sort of theft or murder, but if it makes you feel any happier, I'll tell you what I was doing that night.
Okay.
You're actually going to cooperate?
She's probably been
It's
thinking
not
this
like
over in
any
her
of you
head.
are giving me a choice. Besides, I'm in the middle of something very important, so the sooner I get out, the sooner I can get back to work.
Well, we appreciate your cooperation, Miss Polomare. Now please testify as to your whereabouts at the time of the incident.
Alright, here we go. I see Wobniar in the back. I saw that.
I guess I can't really hide this. I was indeed at the play that night. It was during the intermission that I went to the dressing room to meet up with Coco. As soon as the second act started, I took a casual walk backstage. I went up the catwalk, walked across, and went back down on the opposite side.
Why?
I then went out the back door and left the theater before the incident happened.
You just show up to look at fabric, walk on the catwalk,
you
and
admit
leave.
that you were actually at the theater.
Don't act so surprised. I never denied that I was. Now look, I am in a hurry right now. I've said what happened. Can I go home now? I have more important things to do, okay?
That's 2.
Then you better hope I don't find anything that makes you stay longer.
If it's over 10, I'm doing
Indeed,
something.
Mr. Wright. You may now cross-examine the witness.
I guess I can't really hide this. I was indeed at the play that
Why would you
night.
even think about hiding it?
You said you were busy earlier. Were you also this busy on the night in question?
Of course I was. I'm currently in a fashion contest and the dresses need to be finished soon. I'm not done yet, so I need all the time I can get to finish them. Like the time you're all wasting right now.
Is the contest really that important?
Of course it is. This contest can make or break a designer's career.
Which would give you a motive.
If this contest is such a big deal, why did you go to the theater?
I needed a break. I felt going to the theater would help me unwind. I knew Coco Palmel was working there, so I thought I might as well give her a visit.
You met with Miss Palmel.
What exactly were you doing with the defendant, witness?
It was during the intermission that I went to the dressing room to meet up with Coco.
Hold it!
You went during the intermission.
I was late getting to the theater, so I couldn't make it backstage before the play started. When the play went on break, I figured it was the best opportunity to get backstage.
But aren't the staff in the theater guarding the stage? I find it hard to believe that they would let someone in the audience go backstage.
I've been to the theater many times, so the staff are quite familiar with me. They just let me through.
They didn't report you,
Staff
did they?
didn't mention anything
Yeah.
about you going backstage.
That's probably because they had no reason to.
But they were literally
I wasn't
asked.
there when the crime occurred, after all.
In that case, why didn't Miss Palmel mention anything about you?
Miss Palmel could have easily lied about any pony else being involved.
I find that very hard to believe. If she actually didn't want to get caught as the murderer, she would have mentioned a third party was involved right from the beginning. In fact, not mentioning just that makes your previous theory rather unlikely. Why would my client try so hard to create false evidence and then not even bother to mention that a third party was there? Especially if there actually was one there!
Tell him, Phoenix.
Who knows what the defendant was thinking. Unless you have a solid objection to this testimony defense, I suggest you move on.
Very well. That leads me to my next question. Why did you meet with Miss Pommel?
That is none of
What do
my
you mean?
concern.
Yes, it is. It's literally my concern.
Beg to differ. Your business with Miss Pommel has everything to do with this case.
Well, if it's that important, I was just there to visit her.
Visit her? For what?
Nothing in particular. Just to see her.
From what I hear, the two of you aren't exactly on good terms. Miss Pommel said she used to be your assistant, and she quit.
Our professional history is irrelevant. I was just there to see her again for old time's sake and put everything behind us.
So, what did you talk about?
Nothing much. I was wondering how she was doing. She and her friend were just working on this fabric as we talked.
The special fabric? Did you know about the fabric prior to your visit?
This is important.
No, this was the first time I'd heard about this fabric. They let me have a look, and I even touched it a bit. Very soft fabric, I should say.
So she felt the fabric. That would explain how she got paint on her hooves to make the hoof prints. As for the path itself, though...
As soon as the second act started, I took a casual walk backstage.
Hold it!
Casual.
Took a casual walk around?
Well, I was finished with our conversation.
So let me just go to the
I just
catwalk.
figured that looking around backstage was a good way to unwind. The area was way bigger than I thought, so I couldn't help but wander around looking at everything.
Then why weren't your
It reminded me of
footprints
the last
anywhere
fashion
else?
competition I was in, and of seeing the models wearing my designs on stage. If only I had won the contest, I would...
Motive.
But that was months ago. I am far too busy to talk about my past accomplishments.
Or lack thereof, according to Rarity and
Oh,
Coco.
damn.
Couldn't you have just watched the show instead?
If I decided to watch the show, then I would have gotten too distracted to get back to work on my dresses. But I still was a little curious about the play, so I took a little peek. From a different perspective, you could say. I went up the catwalk, walked across, and went back down on the opposite side.
Hold it! You went up to the catwalk.
I wanted to see the play for a short bit before I left. I must admit the height was very intimidating, but it sure was a great view.
But neither playwright nor the stage who mentioned anything about you going up to the catwalk.
Sorry.
Why would they not mention you being backstage, especially since you're not
Yeah.
part of the audience or the staff?
You're like a fucking ghost.
Objection! If you recall playwright's testimony, you would know that he was paying attention to the play. He only looked at the catwalk because he heard ponies running. This witness had no reason to make any sort of ruckus, so it's possible that she went up to the catwalk quietly without any pony noticing, especially since backstage was dark at that moment.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I can't deny that. It would explain the hoof prints, but I don't believe that's the right
Yeah,
explanation.
there's definitely more.
It has to be something else, and I'm going to show her why all of this is false.
Any final statements, witness?
I then went out the back door and left the theater before the incident happened.
Hold it! Just so we're all clear, you came in through the main entrance and left through the back door. And that's what you're saying.
That's correct.
Would you mind adding this to your testimony, for clarity's sake?
If it means I can leave soon, then fine.
The witness will add this clarification to her testimony.
I entered the theater via the main entrance and left through the back door before anything even happened. Happy now?
Objection! Miss Polymere, there's a significant contradiction in your testimony.
Oh?
What?
I see no such contradiction, human. Stop trying to force your reasoning when the trial's not
Dude,
going
shut
in your
up.
favor.
Oh my god.
Huh, like you're one to talk.
Mr. Wright, would you care to explain this contradiction to the court?
Certainly, Your Honor. Suri claims that she left the theater before the murder took place, and therefore she has no connection to this case. Well, I have it on good faith that this claim is a bold-faced lie.
And what evidence do you have to support that statement?
Well, first, let's clear up a separate issue regarding Suri's movements that night. She mentioned that she entered the theater through the front. which was where the audience sat. I find that very odd.
Odd? But she was an attendee. That's where every pony goes when they enter the theater.
You're right. That's where the audience goes. That is, if you're actually a part of the audience.
Explain!
The witness said that she was late to the theater and arrived after the play had started. According to your own words, Prince Blueblood, the show in question was sold out around noon that day. It was actually Coco who purchased the last ticket and gave it to one of her friends as a gift. This means that if Miss Polymer just went to the theater on a whim, she would have had no way to get through the front door to get inside the theater.
She didn't have a ticket? Okay.
Order! Order! Witness, have you been lying to this
If we
court?
catch her in one lie, that discredits everything
No,
else,
of
which
course
is
not.
a big step.
I must have gotten confused. What with the stress of this competition.
Shut the fuck.
I got my ticket a few days in advance, so I was still able to get into the theater without any problems.
Even if that were true, that doesn't solve the biggest issue with your claim.
There's another?
Oh yes, and this will be the one that will reveal just how closely connected you are with this case.
Please explain, Mr. Wright.
Of course, Your Honor. The police made sure to interrogate all 5,000 attendees in the theater. If you really had bought your ticket, then the police would have discovered your absence immediately. They would have only interrogated 4,999 members of the audience.
Okay.
That means the only possible explanation for this inconsistency is that you were never part of the audience.
Bitch!
This can't be!
It can. It literally is.
Miss Polomere, it seems more and more likely that you've perjured yourself. What do you have to say to explain this?
Isn't it obvious? I went back to my seat after I saw that it was raining outside. Jeez, why are you picking apart every insignificant detail?
What do you mean insignificant?
You went back to your seat. How did you do that?
What do you mean, how did I do that? I walked
There be
back
footprints
to the stage
there,
wing
then?
and returned to the audience.
Objection! Unfortunately for you, that is impossible.
Why?
Damn, he's on a roll.
The stage wings were being watched during the second act of the play. There were stage hooves in the right wing, while playwright and his stage manager were in the left. Even if they could have somehow failed to notice the witness going to and from the catwalk, there's no way they would have missed her walking right past them.
You're lying.
Objection!
Suri.
But the right wing was empty following the incident. She could have made her way back to the audience at that point.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. I went back to my seat
Oh
when the
my
wing was
God.
empty.
Then the police obviously took your name down when they interrogated you, correct?
Tartarus with you, you filthy human!
Well,
Judge,
Prince
she's lying.
Blueblood, was this witness among those who were interrogated?
No.
No, she was not.
What? How dare you?
Well, actually, I went back to my
So,
seat
as
and
you
then
can see,
left
the
after
witness
that.
was
And
not among those interrogated. The total number of which added up to a full house of 5,000.
how many times are you gonna amend
This,
yourself?
in addition to the glowing hoofprints, conclusively proves that Suri did not enter the theater as a member of the audience. She came in through the back door with the express purpose of stealing a roll of overall special fabric.
Witness, explain yourself
Yeah.
at once. Witness?
So, this is how far the equestrian royalty have fallen, huh?
Explain!
What?
How pitiful. You can't even protect a damsel in distress from being falsely accused.
What is happening?
Now see here, I am trying my hardest to help.
Shut up! I do not believe I gave you permission to speak.
Bitch, you are a
Excuse
witness.
me? I am a prince, I'll have you know. The nephew of Princess Celestia. You should treat me with the respect
Right?
I deserve.
We want you to explain, Suri.
Respect? Don't make me laugh. A prince who uses the
Judge.
power he's borrowing from
Stop
his
them.
aunt for no other purpose than to grant himself prestige among the elites of Canterlot isn't some pony worth respecting.
I mean, true.
How dare you!
Simmer down. The adults are talking now, okay?
Miss Polo Man,
She might have said it a
restrain
fourth, I don't
yourself
know.
or you will be held in contempt
Yeah,
of
thank
court.
you. Explain.
Jeez. And here I thought a pony couldn't get any more
She ain't intimidating. She's the bitch.
Twilight?
What did she mean this is how far the equestrian royalty have fallen?
Huh?
You better not
Now,
blame
witness,
yourself.
please explain to the court how you came to be at the theater on the night of the murder.
Fine, I admit it. I was not there.
So
as
you
an
lied.
audience member.
So you were lying to us.
Yes, I was.
Awesome.
Witness, what are you doing? You realize that lying to the court would make me look—
Shut up! Why should I care about how it makes you look? I don't recall you actually helping me out.
I beg your pardon.
Judge!
You
Get
dare
control.
talk back at me, witness? In case you hadn't noticed, I'm trying to save your sorry flank.
Then how about
You're
you
trying to
stop
get
sitting on yours and
prosecutor
make yourself useful
experience.
for once?
Are you really challenging
Oh
my
my god,
patience?
stop.
Your patience? I've been trying to be patient ever since I got here, and I have no time to be patient. I have dresses to work on.
Order in the court! Witness, you've just committed perjury.
So she's going to jail no matter what.
But I will allow you an opportunity to clear the air. I suggest you take it rather than argue with the prosecution. Now, why would you lie to this court?
Maybe if you would all just be quiet for one moment, I can explain.
You were just fighting with Prince.
Let's cut to the chase, shall we? You're trying to say that I stole the fabric and killed the costume designer, correct?
That's right. Uh-oh. Why do I have a bad feeling about what she's going to say?
If that's the case, then why wouldn't I have just left the theater after stealing it? I had no reason to stick around and murder overall.
Because you were being chased.
But what if he caught you trying to escape? You'd naturally want to stop him from catching you.
Stop him, perhaps? But there are several ways to do that.
Because you didn't
without
mean to actually
killing
kill him.
Okay.
Well, perhaps you had some sort of hidden connection to the victim that we don't know about yet.
In that case, Your Honor, I would like to testify regarding my connection to this pony overall concept.
Okay.
What are you doing, witness? I'm supposed to be the one to call for things like that.
I still don't think she
Then how about you
meant to
actually do
murder
your
him.
job instead of waiting for me to do it for you? Maybe if you were actually competent at your job, I wouldn't be standing here having my name dragged through the mud and my patience tested because of this human attorney's endless questioning. If you want something done right, you do it yourself. Ugh. I can never rely on others to do work for me anymore. Like I always say, it's every pony for themselves in the big city.
Okay. Thief.
Well then, witness, please testify to the court about your connection to the victim.
I admit, I wasn't part of the audience. I noticed that the tickets were sold out, so I figured I'd come in the back door. The reason I came to the theater was to visit Coco Palmel and nothing else.
So why
It was
lie?
then that I first met Overall Concept. After my visit, I left the theater. I had no reason to kill the victim.
Weren't you being chased by him?
So, is that all you have to say, witness?
What else can I say? That's all that happened.
It's quite a short testimony for us to dissect.
Then all I need to do is press for more information. She's bound to reveal something.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
I admit, I wasn't part of the audience.
So you're going to jail, right?
You acknowledge that you willingly trespassed in the theater.
Yes, but it wasn't as if I was gonna harm some pony. Besides, it's not like any of you have ever trespassed before.
There's a big difference between
But
a Cal Ranch and a
perjury.
big city theater, you know. Were you planning on buying a ticket?
I planned to, but I noticed that the tickets were sold out, so I figured I'd come in the back door.
Hold it! Were there no other entrances in the theater?
The only one I knew was the back door.
So did you come to the watch
there
the
were no
play?
ponies guarding the back door?
Or talk Coco?
I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be in this mess if there were guards in the back to stop me, wouldn't you say?
Point taken. So what did you do once you went inside?
The reason I came to the theater was to visit Coco Palmel and nothing else.
Nothing else? Didn't you go
Why
want to
did
see
you
the
want to
show?
visit Miss Palmel?
She invited me to come over.
What?
So you were a guest?
Yes, I actually went there because Coco gave me a letter that day to come to the theater near the end of the play.
A letter? Coco didn't mention anything about a letter to Suri. This has got to be another lie. Do you still have this letter by any chance?
So it was full, but
Not with me, but
She hesitated, so she probably was lying. Then how do we know that everything you just said was the truth?
I suppose you can't know for certain. But you absolutely cannot see that letter.
bitch.
She's really aggressive about this letter, but I don't have any proof that this letter was there or not. Guess I'll come back to this when the time
All
comes.
right.
So, what did you do after you arrived at the theater?
I talked with Coco for a bit, and it was then that I first met Overall Concept.
Hold it! You never met the victim before that point?
No, but I've heard of him. I mean, who hasn't? He earned his fame a few years ago in the same fashion contest I'm participating in. Something I'd like to get
We
back
get
to
it.
working on.
That checks out with what Blue Blood said earlier. Did you talk to him at all?
No, he was too consumed by his work. He was busy with a sheet of gorgeous fabric at the time.
I see. And what did you do after your visit with Coco?
After my visit, I left the theater. I had no reason to kill the victim.
Hold it! You did have a reason. You went to steal the fabric.
Even if I did, which I didn't, by the way,
Okay.
I wouldn't have needed to kill Mr. Concept in order to get
Well,
away
weren't
with it.
they're acting like
He
she
was
wasn't
chasing
being
you.
chased? Yeah.
You had to get him off your tail somehow.
I would think that hanging
'Cause you didn't mean to
somebody
hang
would be
him.
considered a bit extreme if all I wanted to do was get him to stop chasing me. Am I right?
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to disprove Miss Polo Mare's claims about having no motive to kill the victim?
Well, I don't think. Yeah, I've said it. I don't think she killed him
Should I
or meant to
do?
kill him.
I don't have anything that shows a connection between Suri and Overall. And I can't deny the fact that murdering him to get away with a theft is too extreme. Especially since we know that the victim was knocked unconscious before he died. Hey, Twilight, any ideas? Twilight?
Oh, sorry.
What?
What were you asking me?
Suri's motive for killing Overall. As much as I hate to say it, I can't help but think that she wouldn't kill him if she could have made a clean getaway.
Perhaps she didn't have a motive to kill Overall after all then. Perhaps her motive for murder is actually related to someone else instead.
Oh, good thinking, Twilight.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer?
Your Honor, the defense is willing to concede that the witness did not have a direct motive to kill the victim.
You see, so you finally
That's
acknowledge
not
I'm
what
innocent.
we said at all.
Not quite. You didn't have a motive to kill the victim, but you did have a motive to hurt someone else.
Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that there were two victims that night?
Indeed I am, Your Honor.
Shut up! What nonsense is this? There was only one victim at the theater that night. Overall Concept.
Your Honor, I would like the witness to add that last statement to her testimony.
What?
I'm not sure how this will help, but I guess I'll follow along. Witness, please add that last statement to your testimony.
Ah!
You gotta calm down,
There
bitch.
was only one victim at the theater that night. Overall Concept.
Objection!
Only one victim, huh? It seems you've forgotten about someone else who ended up as a victim in this case.
What
Did
are
you want to hurt
blathering on
Coco?
about, attorney? Overall Concept was the only pony who was killed at the theater that night.
But that doesn't mean he was the only victim.
Quit wasting my time and just say what you want to say, okay?
Very well. It's true Overall Concept was the one murdered, but being murdered isn't a requirement in order to become a victim.
What, did she want to get at Coco?
As everyone else. Could you please explain, Mr. Wright?
For example, someone being the victim of assault. And while the victim was assaulted before his death, someone else was also attacked at the scene of the crime. Pomel.
Miss Pomel? You mean with that stain on her mane?
No.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Does prove she was struck by the roll.
So what does that prove? It doesn't prove that the witness was the one who caused that mark on her mane.
Objection! While it's not exactly proof that she was the one who attacked Miss Pomel, it would establish her motive for murdering Overall.
Her motive?
Get back at Coco.
After Miss Polymer was able to knock Overall down, all she needed to do was run away. As she said herself, she never knew the victim, leaving her no reason to commit murder.
Finally, you understand. I told you I wouldn't want to do something like kill him.
But then some pony else gave you a reason.
What's this now?
What do you mean?
You know who Coco Pomel is, correct?
Yeah.
Is this a joke? I've already mentioned I do.
And what was your past relationship with her again?
Well,
Before you say anything, I should warn you, both Rarity and Coco are listening, and I'm sure
Don't warn
they'd
her.
be willing to testify
Let
to
her
the
stumble.
truth if the need arises.
Objection! What does Miss Polymer and Miss Pomel's past relationship?
What are you talking about?
Any of this?
Motive, dumbass.
I'll gladly explain. When I spoke to Miss Pomel and Rarity, they had some very negative things to say about Miss Polymer. In another fashion contest that both Rarity and Suri Polymer had entered, Miss Polymer stole some of Rarity's own special fabric to make dresses with, and took all of the credit. Yet, it wasn't even the witness who made the dresses. Coco made them.
What?
Take that, Suri.
But that's not all. At the end of the contest,
We haven't had a
she
take
lied to
that,
Rarity by saying
have we?
that she had lost, and made Coco lie to her as well. In response to her dishonesty, Coco quit as Miss Polymer's pupil.
You're saying that this witness has a history of lying and cheating?
And it's believable because she literally lied to you.
Even if I did any of that, how does this have anything to do with
Motive!
It's actually got everything to do with it.
Really?
Now that we know their history together, let's bring it back to the current incident. Miss Polymer could have just knocked out Overall Concept and left with the special fabric, but a certain former pupil was right behind him.
Yes, that would be Miss Pomel.
So did she like hit Coco?
Oh!
Overall Concept got
With
mad and
Coco
chased
Pomel
after
in the
her,
picture,
and
it
she defended
changes
herself?
Everything. I think anyone would have some feeling of animosity towards someone who called you out as a liar and a cheat in such a big contest. Am I right? Maybe the feeling was so deep-seated that you would do anything to get back at them. Maybe even frame them for murder.
What?
Yeah. Now we're getting to the nitty-gritty.
Order! Order! Mr. Wright, explain what you mean at once!
I did.
Your Honor, the witness's motive in this case is not actually tied to the victim at all. Her motive was revenge against her former pupil, Coco Pomel.
You're saying that the witness killed someone simply to frame another
No,
for their death?
just took the opportunity that was presented. Oh, okay.
Here's how I think things played out. Miss Polymer was originally planning on just stealing the fabric
Yeah,
and
that's what I
escaping.
meant, yeah.
After she knocked Overall out, she was about to make her exit, but then Coco showed up right behind the victim. After knocking her out too, Miss Polymer realized that she was in the perfect position to get revenge on the pony who had caused her such
I don't know, I
great
feel like
humiliation.
she
That's
struck
right.
Coco
She
first,
hanged Overall just to get revenge on Coco Pomel.
and then defended herself from Overall.
Who was that?
Hello?
Witness?
Shut up! I've had enough of this farce of a
What are you
trial.
talking about?
Listen to you all. This is what Equestria is depending on as its means of serving justice? This court is an absolute farce!
For working and proving you
Now,
wrong?
calm down, witness.
Silence, you senile old fool!
Excuse me?
Contempt of court, please?
Yes, a senile old fool. You're the one who's supposed to be mediating this trial, correct? Then why haven't you put an end to that human lawyer's baseless slander?
What do you mean baseless?
Well, he has made some very good...
Shut up! See?
Hello?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Even though he has no evidence to support his claims, you just let him prattle on anyway. And you...
Me?
You're supposed to be protecting me, are you not?
But you said you wanted to...
Shut up! It's not your job to stand there and complain. It's to prosecute that little traitor over there, okay? So why don't you go and get started by debunking this lawyer's theory?
Contempt of court, please?
Ugh. Do I have to do everything
I still think she
myself?
struck Coco and then defended herself
Absolutely
from overall.
worthless. Ugh. Seems as if
And
it's not
accidentally
only every
killed
pony
him.
for themselves in the big city. It's every pony for themselves, no matter where you are.
Witness.
What?
You're saying that my theory is completely false. You didn't kill the victim or frame Miss Pommel for his death.
Of course not.
In that case, I'd like you to testify to the full
Please.
truth of what you did at the theater that night.
Ugh. Fine. Since neither the judge nor the prosecution will help me, I suppose I have to do this myself.
Or let Phoenix
Very
help
well.
you if this is
Witness,
actually...
please test it.
Shut up! I know what I need to do. Now sit back and listen so the truth doesn't escape those worn-out ears of yours.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge!
Seems as if we're finally approaching the end of our little play here. Time to make
Well,
it or break
an
it.
hour and a half says otherwise.
I met with Coco Pommel after receiving a letter from her. After our meeting, I left the
We
room,
gotta see that letter.
only to have Overall start chasing me. I ran up to the catwalk, hoping to outrun him. Suddenly, I heard a thud, and I noticed that Overall was on the ground, and the fabric fell out of his mouth. I saw Coco come from behind, grab the roll of fabric, and hit him over the head. She then took his body, wrapped a noose around his neck, and dropped him from the ledge. Coco told me to unwrap the fabric from the roll and leave the building, and I begrudgingly obliged.
What the fuck? We got a lot to unpack there.
You saw Miss Coco murder Mr. Concept?
Yes, I am a witness to the actual crime.
Why didn't you say that from
Why
the
did you
fucking
not
beginning?
mention this to me before? This is crucial information.
Coco told me to keep this a secret. It was her idea after all.
But if this testimony is the truth, then that means you were an accomplice.
It's not as if I wanted to do this. Coco told me to keep quiet about it.
What?
I find that very hard to believe. You honestly think this sudden revelation that Coco somehow forced you to cooperate will convince anyone?
Look, I saw what I saw, and I had to obey because I was afraid I would be her next victim,
Oh
okay?
my god. That's
He's trying
5
so
or
hard to
6.
blame Coco for all of this.
All we gotta do is prove that she didn't do it. I think there's plenty of things she didn't take into account. We just need to show
We gotta
them.
get that letter.
I met with Coco Pommel after receiving a letter from her.
What time did you receive this letter?
Well, I found it under my door when I got back to my apartment. It was probably around 4 in the afternoon.
That's odd. I thought she was lying about the letter earlier. but she answered rather quickly there.
There's something on that letter.
What time did you go to the theater?
Well, I knew the play started at 7 and lasted about 2 hours long, so I made sure to arrive at the theater around 8:45.
According to the autopsy report, the time of death was between 8:30 and 9 o'clock. This lines up perfectly. What did you do once you were there?
I met up with Coco in the dressing room. She said she just wanted to catch up after not talking for a while. She and her friend, Overall Concept, were just finishing up coating a sheet of fabric with fluorescent paint. I even accidentally touched some of the wet paint when I went to feel the fabric. Overall scolded me for doing so.
That mostly lines up with what Coco remembers. Is that a lucky guess, or did she actually visit her? Did you do anything else during your visit?
Nothing much, really. As soon as they were done with coating the fabric in paint, Coco left the room for a moment to wash her hooves. There was really nothing left for me to talk about, so I just made my leave, as I did have to wash my hooves as well. However, I suddenly heard some kind of commotion. After our meeting, I left the room, only to have Overall start chasing me.
Why did he chase you?
Overall started chasing you?
It was so out of nowhere. He was holding a fabric roll in his mouth and he just had this very angry look on his face. I think you'd freak out too if a stallion like that just started running towards you.
But why?
Can you stop trying to turn it around on me? About this fabric roll, was it bare?
No, it had the fabric Coco and he had just finished working on wrapped around it. My best guess is he was rolling up the fabric, and then something disturbed him, so he ran out of the dressing room with it.
The victim rolled up the sheet of fabric while it was still wet. I don't buy it. So, how did you react to the situation?
I ran up to the catwalk, hoping to outrun him.
Hold it! Couldn't you have just gone straight for the back door?
I could have, but I saw Coco Pommel on the other side of the backstage area, and I didn't want to crash into her, so I went up the catwalk instead.
Crash into her?
You saw Miss Pommel?
For a brief moment, yes. She looked very
I thought she was in the
surprised as
dressing
well.
room.
But wouldn't Playwright have been able to see you going up the catwalk too?
Objection! You should know the answer to that by now, human. Playwright's testimony stated that he didn't see Miss Polymere go up to the catwalk when he saw the chase. In fact, it was you who suggested that she was far ahead enough that Playwright must have missed her.
He's right. It was me who pointed that out. If anything, this at least confirms my suggestion. I just hope the rest of her testimony can line up with my theory. So what did you do when you reached the top?
I was correct in thinking that going up to the catwalk would slow him down.
What do you mean by that, witness?
But why was he chasing you? Why go for you?
Suddenly, I heard a thud, and I noticed that Overall was on the ground, and the fabric fell out of his mouth.
So where is Coco getting hit in all of this?
And based on the sound of the clang he made, he must have tripped hard.
Coco and Playwright mentioned something about hearing a clang as well, but would the victim tripping really make such a loud noise? Where did the fabric roll after he dropped it?
Nowhere really. It just landed right in front of him.
Did you keep running after he tripped?
Wouldn't there be like a
I was going
puddle
to
or some shit? A big mark
but then I saw
of
something
paint?
quite unsettling. I saw Coco come from behind, grab the roll of fabric, and hit him over the head.
Objection! Miss Polymere, that statement contains a glaring issue.
Oh?
Glaring?
Care to explain, Mr.
Not glaring enough for me.
Certainly. The witness claims that she saw Coco take the fabric roll and hit Overall on the head with it.
I fail to see the problem with that statement.
Well, if you recall, Coco's hooves didn't have a trace of paint on them. If the fabric was wet enough to cover Miss Polymere's hooves in paint, then it should have also covered Coco's when she grabbed it.
It's a fairly simple explanation, human. Remember that this paint could have been washed in the rain. Since this witness stated that Miss Pommel gave the fabric to her and left the theater with it, she didn't need to hide the fabric herself, which means she wouldn't have needed to step outside completely, just far enough out that she could get her hooves wet. You see, This was all part of the defendant's
Oh my
plan to
God.
frame Miss Polymere for the crime.
In that case, how do you plan to explain away these other two inconsistencies?
Inconsistencies?
Indeed. They arise from a detail in the autopsy report. Namely, the areas where the fabric roll touched the victim.
What's wrong with that? The autopsy stated that there was a bruise on the back of the head, and if Miss Pamel came from behind, it
But
would
how did the
naturally
paint
be
get on
the
her
area
head?
she
Where
was
is that
striking.
happening in this theory?
It's not what's been left behind on Overall's body that's the problem. It's what wasn't left behind.
Huh? What do you mean?
Have you forgotten already? The fabric had just been coated with fluorescent paint, and it was still wet at the time of the crime. If Overall was really holding it in his mouth, there would have been traces of paint left over in his mouth.
Perhaps the paint was washed away by his saliva then.
Even if that were somehow the case, it wouldn't matter, because there was another spot where the paint couldn't have been washed away.
Couldn't? Ah! No!
Yes.
Overall was hit on the back of the head with the wet fabric on the fabric roll, then some of the paint would have been discovered there.
Yep. I didn't see that.
What's happening? Someone please enlighten me so that I can be shocked too.
Yeah.
Your Honor, the autopsy report states no other substances or residues were found on the victim's body aside from the glitter on his forehooves. We also know, thanks to the previous testimony, that the special fabric was indeed wrapped around the fabric roll at the time of the murder. And it was most definitely still wet.
Oh!
Based on all this evidence and the testimony presented up to this point, it is impossible for the victim to have been hit on the head with the fabric roll.
What?
Objection! Then the only other explanation is the roll must have been empty this whole time.
So the witness is lying
It would
again.
Explain why there were no stains on him.
Objection! Unfortunately, Prince Blueblood, that cannot be the case. A torn piece of fabric was found on stage, indicating that the fabric must have gone up the catwalk at some point. And even if we were to ignore that, the witness herself just claimed that the fabric was on the roll when it was brought up.
Then that must mean that the defendant unwrapped the fabric from the roll as soon as she got up there, and then hit Overall with it.
Unless you were a unicorn,
Yeah.
unwrapping the roll would have taken far too much time, and Overall would have managed to escape without being attacked. No
Yeah,
matter
one sec, let me
what
wait for me to
way
hit you.
Try to interpret it. It is impossible for Coco or anyone else to have used the fabric roll to hit the victim.
So, what was the fabric roll used for then, Mr. Wright?
It's become apparent that Suri Polymere was the only one who could have brought the fabric up to the catwalk.
And why's that?
Overall couldn't have done so without getting paint on himself, and Coco couldn't have done it without being seen by Playwright. So there's only one pony left. Process of elimination.
Oh,
right, Prince
turned
Blueblood?
it back on him.
So, Miss Polymere, do you deny that you were the one who carried the fabric roll up the catwalk? There's no one else who could have done it, so you might as well...
So what if I did?
Lying again!
Huh?
Listen here.
How many times are you gonna
human.
lie
Maybe
in your
I
testimony?
Did steal the fabric. Maybe I did attack Coco Pommel. But here's the thing. This proves nothing.
What do you mean? Proves nothing.
You're saying that I knocked both the victim and Coco Pommel out with that fabric roll, right? Well, how exactly did I manage to not leave any traces of paint on the victim myself then, You're claiming that Coco couldn't have hit the victim with the roll because she would have left paint on him. The same reasoning applies to me, does it not?
It wasn't the roll.
That is indeed true, but if you really did go to the theater to steal the fabric, it's possible that you might have prepared a weapon of your own to fend off anyone that would try to stop you.
It's possible? Well, then why don't you go ahead and prove that possibility?
Oh my god.
I can say for certain that I did not bring a
Why is it
single
always
thing
that
to
when the
theater
prosecution has a possibility,
So go ahead.
it's
Prove the
accepted,
existence of this other
but the
weapon.
defense has to prove everything?
Well, Mr. Wright, Can you prove the existence of a different weapon the witness could have used to knock out the victim?
Are you kidding me? How am I
Yeah,
supposed
for
to
real,
do
what the
that?
hell?
I've got no leads to go off of. It could be anything.
Admit it, you have nothing, filthy
Oh
human.
my god.
Your Honor?
Yes, Miss Polo Mare?
You better not be asking for a
Request
verdict.
escort to take me back to my
No,
apartment.
no,
And
no, no.
hopefully, we can all put this travesty
No.
behind
Nope.
us.
I'm afraid you will have to be brought in
You've
for
lied
questioning.
multiple times.
You were an accomplice to the defendant, after all. But I'm sure the police can arrange for some form of transportation after that.
Whatever. It's still better than being charged for murder.
What about perjury?
If I don't think of something now, she's going to get away.
Phoenix!
Twilight, there's nothing. I don't know what she could have used to knock the victim out.
Calm down. There's gotta be something we've overlooked.
Her hoof.
How can I calm down now? The real killer's about to get away.
Phoenix, follow my lead.
Oh, that.
What was that?
What the
It's a
fuck?
breathing exercise my sister-in-law taught me. She's a princess too, and she taught me this to prepare myself for stressful situations I would have to face as a princess myself.
I see.
A weapon. Oh.
Your sister-in-law? You have a sibling? And there's another princess?
Yeah, there's a few of
It's
them.
not important right now, Phoenix.
Right. Sorry.
Anyway, we need to think quickly here. Suri must have brought something to the theater that night to use as a weapon.
But the only thing she'll admit to having brought with her are the clothes she has on now.
Then let's see if we can use those.
Are you nuts? How could she have knocked someone out with an article of clothing?
We'll think about that later.
You think about that
This is
crash
the
that
only lead
happened.
we have left right now.
Well then, if there are no further objections, I believe it is time we conclude the cross-examination of this witness.
About time, too.
Objection!
Yeah.
Your Honor, the defense would like to present evidence at this time.
Evidence?
Yes, evidence that shows exactly what this witness used to attack overall concept on the night of the murder.
Shut up! Impossible! You can't possibly have anything!
Mr.
Wait.
Wright, please explain what you mean.
No one lets him finish.
Gotta think fast here. No, not just fast, crazy. Miss Polymere must have somehow knocked out overall with just a piece of clothing. She's not wearing anything else that would be heavy enough to cause such a large bruise on the back of his head, though. So, time to think outside of the box.
Fuck.
Instead of figuring out what she used on the victim, let's figure out what she did to him to cause that bruise.
The hard hoof steps from them on the wooden floor were already bad enough. Mix that with a rattling catwalk and that loud clang.
Something with this
That's enough to
clang.
ruin the play as it is.
Hit his head on the catwalk? Like shoved
On
him?
the way up the stairs, I heard a loud clanging noise, and I ran as quickly as I could to see what happened.
Wait, could it be?
I mean, she could use magic too. Like on his head.
Time's up, Mr. Wright. The witness has made some valid points in her defense. Do you have anything to refute them?
I do, Your Honor.
I told you before. I didn't bring a weapon to the theater.
Oh, I believe you. You didn't bring anything of the sort.
But Mr. Wright, was
Let it
the
finish.
theory based on her having another weapon?
It was, and still is.
Explain, human.
What if this other weapon wasn't a conventional one?
Meaning?
The defense is of the opinion that we've been going about this the wrong way. Recall that playwright mentioned there was a loud clang during the chase.
At least try and keep up, attorney. That was when the victim tripped. We just established this in Miss Polymere's testimony.
I beg to differ.
Huh?
I think that noise was really the moment when Overall was knocked unconscious.
Onto the catwalk? On the
And
bar?
how would that be? You've admitted that she had no weapon with her. What else could possibly have made that clang? It would have had to have been something metal.
I completely agree.
Finish!
Your Honor, the defense proposes that the witness Suri Polo Mare knocked the victim out using the catwalk itself.
What?
Shut up! Do you hear yourself, human? How in the world would I have been able to use a catwalk
Slam
as
him
a
onto
weapon?
it.
Simple. All you had to do was throw him against it. If he hit the back of his head against the railing hard enough, I'm sure that would have been able to knock him out cold.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
No, it isn't.
Objection! Impossible, might I add.
Magic.
The witness is a mare of rather petite
Magic.
stature. Are you suggesting that she managed to overpower
You're a
fully
unicorn
grown
yourself,
stallion
bitch.
with
Magic.
nothing but her hooves? And then, after doing so, throw him hard enough against the railing to knock him unconscious?
Not quite.
Huh?
You're right that she used the railing to knock him out, but she didn't do so with her bare hooves.
Would this be related to that unconventional weapon you mentioned earlier by any chance?
Exactly, Your Honor. In fact, she kindly brought it into the court for all to see.
Her horn.
What?
Wait,
Your
she
Honor,
doesn't have a
this is
horn.
the weapon Miss Polo Mare used to overpower the victim. Take that!
You're saying she
I am so retarded. I thought she was a unicorn.
Just said moments ago.
Oh my god. I'm sorry.
I can say for certain that I did not bring a single thing to the theater other than what I have on right now.
Nothing other than what she has on. Ah!
Oh!
If that's true, then the weapon she used should be clear as day. After making it to the catwalk, she took the scarf off of her neck and waited for the victim to ascend as well. Once he did, she quickly wrapped the scarf around the unsuspecting Overall's neck. The two no doubt struggled as he tried to free himself. But as his strength waned, Miss Polo Mare managed to knock out Overall by throwing him against the catwalk's railing.
Objection! Are you listening to yourself, human? If she had done that, she would have left marks around the victim's neck.
Marks that I'm sure weren't just seen as having been caused by the rope. Am I right? Then, just as Miss Polo Mare finished incapacitating Overall, who should show up but Coco? After coming across a scene like that, she would have been too on guard for the witness to use her scarf again. So instead, she used the fabric roll she had with her to knock Coco out as well.
Shut up!
Damn.
You... What are you even talking about? I did no such thing. Your Honor, please throw this lawyer out of the courtroom now!
I'm sorry, Miss Polo Mare, but I can't do that.
Why is that?
Because he's making a good point.
Mr. Wright's theory may seem far-fetched, but I cannot deny that what he has proposed is indeed a possibility.
Don't listen to my magic
Prince
theory.
Blueblood, any thoughts?
God. I could have sworn she had a horn.
Well...
Oh dear. It seems we have reached an impasse. I suppose I have no choice but to suspend proceedings of this trial for another—
Hold it! Your Honor, I have evidence to prove my innocence.
Why didn't you do this from the beginning?
Do? Well, let's hear
How
it
many
then.
times?
Very well. Mr. Wright, you're saying that I used my scarf to strangle the victim on the night of the murder, correct?
Well, not exactly to death or anything, but something like that, yes.
In that case, there should be paint marks on my scarf, right? I clearly wasn't aware of the paint that stained my hooves since I left behind a pretty noticeable trail at the scene. So, obviously, that means
Well,
I wouldn't have washed
the rain
it
could have
to
washed
those
it off.
marks. Correct?
I suppose so.
Then go ahead. I'll give you permission to test my scarf for traces
And who
of
says it's
paint.
the same
I
scarf?
promise you, you won't find anything on it.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you wish to request that we test Miss Polo Mare's scarf?
This feels like a trap. There's no doubt that she was unaware of the paint that night. If she had known, she wouldn't have left such a clear trail behind. In that case, the fact that she so eagerly gave up her scarf for testing can only mean that she's certain that whatever pink she left on has been washed off. So then, the answer should be clear. No, Your Honor.
Why not, Mr. Wright? This could be your only chance to prove your case.
That would be because there's no way that the scarf has any paint left on it.
And how are you so sure of that?
Because last night, at the time of the murder, it was raining outside.
Yeah. Yes.
Even though you were completely unaware of the fluorescent paint that night, that doesn't matter in the slightest. Any traces of paint that remained on your hooves or your scarf would have undoubtedly been washed away by the rain as you made your way back home.
You insolent human!
Order! Order! Witness, restrain yourself.
Shut up! You stay.
How is she allowed to do this?
This is between me and that lawyer over there.
No? Oh my, Judge.
Gee, thanks for nothing, Your Honor.
So, human, since you refuse to let me try and prove my own innocence, how about you show some evidence that proves my guilt?
Your guilt?
Everything you've said so far is all based on circumstantial evidence. The scarf, the fabric, the clothing. You've woven a fascinating yarn. But can you prove it to be true?
She's right. At the moment, this is all just circumstantial. Just conjecture. But that's about to change very soon.
If you
I still want to see that letter.
Killed Overall and framed Coco for it, then cease your baseless accusations, okay?
I lost count. 6?
Do
7?
you have anything that conclusively proves that this witness was the one who killed Overall Concept and then framed the defendant as an act of revenge?
This is it. The final piece of the puzzle. If I can't prove Suri's guilt now, the trial will have to resume tomorrow. Who knows what that could mean for us?
Do you know what we can use now, Phoenix? I don't think any of the evidence is conclusive enough to show that Suri had anything to do with the murder or the framing.
Perhaps not right now, but we may just see it in a moment.
What do you mean?
Suri made one big mistake that night. She got her hooves covered in fluorescent paint. Then, whatever she touched also got contaminated in that paint. And unfortunately for her, she just had to go the extra mile when framing Coco for the crime.
Oh, I see now.
All that's left is to see if we can make it stick.
I
won't ask again, Mr. Wright. Present your evidence now, if you have any, to prove that this witness is the real guilty party behind this crime.
He's got nothing. He can't have anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Miss Polymere. I do have the evidence that proves that you were the guilty party, and it's right here. Take that!
Isn't that the fabric roll?
What in Equestria does that prove? There's nothing on there to suggest that I even touched it.
When looking at it normally, you're right. However, we've yet to examine this fabric roll completely.
Completely?
Your Honor, with your permission, I would like to perform one last test with the forensic flashlight. Once I shine it over this fabric roll, we'll see once and for all who really killed Overall Concept.
What? No.
Yeah.
No!
What, are hoof prints? Oh, right.
Mr. Wright, I'm afraid I don't understand. How would any traces found on that fabric roll prove who killed the victim?
It's simple, Your Honor. When we adjourned for recess earlier, Coco told me she had regained some of her memories.
Oh? And what did she remember?
Unfortunately, she couldn't remember exactly what had happened on the catwalk, but she did remember everything after she awoke from being knocked out. This fabric roll was resting in her hooves. Hooves, which had suddenly become covered in glitter, despite the fact she had just washed them.
The fabric roll was in her hooves?
If she is to be believed, then this means someone must have placed it there. And there's only one pony who could have done that. Miss Polomare, I'm going to run this flashlight over this fabric roll. If we find your hoof prints on there, left clearly by the paint your hooves were covered in, then I would say this whole case is solved.
Oh, there they are! Quick, someone analyze them!
Damn, 30 minutes.
Prince Blueblood, are the results back yet?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what do they show?
The hoof prints found on the fabric roll match those of Suri Polomare.
It's over, Suri.
Suri,
now that we know
wow.
you're responsible for framing Coco,
You're really gonna frame
that
her
would naturally mean you were also the one who killed overall
for
concept.
killing someone because of a competition?
So, Suri Polomare, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh my god.
Well, I do believe we've finally come to the conclusion of this trial.
Really?
I agree, Your Honor.
If I am to understand correctly, Miss Polomare was the only other pony at the scene of the murder, and all of the evidence points to her. Her motive was to steal a roll of the victim's fabric for the contest she was participating in, and she was caught in the process of stealing
You're really gonna
it
frame
and
someone for
retaliated
murder,
against her
Suri?
pursuers.
Really?
After they were both knocked unconscious,
Because of fabric?
she hung overall concept in an effort to get revenge on her former pupil.
Yes, Your Honor. Everything lines up, and all the facts are in place.
Indeed. I see no room for doubt.
You did it, Phoenix! You won!
All's well that ends well.
No.
What about the letter, though?
Not to this hairless buffoon.
The truth led us to this conclusion, Blue Blood. There's nowhere else to go from here.
Okay.
No. I didn't do it. You have to play me, please. Somebody help me.
Now then, I believe it is time I hand down my verdict. The court finds the defendant, Coco Pamel.
Hold it! Please hold on for a second.
Coco?
Huh?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Miss Pamel? What are you doing? I was about to hand down your verdict.
I still think it might have been self-defense.
There's something I need to tell you. It's important.
Something important?
What is it, Miss Pamel?
I have an objection to the defense's last statement.
What? Order in the court! Defendant, what is the meaning of this?
I remember.
Everything?
I remember everything.
Remember?
Wait, Coco, you regained all your memory?
Yes, all of it.
Okay.
What do you mean by all of it?
I can tell you in full detail about the chase, even what happened on the catwalk.
What?
Well, don't just stand there looking adorable. Please, tell the court what you mean.
Admittedly, I didn't see the moment he fell. But I know for a fact that Suri, she couldn't have been the one who pushed him down.
Huh?
What?
That's
impossible.
What is happening?
Order!
Yeah, I still don't buy that she meant to kill him.
Miss Pommel,
Suri,
do
I
you
mean.
realize what you just said? By doing this, you're incriminating yourself.
Are you trying to make a mockery of this court?
Pommel, you stay out of this. This doesn't involve you anymore.
I'm going to be arrested for murder if I don't do something!
Why do you care? You hate my guts. If anything, you should be thrilled about this.
But I'm not! I can't just sit by and watch this happen! If I don't say anything, you're gonna get sent to the moon!
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I deserve for getting myself into trouble all the time.
You gotta
Don't!
step up your act for sure.
You keep saying that it's every pony for themselves, but that's just not true! I've learned from a great friend that you should always show generosity to others, even if they may not deserve it. So I'm going to help you, whether you want me to or not!
Yeah, nice.
I couldn't care less about why you're doing this. What matters is what this means. Is this you confessing to your crime, defendant?
Not at all. If it's all right, I'd like to explain
Yeah,
what
I
I saw on
wanna
the night of the murder.
hear this.
Coco, what else is there left to be said? It's been proven that Miss Bullimere was behind this. I understand how you must feel, but...
Please, Mr. Wright, I have to do this. I have to save her. I trust her. She would never kill any pony.
Yeah.
And you trust me, right? You told me so. So please, let me testify. Let me tell you what really happened that night.
Alright, Coco.
Really?
Let's hear it.
If you're that certain of your own testimony, then I trust you.
We've been here before, Phoenix.
Your Honor.
Yes?
Please allow my client to testify. From it, we should be able to find the real truth of this case.
Very well. Miss Pommel, please testify about what you witnessed at the night of the murder.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you too, Mr. Wright.
Coco.
We're in uncharted waters now. The only thing I really know is that whatever it is Coco has to say will lead us to the truth.
Okay.
I was returning from the restroom after washing my hooves with the paint and glitter. I suddenly saw Overall running up to the catwalk, and then I quickly followed him. While running up the stairs, I heard a loud clang from above. When I reached the top of the catwalk, I saw Suri looking over the edge with a special fabric in her mouth. I ran to her to ask where Overall was, but then she swapped the roll in my head, and I was knocked out. When I came to, I looked down for the catwalk and saw Overall hanging with a rope tied around his neck. Before I could even scream, Larry found me, and I just stood where I was until the police came.
That seems to be quite consistent with what the defense has already uncovered.
Yes, but if you'll let me explain further...
Objection! Why are we continuing with this charade? Is this your handiwork,
Shut up.
dirty human? Did you set this up just to rub my defeat in my face?
Of course not. It's our duty as keepers of the law to find the truth. The whole truth. If all you care about are your own personal victories, then I suggest you find a different occupation.
You little blue cretin! You dare disrespect me! Me! Prince
Oh my
Blue
God.
Blood? Nephew to Princess Celestia her...
I don't care who you are. I'm here to find the truth. And if you aren't here to do the same, then the only experience you're gonna get with these trials is how to severely damage your own judicial system.
Yeah.
Enough! Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination.
I was returning from the restroom after washing my hooves with the paint and glitter.
Hold it! Are you certain that you were able to wash everything off?
Yes.
I did a good job cleaning.
I knew that I was dealing with fluorescent paint, so I had to be thorough with my washing. I actually had to turn off the lights while washing my hooves to see if I got everything off.
Is it that difficult to wash off?
As long as it's still wet, it's manageable. It's not as easy when it's dry, though. That's why I had to wash my hooves immediately.
So, why didn't Overall have any paint on his hooves? He was working with you, right?
Yeah, but he was mostly just showing me how to properly paint the fabric, so he barely touched the stuff.
I see. You also said that you were returning to the dressing room. Anything in particular that seemed off while heading back?
Well, something like that. I suddenly saw Overall running up to the catwalk, and then I quickly followed him.
Hold it! Did you see anyone else before
What went
you
on
saw
between her and Overall?
No, I only saw him.
Suri and
Or
Overall.
at least, that's all I could see when I looked.
What do you mean by that?
While I was on my way back, I was listening to the play. I was really happy with how great the actors were doing, and it sounded like their best performance yet! I only noticed that something was wrong when I heard loud hoof steps, and that was when I looked ahead towards the dressing room. I only saw Overall sprinting out of the dressing room for a split second.
Did you see which direction he was running to?
He looked like he was heading towards the stage. I even called his name, hoping he would respond, but he didn't say anything. I was really worried.
And that's when you started running after him?
Yes, I had to find out what the problem was.
Okay.
When I next caught sight of him, I saw that he was near the top of the stairs to the catwalk. I was afraid he would trip because it was so dark, so I turned on the safety lights to make sure he was safe.
Right. She said that earlier, and that's why the safety lights were turned on during the crime. So, when you ran up the stairs to the catwalk, was there anything that you saw that struck you as strange?
It's not exactly what I saw that caught my attention. It's what I heard.
What did you hear, defendant?
While running up the stairs, I heard a loud clang from above.
Yeah.
Hold it! How loud exactly would you say it was?
Pretty loud, actually. I'm sure that the others who were near the stage would have heard it too.
That's right. Playwright said he heard the same thing in his testimony. I thought Miss Polymere knocked out the victim with the railing.
I'm sorry if you hear
Could it
that
have
dog.
been something else? She also mentioned it in her testimony, after all. How did you react to the noise?
It's thrilling! It made me even more worried for Overall. I had to see what was going on up there.
What did you see when you got to the top?
When I reached the top of the catwalk, I saw Suri looking over the edge with a special fabric in her mouth.
Did you see Overall? Oh, no, she didn't.
You saw Miss Polymere?
I recognized her the instant I saw her. I never thought I would ever see her again after quitting as her assistant.
Do you recall her reaction to seeing you?
She looked very shocked. In fact, she looked just as shocked to see me as she did when she was staring over the edge of the catwalk.
So was
Did you
Overall
see her
concept
holding anything other than the
already
fabric?
hung at that point?
No.
Or hanged?
All she had was a rolled up fabric. I didn't see anything else.
What about her scarf? Did you see it?
I did, and it was securely wrapped around her neck. There's no way she could have taken it off and put it back on so quickly. I'm sure of it.
And just to confirm, the special fabric was rolled up and used to knock you unconscious.
Yes, it was rolled up.
This has already been established. You're just poking holes
Shut
into
up.
your own theory now.
And what about Overall?
Yeah, was he hanged?
Where was he?
Well, he wasn't anywhere.
What do you mean?
When I got to the top of the catwalk, all I saw was Suri. Overall was nowhere to be seen.
Was he on the noose?
What?
Miss Pommel, are you suggesting that Overall just disappeared?
I don't know. I was confused too. But that's what I saw. He wasn't on the catwalk at all.
Well, this throws a wrench into my theory. If Overall wasn't on the catwalk by the time Coco made it up there, that could only mean... You don't think that the victim had already been hanged by the time you
Yeah,
got
that's
up?
what I'm wondering.
Now that you mention it, I did hear the crowd panicking when I got to the top.
Okay.
And I'm sure whatever Suri saw gave her that expression when she looked down. It's possible. She was looking at the body.
What? How is that possible?
What the fuck's happening?
Prince Blueblood, what's so funny?
Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? The defense has managed to disprove his own theory with his client's testimony.
He has?
Go on, filthy human. Say it. Admit that according to Miss Pommel's testimony, Miss Polymer cannot possibly be the killer, and as
that does not mean she couldn't have possibly been the killer. I did disprove that.
Well, Mr. Wright, is that true? Do you have nothing left to support your own theory?
And how does that mean Coco was the only one that could have done it?
Watch, Your Honor. The attorney there will clearly opt to strike all of the defendant's testimony from the record.
No, we're trying to find the truth, dude.
Please, Mr. Wright, you have to believe me. I know it was the case you built, but it's all true. I swear.
How did he end up on that news?
Was right. I could easily have this testimony discarded and go straight for a not guilty verdict. But Coco risked everything to bring this information to light. She must really believe that Miss Polymer is innocent. And given the testimony she's provided so far, it certainly seems to be the case. She's trusting me to save some pony she cares about. And I'm not about to betray that trust. Your Honor, the defense will not have the defendant's testimony stricken from the record.
You won't? But that means...
Yes. We're accepting the defendant's testimony as
So what the fuck happened?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Then, does that mean you have evidence to prove how Miss Polymer could have committed the crime under these new
How did
circumstances?
he end up on that news?
No, Your Honor, we do not.
What? But wasn't she your prime suspect for the theft, and the framing, and the murder?
I do still believe that she stole the fabric and framed Coco. However, I am certain, based on Coco's testimony, that she was not the one who killed Overall Concept.
I see. And what, pray tell, do you think can prove your point? After all, there's nothing to suggest that the defendant is even telling the truth here, is there?
Talk about showing your hand. Blueblood's clearly baiting me into presenting this evidence. He knows what it will prove if I do. But there's no way to go but forward. My only hope now lies with her. Your Honor, the defense would like to present a piece of evidence at this time. Evidence that will reveal the truth behind this incident once and for all.
Are you sure
What
about
evidence?
this, Mr. Wright?
I want to see the letter.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Take that! Isn't that the noose used in the crime?
Earlier, we determined that Miss Polymer had touched the fabric roll by finding traces of fluorescent paint on it. Now, what do you suppose we'll find if we examine this with a forensics flashlight?
Well, if she's the culprit, I'd imagine there'd be traces of paint on the rope.
And if there isn't, then that would mean that she's innocent of this
Overall
murder.
Concept trying
Correct.
to hang
Yes,
Suri?
I suppose so. But do you know what you're doing, Mr. Wright?
I couldn't be more certain, Your Honor.
Very well. Then please, test the rope for fluorescent paint. There's no paint! There's no paint on the rope!
The overall concept had to be tied. Right? Dude, stop.
Foolish attorney! You've fallen right into my
Okay,
trap.
Kaiba.
Prince Blueblood, what do you mean?
Your Honor, as we've all seen, this rope has no fluorescent paint on it, which means that Miss Polymer cannot be the killer. In which case, the only other clue left as to the identity of the killer are the traces that were found on the rope.
The other traces?
Glitter?
If you recall, Your Honor, this rope had traces of glitter found around the noose.
Overall concept would have glitter on
right.
from working on the fabric.
This must mean that someone who had glitter-covered hooves must have been the one to wrap the noose around the victim's neck. There were only 2 ponies who had the opportunity to do that after the victim was knocked out, and both of them would have had glitter on their hooves. Miss Pommel and Miss Polomare. However, now that we know that there was no paint on the rope, that rules out the witness, leaving the defendant as the only possible suspect.
They traded places in like
Oh, that's
15
right.
minutes.
What? No! It wasn't me!
Silence, you criminal! It's impossible for you to escape your punishment now. Isn't that right, defense?
We need Suri to speak up.
Objection! But Coco couldn't have used the fabric roll to knock the victim out. There's no way she could be the killer.
Objection! Just because she couldn't have knocked the victim out doesn't mean she can't be the killer.
Why not?
Have you already forgotten what your spiky-headed friend has already demonstrated? That Miss Polomare here was the one who knocked the victim unconscious by throwing him against the catwalk railing using her scarf?
No.
There has to be some testimony that this theory goes against.
After incapacitating the victim, likely because she was trying to stop him from catching her after stealing the fabric, Miss Pommel showed up on the scene and proceeded to hang the victim.
Objection! But Coco had cleaned off all the glitter on her hooves before going up the catwalk. Suri even testified that Coco had gone to do so.
Objection! However, she has not confirmed that the defendant did in fact have clean hooves when she arrived on the scene.
But...
It's the end of the line for you, defense. Am I wrong, Mr.
At least
Right?
he's not calling him Mr. Wrong, like Trixie.
Alright, everything is going according to plan. Even though it's now clear who killed the victim, I think it's time we remove the last traces of doubt from the court's mind.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have anything that can refute the prosecution's claim?
I don't, Your Honor, but someone here does.
And who would that
Suri.
be, Mr. Wright?
Isn't it obvious? The one pony who can testify for certain exactly when Coco's hooves were covered in glitter. Suri Polomare!
What?
You honestly think she's going to testify for you now?
Suri, we saved you.
What a joke. You
Come
just
on.
accused her of a murder she never even committed. Why in Equestria do you think she
It's
would
not
want
helping
to help
Phoenix, it's
you?
helping Coco.
Suri, you've always believed that it's every pony for themselves in the big city, right? And yet, as we've just seen, Coco put her own life on the line to protect you. She saved you from being charged with a murder you didn't commit. Now, it's your turn to save her.
My turn?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if you confess to everything you did that night, and everything you saw, it will prove Coco's innocence beyond all doubt.
Confess.
I've done everything I can to help Coco. And your testimony, your confession, is the last piece I need to completely prove her innocence. However, you must tell the truth this time. We aren't going to get another shot at this.
Come on.
Please, Suri. I trust you. You'll do the right thing. I know it.
You trust me?
I do.
Enough of this melodrama. The game is up, attorney. She is not going to testify for...
Fine, then. I confess.
What? What are you confessing to, witness?
I confess to stealing the fabric and attacking Coco.
Yeah, there we go.
You're admitting that it was you?
Silence yourself. You're going to ruin my...
Shut up!
Thank you.
I don't care about your case, okay?
7.
I'm gonna tell the whole truth of that night, whether you want me to or not.
Will none of you treat me with the respect I deserve? I am Prince Blueblood, nephew of...
Witness, I hope you realize that these are not minor offenses you are confessing to.
I am well aware, Your Honor, but I refuse to just stand by and let Coco take the blame for this murder.
Good.
Suri!
Don't misunderstand me. I've not been moved by your sentimental pleas for help. I don't want to have to owe you or that attorney any favors in the future.
Okay.
Of course.
Well then, witness, please proceed with your confession.
That night, I went to the theater of my own volition. I was there to steal the fabric, as Mr. Wright predicted, and yes, I attacked Coco in the process.
But the fabric's existence was only known to Coco, Overall, and Playwright, and those whom they told. How did you come by this knowledge?
I can't say.
Why not?
Look, I just can't,
The letter?
okay? Don't ask about it anymore, or I will be withdrawing my confession.
Very well. Although I can't help but be curious. So, what exactly happened after you entered the theater?
I went to the theater through the back door, just like you said, and made my way to the dressing room. There were 2 ponies in there, Coco and Overall. I kept my eyes on the room and the surrounding area, waiting for an opportunity to take the fabric. After Coco left the room, I hid behind a curtain so that I would not be seen. Overall was still in there, but I figured this would be the best chance I had to steal the fabric. I waited until his back was turned and then entered the room. I quietly picked up a wooden roll that was sitting on the table and began rolling up the fabric that had been left out.
I see. But to actually manage to sneak in and roll up the fabric, something else must have captured Overall's attention. Something to keep him occupied long enough to allow for Suri to do what she did. I doubt she would have been successful otherwise. But what could it have been? So, what happened next?
I managed to roll the fabric up unnoticed, but Overall noticed me as I was leaving and he started chasing me. I bolted for the back door, but I noticed Coco Palmel coming back to the dressing room. Before she had a chance to see me, I went straight for the catwalk, hoping that Overall would be slow climbing up so that I could escape. The lights came on as I turned the corner, but I paid them no mind and kept running. As soon as I reached the end of the catwalk, I heard a loud bang behind me. And when I looked back, Overall was just gone.
That lines up with what Coco said.
But he was just chasing you.
How did he end up on that news?
How could he have just disappeared like that?
I was just as lost as you are. I was happy that he wasn't chasing me anymore, but that noise worried me. So I went back to see what had happened.
Did he trip on the
I started
rope and
hearing
then
screams of
somehow
terror from
end
the
up around his
audience.
neck?
With my worries growing, I looked down and what I saw was Overall's body hanging from the catwalk.
What in the...
What? Order! Order, I say! Witness, are you saying that the victim was hanged during your chase?
It sounds crazy, I know, but that's what I saw. I was about to run for the back door before the police had a chance to arrive, but as I was looking down at the body, Coco had come up on the catwalk as well. I was freaking out. She was wondering where Overall was, and she started moving towards me.
Hey, you hit her.
I didn't know what to do, and I was too afraid of being caught stealing his fabric and possibly being seen as a killer. So I took the fabric roll and I swung it as hard as I could on Coco's head and knocked her out.
This cannot be.
It was at that point that a certain thought occurred to me.
Thought?
I can use this. I can frame her, get back at her for everything.
What?
So you really were trying to plant the whole thing on the defendant?
That's fucked up.
Coco and that prissy unicorn Rarity! They both ruined me. I was seen as a cheater in the fashion world. I was humiliated.
'Cause you are.
I wanted payback. So I removed the fabric from the roll as I was still intending on keeping it. However, in my haste to remove the fabric, I accidentally tore a piece of it off in the process.
How did you do that?
I think the answer to that question would be because of the exposed splinters on the fabric roll. Correct?
You got it. A bit of the fabric got caught on a splinter and tore off as I unwrapped it. I tried to catch it before it fell, but it was too late. Luckily, it went unnoticed thanks to the panic as a result of the hanged body. Once I had the fabric off the roll, I shook off some of the glitter onto Coco's hooves and placed the fabric roll itself between them.
Damn.
That would explain why the glitter left on the catwalk was in a pile. You quickly dropped it in one place instead of wasting precious time by spreading it about.
That's right. After I had covered both Coco's hooves and the fabric roll in glitter, I placed the roll in Coco's hooves to complete the picture that Coco had attacked and hung the victim. Finally, I fled down the left side of the catwalk and left the building.
Leaving a trail of footprints and fluorescent paint behind you for us to find.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that paint was on the fabric in the first place. I only found out when it was brought up during this trial. I didn't really pay attention to what Coco and Overall were working on in the dressing room, and the lights were on when I stopped running on the catwalk. I was completely unaware I had left any prints. Even after I got home, I wasn't aware of the paint. The rain must have washed it off my hooves and the fabric.
And this is the full truth this
Yeah,
time, right, witness?
Yes. Every last thing I saw and did that
So
night.
how'd he end up on the news? Trip, maybe? Tripping? But what's the clang? Does the clang have to do with him tripping?
So there, Mr.
There's
Wright,
still
you
another
have my
detail.
confession. I stole the fabric, attacked
letter.
Coco, and framed her for murder. Now the ball's in your court to save her.
Very well. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Palomere.
Don't lose any sleep over it.
As much as I hate to be the bearer of bad news to you all, this proves nothing. The defendant is still the only one who could have committed the crime.
Objection! Then you must not have been listening to the confession at all, Prince Blueblood. If you had been, it should be clear that there's no way Coco was responsible for this.
Explain then, if you can.
According to the confession that was just given, not only was Coco not even on the catwalk when the victim was hanged, but Miss Palomere herself admitted just now that it was she who covered the defendant's hooves in glitter.
No!
And since that's the case, then it's impossible for Coco to have been the one to leave the traces of glitter on the noose. That, in conjunction with her exact whereabouts at the exact time of the murder, should prove beyond any doubt that Coco Pommel is innocent.
No!
Why do you want... Fucking hell, Blueblood.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, you...
Objection! This is impossible! Human, if neither pony could have murdered Overall, then who are you proposing is the true culprit? There was no one else on that catwalk who could have done it!
Spike!
I'm certain about that. Aren't you forgetting someone? One
Overall
other pony that was
concept.
on the catwalk at the time of the crime.
No! You can't be serious!
Mr. Wright, are you suggesting...
It seems as though we finally arrived at the truth, as much as I don't want to believe it, or even fully understand why. This is the only possibility left.
He hanged himself?
I am, Your Honor.
Phoenix!
You aren't going to...
The one responsible for taking the victim's life was the only other pony who was at the crime scene when he was hanged. And that, of course, would be the victim himself. Overall concept!
What the?
Hello?
What the? Why would he hang himself?
Order! Order! Order
And what
in
was the
court!
clang? And what was the letter?
Mr. Wright, have you completely lost your mind? Are you suggesting that the victim committed suicide?
That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Objection! Are you crazy? There is nothing in the evidence or testimony that suggests suicide.
I have to agree here, Phoenix. Murder is already rare enough in Equestria, but suicide? That's entirely unheard of!
I figured as much. But despite how improbable it may be, it's the only logical conclusion I can think of that can solve this case.
Logical? How can you even call this logical? You have a good explanation for this, human.
Although I can't claim to know
Still
why
something
the
else.
victim would do this, I can't hazard a guess to what happened that night. Overall concept, after chasing Miss Polymer up to the catwalk, grabbed the rope that was prepared by the stagecoach during intermission. Wrapping it around his neck, he jumped over the railing to his death. We've heard testimonies from both defendant and witness.
The clang be him
and together,
hanging?
they prove rather conclusively that Overall was the only other one on the catwalk at the time of the crime. If neither of them could have done it, then it could have only been the victim himself.
Objection! Your delusions have utterly ruined your sense of reason, human. Time to bring you
Oh
back
my
to
God.
reality. The victim was unconscious due to a blow to the head at the time of his death. Are we meant to believe that he committed suicide while he was
Maybe
unconscious?
hit his head on the way down?
Of course not. But we may have made an incorrect assumption regarding this blow to the head.
What do you mean?
We all came to the conclusion that the victim was unconscious because he was knocked out by someone. But that's where we were wrong. It wasn't because he was attacked. He was knocked unconscious after hitting his head against something as he was
The
falling.
light?
What?
What could the victim have even hit his head on?
Might I suggest he hit the back of his head on the
Really?
catwalk railing? He must have not jumped far enough and received a pretty nasty bruise as a result, which knocked him unconscious.
How outrageous! And I suppose you have something to support that claim?
The clang that Suri, Coco, and Playwright heard. It was the sound of the victim's head colliding with the railing.
Why would he kill himself?
Objection! You can't be serious, human! This theory
Well,
of suicide.
Suri and Coco's
baseless.
innocence are proven,
I
so
demand to see real, physical evidence that points to this
we don't
ridiculous
have any
assertion
real
being the truth.
physical evidence of
I have it
Suri or
right
Coco.
here. Take that!
The autopsy report? Does that prove anything?
Right here, where it says the victim had traces of glitter on his forehooves.
So what? That doesn't prove anything.
Prince Blueblood, what's the matter?
He's finally realized the truth, Your Honor. As we've established, there are traces of glitter around the noose. The two ponies who were most likely to have left glitter on it could not have done so. The lack of fluorescent paint clears Ms. Polymer, and the noose had already been thrown off the catwalk by the time the defendant arrived. Not to mention, Ms. Polymer admitted that she was the one who coated Coco's hooves in glitter after the victim died. Therefore, there was only one other pony who could have left glitter on the noose. The only other pony who had traces of glitter on his hooves and went up the catwalk at the time of the crime. Overall concept!
Yeah, that's weird.
Objection! You haven't won yet. You still haven't explained
I mean,
why the
guess it
victim
doesn't
would take his
matter.
own life. He was living happily and was even planning to propose to the defendant. And on top of all of that, if he was planning on committing suicide, why do it in the middle of a play in front of thousands of ponies in the audience? You don't have an answer, do you?
right. I don't have an answer why the victim decided to commit suicide. But that's not
Yeah,
something
we've cleared
that
the
is
other
determined
names.
here and now. The purpose of this trial was to ascertain whether or not the defendant, Coco Palmel, was guilty of the murder of Overall Concept. Through the testimony and evidence that's been presented, I'd say the answer to that question has been made abundantly clear by now. As for why the victim chose to end his own life, I'd say that's up to the police to investigate and discover the truth behind that mystery.
Calm down.
As much as I share everyone else's confusion, I have
What
to
was on
agree
that
with the
letter?
defense.
You're actually going along with this?
Yeah?
There is simply no other explanation, I'm afraid. I would like to request that the police continue their investigation in order to uncover further information regarding this supposed suicide. As for Suri Polomere, you will be placed under arrest for perjury, theft, and tampering with the crime scene.
Yeah, that's gonna be a long time.
Whatever. It sure beats getting sent to the moon.
That's true.
Just make sure that sentence isn't too long. I have dresses to work on, okay?
8.
Well, Mr. Wright, even in another world, you haven't lost your knack for taking a seemingly ordinary murder case and turning it onto its head. Not bad for your first time back in Equestria, I must say.
Oh,
Thanks.
Your Honor. I can't tell if he's complimenting me or calling me out.
Still, sometimes I wish you would stop for a moment. I'm an old man. I don't know how much more of this my heart can take.
Yes.
Sorry.
Sorry, Your Honor. Okay, maybe he is calling me out.
But as of right now, I think it's time I hand down my verdict in the case of Miss Palmel.
No! No! How can I lose? How can I lose to this hairless ape? My perfect win streak!
My perfect KD.
We won!
And what a bumpy ride this trial was.
In the case of Miss Coco Palmel, I find the defendant...
Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah. We'll cry in a corner.
Court is now adjourned.
I like the fact that there's confetti cannons or whatever in the courtroom. Okay. They haven't said what's on that letter, though. We still don't know why he killed himself that way.
Whoa! Now that was an ending I certainly didn't expect.
That you still managed to pull through. Congrats, boss! And you too, Twilight!
Yes! Thank you so much, Phoenix. You saved Coco!
All in a day's work, Rarity.
Oh my god.
Daddy wins the case once again! But of course, is there ever any doubt?
Oh my god.
Trucy, there's no need to shower me with praise. Honestly.
But it's true! I can never count you out in trial. And you sure taught that prince not to underestimate you in there.
It was so satisfying seeing him fall apart. Especially after going after my dear Coco. Oh, here she comes now.
Hello, every pony.
Yeah, we still
Hello
don't know
there,
why
Coco.
he chose to kill himself.
Coco!
Nah.
Congrats on getting
That's
your
still sitting
riddle,
with her.
dear.
Thank you, Rarity. I'm very glad.
Oh? Then why the
Why
long
do you
face,
think?
darling?
Well, I'm happy that I'm off the hook, but I'm still sad about Overall passing away. Especially now that I know how he really died. How could he just do that to himself? Was something hurting him? Was it me?
Miss Palmel?
Yes?
I've studied analytical psychology, so I want to
Oh my
give you
God.
my opinion. You are absolutely not responsible for what happened to Overall.
But you can't know that!
You mentioned earlier in the trial that Overall had a bout of depression following the death of his parents.
right?
Well, yes. But that was years ago. And he never seemed upset once we started living together.
It's not uncommon for someone to have periods of depression separated by years where they feel and act perfectly normal. I think overall may have been suffering from it without anyone realizing. Granted, we can't know for sure, but that's what I think anyway.
But still, like, mid-chase? In public?
Happy with me.
He was gonna propose to you!
That couldn't be farther from the truth, Coco. Remember this ring Overall was going to propose to you with? He clearly was at his happiest when he was with you. It's true, we may not know his true reasons for ending his own life, but I know that you were not the reason.
But I could have done something about it. Maybe I should talk to him more. Probably been more involved with his designs. If only I didn't leave the dressing room, he would have stayed alive. If only I...
Hey,
yeah.
Calm down.
Huh?
Take a breather. You'll hurt your vocal cords yelling like that.
Okay.
Listen, you shouldn't blame yourself for Overall's death. There was nothing you could have done.
But if only I were with him the entire time, then he would have...
But it happened anyway. I understand what you're going through. You thought you could have done something to prevent losing a loved one, but the entire situation was beyond your control. You shouldn't put the burden on yourself. You'll never be able to live in the present if you stay in the past.
Yep. It sucks, but...
Besides, in some way, your friend still lives on.
What do you mean?
He may be gone, but his spirit isn't. He was a teacher to you, right? If you learned from him, you're allowing his techniques to live on as well. So in some way, he's always with you.
Of course. Overall was teaching you his ways, and I know you've learned so much from him. Now it's up to you to carry on his legacy. Even though he's gone, I know you'll make sure he is never forgotten.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Rarity, and, what are your names?
I'm Apollo. Apollo Justice.
And I'm Athena Sykes.
Thank you. All of you, thank you so much. I think I feel a little better
Well, that's
now.
good.
But I don't know how I could possibly live up to Overall's expectations. He always made sure his designs were perfect. And now that he's gone, all of his assets go to me, including his sketches for new designs. They'll be his final pieces of work and they look fantastic. But once it's my turn to design something, I don't know how I could possibly make something of that caliber on my own, compared to somebody who played such a big role in the theater industry. I don't know if I'm good enough to do it.
Got it.
Actually, Coco, you're more talented than you'd let yourself believe.
Moira, what are you doing here?
I just wanted to apologize for thinking that you were the one who killed Overall.
It's quite alright, sir. I was the only one up there after all.
I know, but this human proved otherwise. Coco, I know you think you may not reach Overall's expectations, but I believe you'll do fine. You were under his wing, after all.
But sir, he was so much more skilled than me. I don't see...
Miss Pommel, I need you to listen to me. During this trial, I've seen that perfection isn't always the best thing to aim for. While it's nice that you can believe that you can achieve something great, the sacrifices you make to get there aren't always worth it. In fact, it may have been partially my fault for Overall taking his own life.
What? Why?
I was so obsessed with making my plays perfect that I never realized how I've often mistreated my staff members. Without a doubt, this applies to both you and Overall. I was a terrible leader. So, from now on, instead of striving for perfection, I will do my best to achieve something greater that all of us can be proud of. Not just for me and you, but for the rest of the staff as well.
Playwright,
Overall told me time and time again that your skills had even surpassed his own. In fact, when he came on stage during intermission that night, he wanted to talk to me about letting you design costumes for the show after the next. He said that it was time that your own work became known and that this was a perfect opportunity. At the time, I said I'd think about it, but admittedly I was going to reject his request. However, that's all changed now.
Hell yeah.
In honor of Overall's last wish to me, I hereby promote you, Miss Pommel, to head costume designer for Broadway Theater.
Congrats. Oh my god, that's cute.
Sir, thank you. I will do my best to make sure that my designs will be the best they can be.
I'm sure you will. That twinkle in your eye, you're really just like Overall, you know? Come on, let's get back to the theater. I want to make sure the staff knows you are all right.
Of course, sir. We still need to make some costumes for the next play anyway. And
Hey,
I
at least your
certainly will have
spirits
my
are
own
up.
ideas to implement.
That's the spirit, darling. And once you do design some of your own clothes, I'd be happy to sell them in my store for you. I could even use some of Overall's special fabric as inspiration for my next clothing line, if you'll allow me to have some.
Of course, Rarity. Anything for a dear friend. Well, see you later, every pony.
Bye.
And there they go. What's wrong, Twilight?
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just glad to see Coco so happy.
I know, right? I can hear a lot of happiness coming from her. Playwright did a great job cheering her up. I can hear lots of happiness from him as well.
I must confess, I've actually never seen Playwright this happy before.
He was the murderer.
Really?
You see, Playwright hasn't always been in the best of moods. At least whenever I visited the theater.
Well, he did say that he's always been striving for perfection. I can only imagine the emotional stress he puts himself in, day out.
You're never gonna be perfect, guys. Never strive.
His never-ending desire to achieve perfection made him so stubborn and short-tempered.
Have high
and
goals,
it put
but
the staff
you know what I
under
mean.
a lot of stress. I was very upset with how unfairly he treated every pony.
Being the element of generosity, I can understand why that would upset you.
But this is the first time he considered the well-being of others. He was only ever remotely happy when he thought he was close to perfection. I've never seen him show this much sympathy for any pony else.
Showing sympathy to others is an easy way to let them know that we care about what happens to them. Bringing negative emotions to your peers will only spread more negativity, and that leads to an unhealthy environment. This tragedy must have given him that revelation.
He looked like a very different pony, and I'm happy that he's changed for the better.
Yeah.
And Coco seems to be a lot stronger, too.
And I'm so proud of her for that. Now she's off to forge her own path. I can't wait to see what else she has to offer the fashion world.
Yep, it seems as if everyone is moving on to bigger and better things. Although I can't help but feel a little unsatisfied with the way the trial ended.
We still don't know.
Unsatisfied? What do you mean?
Well, there were still some unanswered questions at the end of it all. The most notable one being, why did Overall Concept take his own life?
That's something I can't begin to fathom. Overall was certainly a very happy individual. Even with depression possibly being a factor, his life seemed to only be getting better and better. With his fame, job, and even somebody
and to do it
cared enough about
mid-chase
to want
in
to propose
public?
to them. He never seemed like the kind of pony to even consider suicide.
It makes me wonder, too. But unfortunately, there's no clear answer. Let's hope that the police can investigate further and find out the truth soon.
I suppose. But hey, you showed that prissy prince who's boss.
Yeah.
I definitely enjoyed myself seeing his face as he smelled defeat.
Yeah, he's quite the character, isn't he? Oh, that reminds me. Twilight, I have a question for you.
What is it, Phoenix?
You said that Prince Blueblood was prosecuting for experience when he can rule a kingdom, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as princess, you're able to stand in court as an attorney as well, correct?
Yes,
So, what I'm trying to understand is, why did you feel the need to summon me when it seems as if you could have handled this whole situation yourself?
Huh?
I know you're capable of doing it. You saved me quite a few times in court today. You've clearly been studying law for a while now, even if this is your first real time practicing it.
Self-doubt?
In fact, didn't you say that ponies who are of royalty need experience in upholding the law? Considering you're a princess, doesn't that technically mean you have an obligation to represent Miss Pommel?
Oh, well, I just... When Rarity told me the story, I didn't exactly have a lot of time to think about who would represent Coco, so I just summoned you.
That doesn't really make sense, Twilight.
Locks come up.
Summoning me would have meant you
Yeah, we
would have
haven't seen any
gone through the
locks
trouble
to
of
break
getting an
through this
equestrian attorney's badge ready again. Also, the one accused of murder is a friend of your friend, and considering you're the princess of friendship, that's more of a reason
More
to
than
take
enough
on the
friends.
case yourself. You did say that you've been studying law ever since you became a princess. The more I think about it, the less I understand it. If you appear so capable of taking on a case, why did you feel the need to summon me?
Here's the locks. Damn, 5 of them.
What?
Oh my god.
Cyclops?
What's wrong, Phoenix?
Nothing. Forget I asked. What does this mean? What is Twilight trying so hard to hide from me?
Oh my god.
Ah! Where in the world did you come from, Pinky?
Ask my parents, Feeny.
Heya, Pinky.
Heya, Trucy.
Oh, Pinky, where were you sitting in the gallery? I didn't see you.
I was with Fluttershy and Applejack,
Sorry, I saw a
so
notification
she
that
wasn't with me.
Ukraine's moving.
She wasn't
Russia's
with me,
using
Apollo, or
200,000
Trucy either.
troops into Ukraine right now.
Yeah. I was late. Late? This is clearly an important trial to us. I know Rainbow had some wonderful reserved business to attend to, but how could you possibly be late? I slept in.
Oh my god. Didn't she sleep in last time? Yeah.
I can't help it. I had one of those really fun dreams, and I didn't want them to stop.
I feel that.
So I tried sleeping some
Understandable.
Doesn't this pony have a day job? How has she not been fired already?
Hey, I have a job. I'm in the cheeky corner helping the cakes make cakes. And I'm also a party extraordinaire. So I help throw parties that'll shake your flank all night.
With the amount of energy it takes to party that hard, it makes sense that you sleep for so long.
So why did you come to us, Pinky?
Don't you remember, Feeny?
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations on winning the trial party.
Oh, you already have that party ready?
Yep, sure did. I already got the cakes, the drinks, the guests, and
Oh my
decorations
god.
ready. I even brought a DJ to the party
Ooh,
too.
final scratch.
Cakes, drinks,
Oh my
guests,
god.
And decorations? And even a DJ? This party is gonna be wild!
This sounds like a very stacked party. When did you get everything prepared?
I got it prepared as soon as I woke up.
How long?
Wow, that must have taken forever to prepare.
It wasn't hard. I do this all the time.
She knows people.
Wait,
Ponies.
hold on a second. I thought you slept in. How did you get the time to prepare a big party like
Probably
that?
took her 5 minutes.
By doing it quickly, silly.
So then, when did you wake up?
A couple of hours ago.
Oh, wait.
She
Doesn't
did
it
it on the
take
way
a couple
here.
of hours to get to Manhattan from Ponyville?
Uh-huh.
But I thought you said you woke up a couple of hours ago.
I sure did.
But that means the second you woke up
You fully prepared a big party
and caught the train here.
in a matter of minutes?
Yep. Seems like Pinky
Yep,
would do that.
sure sounds like it.
But that's...
How were you able to prepare a party that big in such a small span of time?
I told you, Polly, by doing
Oh
it
my
quickly.
god. I'm just gonna say that to my boss, my fucking company
what?
commander.
You'd be amazed at what this pink mare is
Do it
capable
quickly,
of,
silly.
Apollo.
She just has great work ethic, Polly. You could learn a thing or two from her.
Ooh.
Give me a couple hundred clients and maybe I'll consider taking lessons.
Boss, does this pink pony have time powers? There's no way she's capable of that.
Nah, that's just Pinkie Pie
Yeah.
being Pinkie Pie.
Fina gets it.
You better just get used to it.
But what does that even mean?
Just trust me on this. It's for your own sake.
As if this world isn't testing it enough.
Hey, Pinkie! If you want, I'd like to have a magic performance at your party.
You think I want shitty human magic?
I've always wanted to see a human do magic.
I'm the best magician in the city where I'm from. I can guarantee you all a good show.
Alright.
Well, that sounds like it'll be a wonderful time.
Everyone's so happy.
I'm certainly looking forward to it. Hopefully, I don't get forced to dance until I throw my back out.
Come on, every pony. Let's get to the party.
Right behind you, Pinkie.
And as quickly as it started, the case came to a close. Pinkie threw a party for all of us to celebrate, and it was actually very enjoyable. Like a little vacation, it was a nice change of pace from what I usually do after a trial. Fortunately, this little moment of sunshine and rainbows wouldn't last forever. Unbeknownst to us, something darker was lurking in the shadows of this colorful world. Something that teased at a broader mystery. And little did any of us realize that during our carefree celebration, that mystery would continue to unfold not too far from us. It's a mystery I won't soon forget, as it brought me to someone that I thought I would never see again.
Sonata?
Someone who's a spitting image of a dear friend I knew a long time ago.
Okay. There we go. Wow. Sorry, I gotta read this news notification over. Yeah, Putin is, he wants those regions bad. I've been like keeping up especially hard with this little Ukraine situation because that literally might be like determine where I'm getting deployed once I graduate college. So I might be going to fucking Ukraine because I am tanks, and tanks are pretty popular in that tundra-ish cold, you know what I mean, the open areas and shit. Russia's using tanks, they have tanks in the region. Enough about real life politics shit. Yeah, I really enjoyed this. It was fun. I think I probably enjoyed the first Turnabout Storm more, but then again, it was even longer, and it was the first time I had seen this whole concept, so it was like a whole intro discovery period too, you know. But that's not to say that I didn't like this one. I did. And it's fun doing pony content with you guys again. And I will be doing the new G5 little shorts, like Make Your Mark or some shit like that, when they come out. Teaser? Oh, I thought it said 1 year later. Ass.
Knock knock, rise and shine, inmate. Guess what day it is? That's right, as of today, you're a free mayor.
Free mayor? Is this Sonata? Brown hair.
It must feel nice
Yep.
to finally be out after 8 months, huh? Right, well, you're lucky that human defense attorney proved that you didn't murder any pony. You probably would have been banished to the mood if you hadn't.
She knows.
As for your possessions, just these. You left him back in the courtroom. Well, this is it.
So she hasn't had glasses for 8 months.
Before you leave, I want to ask you something. Now that you're out, what are you gonna do?
I'm going to help those that need it, just like he did for me.
Ooh. Oh shit. Okay, there we go. That was Turnabout Theater. Case 1. This was a long ass video, as you can tell, and I know it's gonna take forever to render. So as for doing like more reactions like the Case 2, I mean, it's possible. I'd probably just rather like watch it on my own, just because with stuff this long, it takes so much to translate it to YouTube, and I have so many other things, like 3 different shows to be watching too. So I'll just wait a little bit and see what you guys think, see what my patrons vote for, see what the comments of this say. If you really enjoyed this and you really want me to do Case 2, then I can get to it eventually. But I could also just watch it on my own and not have to put 6-hour videos on YouTube. Because, I mean, I guess I could split it up more, but I have slots for a reason. Like, I'm on a schedule, so it would take up space that I could be watching other stuff. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, if you made it all the way through this in one sitting, props. I don't know if Suri made it to the 10K mark. I think she was really close, but didn't get it. And I wasn't counting fucking the first one, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I enjoyed this. I had fun. Thank you all for watching. I don't know if you had to like pause this and come back the next day to finish it or what, but thank you. I have gotta go render this shit, so let's see if my computer doesn't catch on fire. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you later.